Hi there, I'm Taylor. In this tutorial, I'll guide you through building a fully responsive car dealer website from scratch using Next.js and Prisma with Postgres. We'll start by implementing advanced search and filtering functionality, including cascading filters for taxonomy and range filters for attributes like year, price, and odometer readings. You'll also learn how to set up pagination optimized for search engines, allowing Google to crawl individual pages effectively, something developers often overlook. As we navigate through the site, you'll notice blurred images that enhance the user experience. I'll show you how to use unlazy and thumbhash to generate placeholder images and pass them to the Next.js image component as props. Another feature we'll cover is the ability to favorite classified ads. You'll learn to store these favorites in Redis sessions, so users can save their cars even without logging in. Lastly, we'll build loading skeletons for the favorites page and discuss how to implement similar UX improvements throughout the site. For individual classified ads, we'll create a dedicated page with a unique URL for each listing. This page features an image carousel with smooth crossfade effects using the Swiper API. You'll learn how to implement virtualization to optimize performance when dealing with many images. Clicking an image will open a full-screen modal to display the highest resolution version, and I'll show you how to customize image sizes using the ImageIX rendering API. We'll also set up an S3 bucket for image storage, configure permissions, and integrate ImageIX into the website to deliver fast and optimized images. On the homepage, we'll focus on enhancing SEO by implementing a fully accessible hero section and a dynamic search component. This search functionality will include a result count, filter count, and a button to clear all filters. We'll also add a latest arrivals carousel and a brand filter section. In this section, we'll create a multi-step reservation form that guides users through selecting a date and time, entering their contact details, and confirming their booking. You'll also learn how to store these leads in a database. Moving on to the admin section, we will create an admin sign-in portal with login and logout functionality. The admins will have to enter their email address and password, click sign in, and they'll be presented with a one-time password screen. The code will automatically be sent to their email address. They need to copy that code, paste it in to verify that they are the owner of this email address, and that will log them in. We'll create a powerful analytics dashboard to give admins insight into the site activity. This will include interactive charts built with recharts and database queries to extract and visualize data effectively. In the classified section, you'll learn how to filter by status, sort by the column headers, render table data, create pagination for the table, as well as sort by items per page. As you can see, we also have a views column. We'll learn how to implement middleware that saves page views when anyone views the listing page. You'll also learn basic CRUD operations for classifieds: create, read, update, and delete. Now let's see how we create a classified on the platform. To start, click the Create New button, which will open a modal for adding a new classified. Inside the modal, you'll see an option to upload an image. Select an image of the vehicle you want to list. This will be the first step in letting our AI do the heavy lifting. Once the image is selected, click the Upload button. Here's where the magic happens. Using Vercel AI and OpenAI packages, our system recognizes the vehicle in the uploaded image and fetches structured data about it. This includes key details like the description, the brand, the model, the year, the color, and way more. Most of the fields in the form will automatically be populated by the AI, saving you a ton of time. Before finalizing, you can review the AI-generated data. If necessary, make adjustments or fill out any other additional details manually. In this section, you'll learn how to integrate powerful features into your classified management system that make handling content and images seamless and efficient. First, we'll explore the Tiny MCE Rich Text Editor, a tool that allows you to add and format text effortlessly. I'll show you how to parse the resulting HTML, ensuring any custom content you create is clean and ready for display. Next, we'll dive into a comprehensive multi-image upload feature. Here you'll learn how to upload images to AWS S3, use ImageIX to dynamically optimize and serve your images in the perfect size and format for your application, implement an image preprocessor, ensuring your images are prepared and validated before upload, build an image uploader with use field array for managing multiple files, including drag and drop functionality using the D&D sortable toolkit. This process gives you a fast, efficient, and scalable image management system, perfect for a modern web application. In the customers table, you can see we have rendered a list of customers. We have this classified section, which shows the classified they've registered interest in. And you'll also see people who subscribe to the newsletter here. Everything's similar to the classifieds table: pagination, items per page, sorting by column headers, filtering by status, and deleting and updating. When updating a customer, you can choose the current lifecycle status of the customer. This will store it in a table and show you the previous status and the new status, allowing you to keep track of any changes to the customer status over time. Finally, in the admin settings section, you'll learn how to implement a logout of all sessions. So if the administrator is logged in anywhere else other than their own computer or office computer, and they want to log out, every time they click log out of all sessions, it will log them out of every session across any browser or any device. If you've made it this far, thank you. I hope you learn a lot from the tutorial, and I hope you're excited to dive in and learn something new. If you find this really helpful, please don't forget to like and subscribe, as it helps the channel grow. That's all for now. Let's hop into the tutorial. So, as you can see, I've got my terminal open. This is the Warp terminal, which is a new terminal that's recently been launched, and it is AI integrated. So first of all, I'm going to go over to Bun's website, which is bun.sh. I'm going to copy this command, and I'm going to install Bun here. However, I've already installed it, and you'll see after running that command, you should have a fresh install, and you can just do -- version, and you can see I'm on Bun version 1.2.0. I'll show you a little bit about this Warp terminal. It's warp.dev, the intelligent terminal, and it kind of has AI integrated and allows you to run agents and stuff like that. So definitely check that out. So once you've got Bun installed, you can go back to your terminal, and we're going to start by setting up a Next.js project, which is bunx npx create next app at latest. Then that will just run you through some installation steps. We're going to call this car dealer website. So CDW, that's the directory. Yes, we'd like TypeScript. We're not going to use ESLint. Yes, we want Tailwind. We are going to use a source directory. And yes, we're going to use app router. And yes, we're going to use TurboPack. And no, we don't want to customize the import alias. Okay, great. Going to look for the command to open text editor with code command. Okay, never mind. If I do code cdw, that inevitably opens it in VS Code. Oh, no, it doesn't. It opens it in cursor. Okay, didn't know that. Great, so we've got our project here. Now, what we want to do is we want to set up a biome. So we're going to do bunx at biome, and then we're going to do init. So that installs this biome.json file. You can see we have some like bit linting and organize imports is enabled, various other things. I prefer using this than ESLint. I'm going to delete this. I'm just going to check what Tailwind version we're on. Okay, so we're on the old version of Tailwind. This new version's recently been released, so we're going to run the command, this command here, and we can use bun again. So bunx npx tailwind upgrade next, and we don't need to use force. Okay, so we do need to use force by the looks of it. Okay, now you can see we've upgraded to Tailwind CSS 4. If you ever want to check what package versions you're on, you can use bun outdated. And you can see everything seems to be up to date except from the at types node. So we'll do bun add at types node. Now that's updated to the latest version. If I run bun outdated, oh, yeah, nothing comes up now. So that's great. We have a Next.js config. We have a source directory. We'll just delete this file icon. We have a globals.css, which is using the Tailwind v4. We have a layout and a page, as you typically would in the Next.js create next app. Public, we can delete everything in here. We can go to our page, delete this, and then we can do a hello world. I'm using the cursor text editor, which allows me to do some AI inline. So I can say, update this to say something else, and it will update my code. Welcome to my Next.js app using, what model was I on? Claude. And then I can also chat with, the code base. So I can do at code base and give it context for my entire code base. I can add different files here, layout, globals. So this is a really useful text editor. Definitely highly recommend using Cursor. And so we've got our source out, we've got our globals, layout. We can probably get rid of this, remove these. Okay. Next thing we want to do, we want to install shad cn UI. Okay. So we can go to the docs here and we can do installation, Next.js, and then we're going to use bun. Let's try that. No Tailwind found. Okay, it looks like it isn't running for the latest version of Tailwind. So the only other option is to create the components.json file ourselves. And then let's see if that runs. Okay, it doesn't. Let's just do components.json. We'll be able to find one. Components.json for Tailwind v4. Here we go. Okay, we don't have a config. Oh, that config is going to be now source app globals.css. Base colors inc. Yeah, that all looks good. So let's just try and install a UI component. Bunx shad cn UI add card. Let's see. Okay, great. So now we've got this components directory and we've got a card in here. But it didn't create the libutils, so we'll have to do that manually. Which is strange because let's have a look. Libutils. So source lib utils.ts, and then we're just going to export the class name function. That's the one. Looks like we need to add CLSX and Tailwind merge. Whoops. Looks like I used PNPM by accident. Let's do bun add Tailwind merge and CLSX. Here we go. Perfect. And now that is imported. Great. Okie dokie, let's see if this is working. Perfect. Welcome to my Next.js app. And we'll just make sure that what we've installed with Tailwind is working. So we can do class name equals text to our font bold. Yeah, that looks good. In this section, we used Warp Terminal to install Bun runtime. We set up a new app router Next.js project with Tailwind CSS v4 using create next app. And we configured directories and removed unneeded boilerplate. In the next section, we're going to set up Prisma and a local Postgres database. Okay, so the next part is to install Prisma. So we're going to back out of this and we're going to do bun install Prisma and Prisma client. I think the latest version of Prisma is v6.2.1. And let's just confirm that that is here. Yes, it is. And okay, next thing we can do is bunx Prisma init. And as you can see, we have now got this Prisma schema. And we can just do a model of user, give it an ID of string. Let's just do this, for example, for now. Delete this text. Now we have our schema. That should be pretty much everything we need other than our database. So we need to create our database, create DB, and we're going to do CDW for car dealer website, same as the directory name. So now we have a database, we can log into that PSQL, and you can see here we do Postgres, and we're going to do 1234556 at localhost 5432 is the default Postgres port, and then we're going to do /CDW, and that does not connect because we don't have such a user called root. So we're just going to change that to TLR, and now you can see the main user. Your user might be something like root. I've changed the root user to TLR. So we're logged in, and now we want to do grant all privileges on schema public to the root user of the database. And we also want to run alter schema public owner to the root user. And finally, we want to grant all on schema public to TLR. And that just gives us the ability to push our schema. So what I mean by that is if we add a .env file now, .env, oh, it looks like we already have one. And we can see, oh yeah, Prisma's generated this. You can delete that. We've got TLR as the username, password is 123456. Localhost, default port 5432, and then we're just going to do CDW and then schema public, which we just granted permissions for here. So now I should be able to run bun run Prisma db push. Okay, great. That's it. That's our schema pushed. I can also do bun run Prisma generate. And there we go. That's as simple as that. We have our database now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my GUI for database access. So my GUI is TablePlus. And I'm going to create a new connection. So Postgres. And I'm going to make that, let's just move this to the center here. I'm going to make this CDW, car dealer website, and I'm going to put TLR 123456, localhost for the host, 5432 is the default port, CDW is the database name. So this is just the name. We can call this anything, literally anything. Test the connection. You can see it's green. Connect. And now there we have our user with our ID, email, password, created at, updated at, which is in our schema. So I'm also going to add some preview features. And we're going to do Prisma schema folder, strict undefined checks, quite like that. Effectively, that is when, a value could potentially be undefined according to TypeScript, then it will error out in Prisma. We also have to enable a specific feature for that. So let me just find that on. So Prisma strict undefined checks. We also need to update our TS config. Exact, this one here. TypeScript compiler option, exact optional property types. Yeah, so optional property types is going to be true in our TS config. We'll come back to this later because we want to set up some more paths and everything. So that's that. And then finally, driver adapters, because we're going to be using a driver adapter. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to create a prisma.ts file. And here what we're going to do is we're going to import a Prisma client. And then we're going to write a const global for Prisma. Then we want to write a function, make client is going to return a new Prisma client. And eventually we're going to add an adapter here, but not for now because we want to get this set up locally first. Error, info, and warn. Okay. Next thing we want to do is we want to export const Prisma equals global for Prisma or make client. And finally, if process.env does not equal production, basically want to do that. That's it. So we've got our Prisma client now. This allows us to use the Prisma command throughout the application to query the database and query it in a way that is abstracted, because the ORM takes a lot of the complexity away from SQL. Okie dokie. The next thing we are going to do is break out our Prisma schema into different files. So we'll start with the user. And we're going to copy this user into here. We're going to update this to hashed password because we want to make that clear that that is a hashed password. And we can call that hashed password in the database. And we can now, after one of the recent updates in Prisma, we can omit that from any user. Okay, so we've got our hashed password created at, updated at. Now we just need sessions. We're going to do that by creating a new session.prisma schema. Now a session is going to be a model session. It's going to have an ID, string CUID, that works. Session token, that's going to be unique. And we're going to have a user ID. It's going to have an expires date time. That pretty much looks good, except we're on the one thing we are missing here. We don't need these. And we would like a requires 2FA Boolean, which is going to default to true. And then let's just map to sessions. Don't think we did that for users, so let's do that as well. Makes sense. We need to call this users. Right. And then, one other thing is I forgot is on delete, we're going to cascade. So one other thing we forgot to do here is we need to add a schema folder, and we need to drag and drop our models into here like that. And that should now allow us to run run Prisma db push. Okay, it isn't. So let's just do run Prisma generate. Neither of those work, so Prisma schema. I need to add this one as well into there. So if I do run these commands again, yeah, okay, that works now. That's fantastic. All right, so let's continue building out our schema models. So we're going to do a new file, and this time it's going to be the classified. The classified is the car, effectively, that we are going to be advertising. And here we're going to ID, we're going to give it an int, and then it's going to be ID default auto increment. Going to give it some views. Going to give it a slug, which is going to be a unique string. A VRM, which will be a what's called a vehicle registration mark, in the UK at least. A title. You know, that VRM could be a VIN number or something in America. Description, string, optional, a year, and that's going to be an int. Odometer reading, we'll call it odo reading for short, and we're going to map to odo reading. I forgot to mention the map. What that does is it just names the fields in your database. So rather than having odo with a capital R, it will just map it in the database as odo underscore reading, and therefore in the database it looks a bit better. But it's all about preference there. You do you. Doors, we don't need a map there because doors is doors. Default to seats is going to default to 5. And price, we're going to have a default to 0. We could do a big int here for price, since we are going to be multiplying our prices by 100, just to avoid any rounding errors. There is a notorious programming rounding error issue. You know, what's it called? Code Math programming website, this one. Yeah, so if you want to read a bit more, go to 0.3 and then manyzeros4.com. Give you an intro as to why we round by, multiply by 100 the price, because this has a maximum safe integer value of, let's see, Postgres max safe integer value. Yeah, effectively that would be the highest price we could go to, which is 21 million. I very much doubt we're going to have 21 million pound cars in here, but you never know. Could do. So maybe it's safer to do big int. We're going to stick with int for now. We're going to add a make ID, which is the make of the car, model ID, and then a model variant ID. ULEZ compliance, something that is UK specific. We're going to make an enum for that. Exempt and non-exempt. Then we're going to have transmission, manual or automatic, color. That's going to be an enum again. Then we are going to have fuel type, body type. Then we are going to have the make, and that is going to be a make. So actually going back up to the make here, the make at relation, we're going to do fields. Same with this, same with that. But we're going to make model variant optional. Odo unit, which is going to be the odometer unit. That's going to be miles or kilometers, depending on where you are in the world. Currency, so we can display different currencies on the advertisement, and we'll do currency code enum. We're going to default this to GBP since I am in the UK. Let's just do GBP, Euros, USD for now. Images, we're going to have an array of images, and we'll create that model again, same as make, model, and model variant. We're also going to have some customers, and we're going to have a customer array. The AI has finally got it's created and updated that fields. And then we're going to add an index, because index are important for performance. So we're going to have a make ID, a model ID, and we can leave the model variant ID, and we can call this name index make model. We're also going to have another index for status. Index status, another one for price. You don't want to do too many because ultimately an index is a bit of a trade-off in the sense that if you have too many, you can end up basically creating some database overhead if you have too many, so it's better to stick to a few or even one. This is one of the most common filtering combinations. Right, so let's move on to creating our make. I'm going to create a taxonomy.prisma, which is going to include our make, model, and model variant. Start off with the make. ID. Name is going to be unique because every name for a make is unique. Porsche, Ferrari. Image, and we get that from an API. Models. It's going to have an array of models because a make can have multiple models. It's going to have an array of classifieds, which we just created out, updated out, and we're going to map it to makes. Next, we'll move on to models. That's going to have an ID, a name. The name isn't going to be unique this time. It's going to have a make ID, and we're going to have a make, and then we're going to do on delete cascade. We're also going to have a model variants. We would like an array of model variants to be associated with model. Also classifieds, created at, updated at, and then a unique parameter here, which is going to be the make ID and the name. We're going to have a model variant. So get rid of this. In fact, keep that model ID. We're also going to have a year start, year end, model, do an on cascade delete, classifieds relation, created at, updated at, and then we're also going to give it a unique model ID and name. So that's our taxonomy. You can see we've created those now. Don't know why this is showing error validating model classified the index. Fills the status. We missed the status. So status is going to be classified status. And this is going to be live, draft, or sold. That was incorrect. Actually, we'll do this draft. The next one is going to be the image. So the model image ID alt source classified ID classified. We're also going to have a blur hash on the image, which gives us the ability to blur the images as you saw in the intro. And then we're going to have an isMain boolean, which is going to default false. And then we're going to map that to isMain. Then map this to images. Okay. Finally, we have a customer model. Model customer. Map this to customers. Status is going to be subscriber for those who've subscribed to the newsletter. Interested for people who've registered interest in a car. Contacted. Purchased. And cold. Okay, now let's just run run Prisma db push. So the next one is going to be the customer life cycle, and that is customer life cycle. Allows us to track changes to the record, and you can make this as complex as you want. You know, if you want to see when a customer is updated, so it's like a log, like a change log, effectively. So auto increment, customer ID, that's correct. Customer on delete, yes. Status, customer status, yes. everything seems to be correct, except we need an old status, which is going to be, and then new status, and there's no default there. We need to add it to customer, and that's going to be lifecycle, yeah. Perfect. And we can maybe add an index here, which would be customer ID. Finally, we have page view. Now the page view is when we view a classified, or anyone views a classified, we store the page view in the database, and we also increment on the classified itself the views. And that is just for analytics. We can see, we can basically keep information about the user in the page views if we wanted to, and also information about the classified that's being viewed, and the IP address, anything like that. So we do path string viewed at, so that data was viewed, IP address, user agent, refer, and then we can ignore that. We can just give this an index of path and viewed at. Perfect. Now that is everything. Let's take a look at the database. So let's just run that command again. Run Prisma db push. Let's take a look at the database. Okay. Yeah, there's all our tables. And that is the database setup. So now we'll continue on with the next part of the video. In this section, we installed Prisma with Postgres. We created a Postgres database, granted permissions and confirmed connectivity. We demonstrated generating the Prisma client and verifying the database access via TablePlus. We broke the schema into separate model files. We set up the database relationships such as cascade on delete and unique indexes, as well as enumerations like status, color, etc. In the next section, we're going to be seeding the database with taxonomy data for makes, models, and model variants. Okay, so in this section of the video, we're going to be focusing on creating a seed file, and that is going to be used to seed the database so that we can query data throughout our application and render it in the UI. We're going to start off with seeding the taxonomy, because the taxonomy is actually something that we would seed and keep in a production environment. So it's not only important for testing, but also important for generating data that will be used in a production environment. So we've got a spreadsheet that we will write some code to map over and get the data out of that spreadsheet and put into the Postgres database that we just created before. And that way we can then create classifieds in our seed file and use real makes, models, and model variants. So we're going to start off by creating a seed folder. And then in the seed folder, we are going to create a seed.ts file. And here, we'll import Prisma client. As you can see, I have actually disabled the AI suggestions because I know they could probably get quite annoying. I thought it would make more sense to just disable them for now. Okay, then we're going to write an async function called main. And this is our function that's going to include any other functions that we create. So we're going to create a new one here, taxonomy.seed.ts. And then we're going to export that, and we're going to import it into here. And we're going to pass in the Prisma client that we instantiate in the main folder just to prevent instantiation of too many Prisma clients. Okay, then we're going to have main.catch error. If there's any error, throw it. And then finally, we're going to have an async function, and we're going to await Prisma.disconnect. Okay. We can just test if this is working. And we also need to update our package.json. So I'm going to add a new Prisma property called seed. And this is actually in the documentation. We're going to need to install TS node. And then we're going to look over tsconfig-paths, register, compiler options, and then we're going to do a backslash here. Module, backslash again. That's just to get the quotation marks in the quotation marks. And then Prisma/seed/seed.ts. Okay, I think that should now run, although we will need to install those two packages. So bun install-d ts node and bun install tsconfig-paths-d. Okay, so you can see we've installed those two. And now, if we want bun prisma db seed, it's running the command test, seed command has been executed. So that was our test, and then Prisma says the seed command has been executed. So that looks like it's working. So now we're going to import the CSV file, which is what we're going to map over. So let me show you that. So this taxonomy is the file that we're going to import. So I'm going to say mv, so move desktop taxonomy.csv, and I want to move that to warp cdw. Okay, let's see. Okay, we've got it here. Now you can see, no, we have this spreadsheet which has a make, model variant, year start, year end, and this has 98,000 rows. And so we're going to map over each one of these and import them into our Postgres database that we created earlier. We're going to start by installing a new file, which is called CSV. We're going to import our Prisma and Prisma client for TypeScript mainly. So we can actually say type import parse from our CSV file, and then import fs from node.fs. Now we want to export a async function called seed taxonomy. We're going to import our Prisma client here. We're going to start up a new promise. Const rows equals await new promise. Okay, we'll have const rows row, each row any, just make that an any type for now. And then we're going to use our fs package to create a read stream, and that is going to be for our taxonomy, taxonomy.csv. Okay, then we're going to pipe parse function from the CSV package, and we're going to put columns true. You can see what this does. List of fields as an array, a user-defined callback accepting the first line and returning the column names, or true if auto-discovered in the first CSV line. Default to null, affect the result data set in the sense that the records will be objects instead of arrays. Okay, we want to do on data. We have an async function which has a row, and that is going to be an object as we just did with columns true. Async row, and that is an object where there is an index string, and that has a string. So it's an object of an index with a string that maps onto a string. We're going to open that up as a function. Okay, and then we're going to console.log just so you can see what's going on here. Row. Let's just resolve this for now. Right, seed taxonomy. Now we need to import that into our seed file. Seed taxonomy. We want to await that. We want to pass in the Prisma instance. Okie dokie, let's see. So bun run Prisma db seed. Okay, I'll stop that now. You can see what we're getting here is each row. And so if I just quickly go into here, okay, so, okay, yeah, we could probably ask AI here, how do I back out and stop function after the first row is logged? Okay, process.exit, there we go. Okay, so the first row isn't the headers, it is the first row in the spreadsheet, which is Barth 500, 2009, 2015. So yeah, that's ideal. Now we can delete this process.exit, and what we're going to do is we're going to do each row, which is currently the any array. We're going to push each row into there, and we're going to do make row.make model variant row.model variant. You can see I'm just copying here the fields here. And actually we want to just make this undefined because sometimes there's no model variant. As you can see, when this empty string, we'll just make that undefined. Year start, and that's number row.year start. And then year end, going to do year end. And if it exists, we're going to do number row.year end, and then new date. If it doesn't exist, .get full year. Okay, then we're going to do on error. The error. Actually, we're going to reject and console.log the error. And then on end, we are going to resolve the rows. Get rid of this resolve. We're going to just console.log them quickly. Console.log rows. Let's see what that brings up. Oh, going to get rid of this one. Okay, yeah, we don't need that. Accidentally meant to call that each row. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there we go. We've got 97,000 rows in here. It's an object of an array of objects. So now what we want to do, oh yeah, sorry. It's an object because we've got rows here. Yeah, so it's an array effectively. Array like that. Now what we want to do is we want to loop over the data, and we want to effectively insert them into the database. We're going to do that with a for loop. For const row of rows. In fact, we're going to create a result object here, and we're going to give that a type as well. So let me just put it as any for now. And so we're saying for const row of rows, we're opening up here and we're saying if no result row.make, so we're using the make as the index, result row.make equals empty object. Okay, so that sets the make as an empty object. If no result row.make row.model, because we want to set another index within the make, then we want to say result row.make row.model equals, and then we're going to give this object of variance an empty object. Finally, we want to say if row.variant result row.make row.model.variance, we just created row.variance. So we're setting the variance as the index again. Yeah, okay. Equals year start, year end. Now we're going to just create this type. So we're going to say type make model map. Make with the index, and that has a model as an index, and that has a variance as a property, and then we have a variant as an index. So that's going to be an index, and that's going to have year end, year start, year end. All right, we can call this make model map. Let's see if that works. Okay, so rows is still of type undefined. Let's just create a type here. Type rows equals make model variant is optional string year end year start. That should be a number. Just call that a row actually. Type row string undefined. Awesome. That was the tsconfig property that I had on before. Exact optional property types. True is calling me out. So we have to put an undefined here, so we can probably just remove that. Question marks, that's strict. Okay, so yeah, that looks good. Type row of rows. Rows is unknown. That will be because we haven't given it a... Is that still unknown? No, it's not. Oh, but we do have an issue here. That's my bad. Variant. Let's just make sure that variance with a variant. Yes, and then year star. Number, there should be number. There we go. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna console.log result. And we're gonna run the command again. Okay, see what we get now. We've got this Volvo, all the models and all the variants. Yeah, so you can see how that's structured now. We've also got everything in caps locks at the moment, but we'll come back to that. Okay, so now what we want to do, const make promises equals objects.entries result.map. We want to get the name out, be wrapped in one of these, and then we want to return prisma.make.upsert. I want to upsert the makes where name, update, name, or create name. Okay, what's it saying here? Image is missing. So for the images, we have an API. The API is just a GitHub repository that I found, which uses ImageIX to give you some brand logos. So I'm going to add image, open up template literals here, https vl.imageix.net/image/name. We're going to replace name with, so we're getting rid of any space, we're replacing it with a hyphen here. And then .to lowercase, because any known brand names will have an image dash logo.png. And if you've used ImageIX before, we can do this cool auto equals format compress, and that's just some optimization we can do there. So we're going to do the same for this. Okay, that's great. So we need to actually use these make promises in the next one. So const makes equals, or sorry, not the promises, we need to use the result, not the promises. Await promise.all, and we're going to say make promises. So that's all the promises we've returned, which are the Prisma queries. We're awaiting all the promises, and then we've got the makes here, the resolved makes from the database. Next thing is we're going to just say console.log seeded db with makes.length makes. And then let's just do a little seed icon. Next thing, const model promises, and then we get this interesting type from Prisma, array equals array. This allows us to type the model promises. So for loop const make of makes, we say for const model in result make.name, Remember our result object and how that looked. Then we say model promises dot push. We want to push in one of these, which is a Prisma query, effectively, or a Prisma statement. So Prisma.model.upsert, where make ID name. So that's the unique value for the Prisma models, and we say name is going to be model, and make ID is going to be make.id. Then update name model, and we create just like we did with the makes. We say name model, and this time we're going to do make connect ID make.id, because if we're creating it, we need to connect it with an existing make, because we have to ensure that any models that are created have an existing make. But if we're updating it, we can assume that the make was found through the where clause here. So for this model promises, I'm going to create an insert in batches, because there's quite a lot. You often run into issues with seeding where the Node.js process just doesn't handle it. So we need to insert these in batches. And so we're going to do that by doing an async function insert in batches, and we're going to give it a t-upsert args type. We're going to say items t-upsert args batch size. It's going to be a number. So how many we want in each batch. Insert function batch, and that is going to be t-upsert args again, an array. We'll return nothing. Okay. So for the insert and batches function, we're just going to have a loop for let I equals 0, I is less than items.length, and I plus equals batch size. Items.length, oh, I forgot to give this an array. And const batch equals items.slice with the index. Then we're going to have index plus batch size. Okay, and then we're going to await the insert function and pass in the batch like that. We have a generic type which is passed in, and this types the shape of the items. We have a batch size, which is the amount of items we want to process. So if there's 100 items and we want a batch size of 10, then it will process 10 at a time. And then we have an insert function, which is going to be our Prisma upsert function. And then we have a for loop that is defined or limited by the items.length. So if there's 100, we'll make sure we only process 100 items. And then the batch size, which we just said would be 10. For example, we increment by the batch size. Then we have this slice function, which takes the total items and slices it from the index. So if the index is 10, and then we have batch size of 20, so it would slice the items from index 10 up to 20. And then we process them. So that's what we're going to use to insert our model promises, which we created before. And so let's make a start. So we can go await insert in batches. We're going to pass in Prisma.Prisma model client unknown. And then we're going to pass our model promises in to the insert and batches function, and we're going to pass in a batch size. We're going to define that at the top of the file. So let's just do unxt batch size equals 10. No, let's do 100 actually. Copy that. Pass that into our function here. And then as you can see, we've got an insert function. That's the last parameter. So that's an async, takes in a batch, and it produces the models. So I'm going to do await promise.all batch. And then let's just say console.log seeded batch of models.length models. We can add another seed icon there. Next, we're going to move on to variants. So we're going to create something similar to this. Copy paste that. Let's say variant promises. Change this to the model variant client. And then similarly, we're going to write a for loop. So for const make of makes. And we're going to say const models So we want to find the models first for this make. Prisma.model.findMany, where make ID is make.id. That gives us the models. And then with the models, we're going to loop over those. So for const model of models, I'm going to say for const variant year range of object.entries. And then in our object.entries, we want to say result is, so we want to fetch the property variants. So we do result make.name, model.name, and then we want to do dot variants like that. So we've got our variant from there, key, and then the year range is, as you can see, typed like that. Yeah, that's a string. Open that up. We want to say variant promises dot push, just like we did before. Prisma.model variant dot upsert, where model ID this time, name, and we're going to open that. Name is going to be variant, and then model ID is going to be model.id. And then we're going to open up, so the update name is going to be variant, and then create. We don't just have the name being updated here, we have name is variant, but in addition to that, we're going to have year start, and we're going to say year range dot year start, similarly for year end. And also, as we did before for the model and the make, we want to connect ID to model.id to make sure that every variant has a model ID like that. Cool. So the final thing we need to do is we need to copy this and change this so that it applies to the model variants. You can see TypeScript shouting at us here. So I'm going to change that to model promises and then change this to variants. And that has now been completed. So the final thing we need to do here is we just need to seed the database. What we can do is we can go to our seed file, delete this, and we can await Prisma.execute raw, and then we truncate table makes models restart identity cascade. Why do we do this? Well, we only do makes and models because in our schema, in our taxonomy schema, you can see we have this on delete cascade. So this means for any model that's deleted, all the model variants will be deleted for that model. And similarly, for any make that's deleted, it will cascade the deletion of all the models. And so we only need to worry about deleting the make, which will delete all the models, and deleting all the models, which will delete all the model variants. So in fact, probably make should technically work. Let's see. So we delete that and then we seed it so we don't have any duplicates. So we can try and run this command now. Okay, let's try this. Nice. All right, let's go to our table, refresh, and there you go. As you can see, 114. How many here? 11,250 model variants and 1,323. So now if we rerun this again, let's see if any of this has changed. 114. How many of here? 11,250. Okay, yeah, so it isn't producing any duplicates. That's perfect. So now we've seeded our database with our makes and models, we can move on to creating some classifieds. In this section, we built a seed script to insert makes, models, and variants from a large CSV file. We used upsert logic to avoid duplicates, and we confirmed we were able to seed data in the Postgres database. In the next section, we'll be seeding the database with classifieds data. So we'll create a new file, classifieds.seed.ts. So for this, we're going to need to install a new Prisma package, and that is called faker. So we're going to do bun add faker at faker.js, bun add faker.js/faker. The reason we need this is we need to be able to generate random data. So we're going to import faker, and then we're going to export an async function, seed classifieds. And as usual, Prisma client is going to be here. Like that. Okay, now we're going to query the database from makes. Going to include models and model variants. And we're going to go and say const classifieds data. We're going to give that type of Prisma dot classified create many input array, and then we're going to write a for loop with less than 25 classifieds. That's how many we want to create. In the for loop, we are going to first find the make and the model variant, and we want them all to be part of the kind of chain of relations. So we use Faker to help us with that. Array element if the makes.models.length continue and then say const model equals faker dot helpers, get the models, and then const variant equals model dot model variants dot length. I want to make sure that there are some variants. If that's true, faker dot helpers array element, and we're going to say model dot none of the variants, otherwise null. Okay, we can probably run this to see what it looks like. Delete these two or comment them out quickly. You say await seed classifieds. All right, that's just console.log make model and variant. There we go. So it looks to be good. Next, we want to get the year. We can use faker again. Date between, we'll do from new date and any car, probably between 1925 and today. So to new date, and then we'll get full year from here. That gets the year. Title, we're going to use the year, the make.name, model.name, and model variant.name. You're going to filter that with a boolean, which will remove any null values. We're going to join with a space. So that's the title. Then we're going to do const vrn equals faker.vehicle vrn. Then we're going to do base slug, which is the slug. The slug of the classified is the unique identifier. It's unique in the database. And in order to do this, we are going to import a new package, and that's going to be called slugify. Or I think it's just slug actually. And I'm going to say import slug from slug. Actually, I'm going to say slugify. Looks like we need to import some types. So bun add -d at types. That works. So our base slug is going to slugify the title and the VRM. So what will that do? That will create a slug for us, which is the unique identifier that goes in the URL. And so it will look like the title with hyphens in between the letters, all lowercase. Sweet. Next, we're going to push in the classifieds data. Year.push, year, VRM. Slug is going to be base slug. Make ID, it's going to be make.id. Model ID is going to be model.id. And then for the variant, we are going to do the spread operator. Variant.id. We want to check if it exists, and if it does, then we're going to apply the model variant ID, which will be variant.id because we've checked for its existence. Title is going to be title. Price, we can give faker number.int, and we'll say min is going to be 4,000. Max is going to be like that. Here's the price. Currency, do currency code, which is an enum in the database, .gbp. And then we can use, for any other enums, we can use a faker helper again to get the array element. So for example, odo unit, we can use the faker.helpers array element, and then we're going to say object.values odometer odo unit in the database like that. So we can copy that enums that we have. So body type, we have transmission, fuel type, color, ULEZ compliance, status. Okay, we'll also add that for the currency as well. We might as well. Now we need to do auto reading. It can be a number between 0 and, let's say, 200,000. Doors is a number again between 2 and 8. Seats, again, another number, min 2, max 8. And then views, again, this, and put it between min 100, max 1000 or 10,000. And then the description, we can just use faker again, faker.commerce, product description. Okay, save that. Variant ID, model variant ID is optional, but required in classifieds, create many input. Interesting, so let's just go to our classified. Model variant ID should be optional. There we go. To make that optional, run Prisma db push. Okay, that looks good. So we can just quickly go here and say, we say const result equals await prisma.classified.create many. We can say data is going to be classifieds data. We can skip duplicates. And the reason we do that is to prevent any duplicate errors from duplicate slugs. Okay, and then say console.log. Usually this returns a value batch payload. So classifieds seeded total of result.count classifieds seeded. Okay, let's try it. Run Prisma db seed. In fact, before I do that, I'm just going to quickly check. Yeah, that looks fine. So run Prisma db seed, and it doesn't work. Okay. Prisma.make.find many. The slug issue. Okay, I think I need to install another package. Bun add slugify instead of slug. So slugify. There we go. Now that should work. Nice. Total of 25 classifieds seeded. Let's check the database. Classifieds. Boom. There we go. 25. Ideal. So now that we've got our classifieds seeded, we can move on. In this section, we installed Faker to create mock data for classifieds. We built randomized fields for realistic seed data. We used create many with skip duplicates to handle slug collisions. We set up price, currency, and added various enums. We used Faker to help assign random enum values during seeding. We verified seeded data in the Postgres database. We installed and configured the Slugify package. And we used the Slugify package and ensured that each classified's title in VRM becomes a unique slug. In the next section, we're going to seed the database with image data for classifieds. Okay, next on the cards is to create some images, because although we've created the classifieds, we haven't got any images for them yet. So we'll start by creating images.seed.ts file. So we're going to export an async function, seed images. And then we are going to say const classifieds equals await prisma.classified.find many. We get all the classifieds. Then we want the classified IDs. So we're going to do const classified IDs equals classifieds.map classified, and then classified.id. Got all the classified IDs. Then we want to loop over these classified IDs of classified IDs. So we're looping over those, and we're saying const image. We're going to give this type of prisma.image create input, and that's going to equal source. And now we're going to create a file here in our source directory, and it's going to be in a config folder, and we're going to call it constants. I want to export const image sources from this. and we're going to call this one classified placeholder. And the reason we're doing this at the moment is just for the sake of the tutorial. We're actually going to create an S3 bucket at some point, but for now, I've already created that S3 bucket, and we're just going to pull in some image from here. So car dealer website.s3.eu.amazonaws.com/next S3 uploads /stock/classified placeholder.jpg. So this is an image in an S3 bucket, and we're going to create the S3 bucket and upload these images later. So I got these images from Adobe Stock. You can see we've got some images here. The image that I just referred to there is this one. So if I paste that URL in, you can see we've got this placeholder image, and I got that from Adobe Stock. And that's been uploaded to the S3. We will create that bucket later. And I just want to show you now how we're seeding the database. So I'm going to say image sources dot classified placeholder. So that's the source attribute for the image. And then we're going to do alt, and we're going to use faker here. lorem.words2, so that just gives 2 words to the alt text for the image. And then we're just going to say classified connect ID, and we're going to do classified ID like that. So that connects to classified ID. And there's one more thing we need to do here, which is the blur hash property. This is the interesting part. So here we have this blur hash property, and what we need to do is we need to install some packages. So we're going to say bun install -g, so global thumb hash, because we want to install this on our computer, the thumb hash package. And then we want to install into our repository the unlazy package. So bun install unlazy. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to run a command. Actually, sorry, I think I just realized we need to install bun thumb hash CLI as well. So actually we don't need to install the thumb hash package globally. We need to install thumb hash CLI. And then we've got that image, this one here, from Adobe Stock, and I put it into the S3 bucket. We've got this image. Just want to move it into our, so if I move from desktop classified placeholder to our repository, so now that's in our repository. Now I just want to run the command thumb hash, and I just want to do classified placeholder like that. So that gives me this little thumb hash snippet, which is basically a very minified version, a blurred image. And so we can see that is represented here. So you can upload an image on this GitHub Pages website. You can upload the image and it'll turn it into a thumb hash, and see that's what you get. We've got that now, but Next.js doesn't just take in the image component, it doesn't take in a thumb hash. We need to now convert that thumb hash into a base64 image. And we do that using a function from the unlazy package, and that's create png data URI. Yeah, you see here you got blur hash, thumb hash. I think we should use thumb hash. I think they're one and the same, but thumb hash just makes it slightly easier. So we're going to paste in what we just generated here like that. So that will convert it into a base64 image. And then we just want to simply say await Prisma image create, and we're going to say data is image. Simple as that. Then we can go to our seed file, comment this out. We can say await seed images, pass in the Prisma instance. All right, let's try and run that. Great, that looks like it worked. Now if we just check our database, we can see we've got some images and we've got some base64 blur hashes, which should allow us to render some blurry images on initial load for those classifieds. In this section, we created an images seed process linking placeholder images to each classified. We connected images in the Prisma schema by classified ID. We used thumb hash and unlazy to generate a base64 blur placeholder. We created a seed file for storing images in the database. And we stored the placeholder string in the database for each image. In the next section, we're going to start building out the UI. Now that I've cleared my screen and I just want to delete this classifieds placeholder, we can move on to building out the UI with all that data that we've created. So I'm going to exit that, put this into full screen mode on the left, this on the right. I'm going to run bun dev, and we're going to go to localhost. So let's start by opening our layout, and I'm going to zoom in a bit so you can see this a bit better. Let's just do like that and move this across. Okay, so now you should be able to see that a bit better. Hopefully the previous content wasn't hard to see. So we're going to start by bringing in some fonts. Mullish is a font from Google Fonts. Import Mullish, and we'll also bring in Roboto. Next font Google. I'm going to say weight variable, subsets Latin, and variable we're going to use is font heading. And then display is going to be swap. And similarly with Roboto, we'll have something similar. $400 Latin, and we're going to say font body. Okay, in order to get these in, we're going to use that CN utility, which is something provided by shadcn UI. And what it does is it just merges class names in a way that makes you not have to write too many conditional statements. In addition to that, we're going to add overscroll none. What that does is it makes desktop, you can drag screens. In fact, let me see if I'm able to do it now. See that? See how it's dragging? Well, with overscroll none, you don't get that, which is a good thing. It makes it more feels more solid. And then we're just going to do BG background. Then we're going to write comma, and we're going to do roboto.variable and mullish.variable as well. Now we can use these font heading and font body in our globals.css. For now, we'll leave it as is. We're going to add some packages. Uninstall NextJS top loader. So uninstall NextJS top loader. We're also uninstall Nux, which allows us to modify query parameters in the URL with ease. And then we're also going to add a toaster. Bunx shadcn add toast. What's going on here? Something strange has happened. Very odd. Bun add, bun install, bun add, bunx shadcn latest add toast. Don't know what's going on here. Okay, it's added it. There we go. Took its time. So we've got our toast. We're going to import that. Import toaster from UI toaster, and then we just want to put that right at the end. So toaster. Then we also want to import our Next.js top loader. Like that. And add that here. We're going to give that a show spinner equals false. And finally, we're going to import Nux adapter for Next.js app router like that. And we're going to wrap our children. Actually, we can bring this down here. Wrap the children in this. As this is a provider, gives us the ability to use Nux throughout the application. So fire on dev, refresh. Okay, looks like I need to install Lucid. Add Lucid React. Dev, refresh, class variance authority. So okay, looks like because we have upgraded Tailwind to the latest version, it isn't creating any of these packages or installing things as it should be. So let me see, toaster. Use toast, Lucid React. Is this even installed? Yes, that is. Class variance authority is. What about this? React, use toast, yeah. Okay. Called isn't the client, but it's not possible to include a client function from the server. Use toast. Oh, why didn't this have use client in it? Very odd. Okay. So we've got use client in there, and let's just say, let's call this car dealer website, and with AI. Refresh, you can see that's now car dealer website up there. Okay, that looks good. Let's quickly go over to our globals.css. And we've got this theme variable. We just want to add font heading, var -- font heading, which we created earlier, Cambria serif. And then we do the same for font body -- font body, and then no total color energy. Save that, and let's see, what is our header in? Font family's Arial at the moment, so let's just go back to here, and then just look for our base. H1, H2, H4, H5, H6. We're going to apply font heading. There we go. All right, so now that's changed font, that looks much better. And then on the body, we're going to say apply BG background, text foreground, and font body. So we're going to create a new folder in the app directory, and it's going to be presentation, meaning the front end. And since it's got brackets around it, that means it will be ignored in the URL. I'll just show you. Better than me explaining it, but useless. So grouped path routes Next.js. Yeah, so organize routes without affecting the URL path. To organize routes without affecting the URL, create a group to keep related group routes together. Folders in parentheses will be omitted from the URL. Even though routes inside marketing and shop share the same URL hierarchy, you can create different layout for each group by adding a layout file inside their folders. So that's what we're going to be doing. Get rid of this. So we've got our presentation. We just want to create inventory and a page in here. So I just do export default async function inventory page, and I return h1 hello. So that's our inventory page. Currently it's using the layout here, but we are going to create a layout here in the inventory or in the presentation room. We're going to say export default function presentation layout, and we're going to return, let's just return the children for now. Props with children. Okay, so let's just visit inventory, /inventory. You can see we've got our hello from here. So in order to get our data from the database, we're going to create a function that isn't a server action, but rather a function that simply retrieves data, since we are in a server component at the moment. So get inventory is actually going to be an async function that takes in search params. And in fact, we need to create a type here. If I just go into our types, or I need to create types, types.ts, I'm going to say export type awaited page props. Actually, page props for now. And that is going to be a params with promise params, which we're going to create, and search params, which is going to be a promise x string, and that's going to be string or string array or undefined. And the params, what's that going to be? That is going to be x string, string, or string array. Then we need to also export a awaited. Recent version of Next.js has, need to give this a recent version of Next.js has actually made it so that search params and params are now promises that need to be resolved. So this is after the promise has been resolved or after they've been awaited. We've got this type here, which just wraps it in awaited page props params like that, search params like that. So this one here is going to be the page props, and this one here is going to be the awaited page props. But well, we don't need the params, we just need the search params. So the awaited page props, search params like that. Now we can open up this and we can say return array for now. So when we do that, const classifieds equals await get inventory, and then we do props.search params, or actually, sorry, no, we do const search params equals await props.search params, and then we do search params like that. We console.log classifieds. You can see we get this empty array here. We're going to start by getting the count of classifieds. For now, we're just going to do count equals await Prisma dot classified dot count. Let's just put that in here. Count 25. Okay, we've got 25 classifieds. So we can go ahead and start adding some packages that we'll use to create the UI. So first of all, we're going to need framer motion. So that's going to be for the favorites. Add framer motion. And then also we're going to need HTML, React, parser, as well as sanitize HTML. Because when we create classifieds in the admin dashboard that we build later, the description of the classified is going to be in HTML using the tiny MCE package, which we can also install for now. /tiny MCE React. I missed that. So we'll start by creating the card, and we're going to create that in the component folder here. We're going to create a new folder, which is going to be inventory. which are the components for the inventory, and that's going to come outside of the UI. So it is adjacent to the UI directory. In here, we're going to call this component the classified card. And we're going to export const classified card, and then I'll say props any for now. And okay, so for now I just want to return a div with aspect of 3.2 and relative, call that relative. In here, we're going to have a link, Next.js link, with a href, and we're going to create a new, in our config here, we're going to create a new file, and that is going to have export const routes equals an object, and let's just do home. That's the home route. And then let's just do single classified. It's going to take in a slug, and it's going to return /inventory /slug, like that. So this is going to be routes dot single classified, and we're going to pass in slug like that, but we haven't got it yet, but that's where the slug is going to be. And then I'm going to add an image from Next.js here. And we're going to give that a placeholder of blur. And the blur data URL is going to be the URL that we created earlier. So that's going to be, if we just make a type here, interface classified card props, and we're going to bring in the classified here, and that is going to be classified on Prisma types, Prisma generated types. So classified card props, I'm going to open that up, destructure that, and then the classified is going to have an image, type classified with images equals Prisma dot classified get payload, and that allows us to get the payload of a classified but also include images. And then we can just replace this with this. So we've got classified dot images 0 dot blur hash, like that. Okay. The source is going to be classified dot images dot source, alt to be that. Class name is going to be object cover, fill will be true, and then the quality we're going to give it 25 for now. So now that we've got our image, we can just kind of test this and see what it looks like. So in this page, let's just make this a div, and it's going to have a class name of grid calls 1, and then for this we want to map over our classifieds. So let's just do return prisma dot classified dot find many. Don't need anything in there. Okay. Classifieds dot map classified return classified card. I'm going to pass in our classified like that, and a key which can be classified ID. Okay, so that's not working because we need to include images true like we did before. Okay, now let's just refresh this. Great, so we need to go to our Next.js config. We need to say images, remote patterns, and that is just going to be a what is remote patterns again? There's an array of host name. Okay, so an array of host name could be anything. Right, try refresh now. There we go. So you see we got our blurred image initially, and now we have our images. So we're actually going to make this a bit more modular. We're going to create a classifieds list.tsx. We want to export const classifieds list equals props classified list props. interface classifieds list props. And here we are going to have classifieds. This is going to be that type that we created earlier. So I'm going to move this into types, export. Okay. Save that. Yeah, same one. That's classified with images, but we are going to make that an array. And so open this, const classifieds equals props. Export const equals, oh, missed that. Return a div. We just want to bring this div in. So let me just make this that for now. Bring this div in like that, but we're going to give it a grid calls 2, nd grid calls 3, xl grid calls 4, and then gap 4. And inside this is where we want to bring this code. So I'm going to get classifieds list in here. Ooh. And it's going to have a classifieds prop equals classifieds. That should be a capital C. And we should be able to import that like that. And of course, tidy this up a bit. There we go. So we don't really need this anymore for now, but we'll leave it there. Classifieds lists, and then we'll just paste in that code we copied before. Get the classified card. Okay, that looks a bit better. Open this, and we'll continue building out our classified card. So we'll just wrap this in a div. I'm going to give it a few classes. It's going to be BG white, relative, rounded. Remember, this is the card. Shadow, overflow, hidden, flex, and flex call. Okay, then underneath the link, and that is going to have a class name of absolute, top 2.5, right 3.5, BG primary, text slate 50, font bold, px2, py1, rounded. This is going to include our price. Have a p in here with a class name of text xs lg text base xl text lg, and then font semi-bold. And we're going to just put in our price here for now. So classified.price. Okay, you can see what that looks like. We need to actually create our primary color. So I'm going to go to our globals. And just to save time, I'm going to paste in our base. So where's our base? Here. So just going to paste that in like that. And some additional variables here. Okay, so you can see I've just got some colors and stuff like that. So this is usually auto-populated by ChadCN when you use CSS variables. It's just we didn't go through the normal process of that. So now you can see BG primary is showing. And that's our price. So I want to just open up this, and I want to say div class name equals p4 flex call space y3. And then that's going to have a div initially with a link inside, and I'm just going to copy this link here. We're going to take out the image and replace that with the classified title. And I'm going to give this some, we can also replace this classified.slug. And we can replace this as well, classified.slug. But I'd also like to give this a class name just to style the title a bit. I'm going to do that with text sm md text base LG text, LG font semi-bold, line clamp 1. So that clamps the line to one line, so if the title is ever more than one line, it doesn't allow that to go into the next line. Transition colors, and then hover text primary. So let's just see, yeah. Cool. Then for our description, we're going to say if classified.description, give that an optional chain there, and we're going to say div with a class name text xs nd text sn xl text base text gray 500 and line clamp 2. And now what we want to do is we're going to create a utility component. So we're going to just create this in a new shared folder like that. It's going to be called HTML parser. So we're going to export const HTML parser, and that's going to take in some HTML, and it's going to, HTML is just going to be a string. And then we're going to say const sanitized equals, and here's where we use some packages we installed earlier. Import sanitize HTML from sanitize HTML, because I need to add some types. Add at types sanitize HTML-D. Okay. That looks good. And then we're also going to import parse from HTML React parser. So sanitize is sanitize HTML. So we sanitized it, and then we're parsing it. So parse sanitized. And if we want, we can just bring this into one line actually, like that, and return. Like that. Okay, that's where we're going to use this HTML parser, and we're going to just pass in the HTML, which is going to be the classified.description. Okay, and then one other thing is we're going to add a and NBSP like that, and that is used for equal spacing across each card in the grid. Because if we didn't have that, see, is there any descriptions coming through here? Need to refresh. Yeah, so let's say one of these has one line. Let me see if I can bring it into one line. Okay, never mind, I can't do it, but let's just say one of these has one line of text and the other one doesn't, it has two. It would mess up the spacing, whereas with this, it always keeps the spacing correct. Next, we're going to move on to a user, a UL, unordered list, and that is going to have a class name of text XS, Sam, text gray, 600, XL flex, grid calls 1, grid rows 4. MD is going to have grid calls 2, grid rows 4, item center justified between, and W full. And here we're going to create a function, and this is going to be called get key classified info. And this is for the metadata around the classified, so such as classified with images. So all the enums that we have, like fuel type, etc., are going to be in here. So we're going to return an array of objects, and each one is going to have an ID, Odo reading, an icon, which is for Odo reading, we're going to have gauge, circle, class name is going to be W4, H4, and then the value is actually going to be a template literal string, and it's going to be the classified.odo reading and classified.odo unit. So we're actually We're going to basically create some helper utility functions for all of these. So we're going to have a format number for this. We're going to have a like a mapping object to format the odometer unit, and for every other enum, because enums are stored as capitalized or uppercase in the database, and they also are not allowed to have spaces. So we need to be able to format them. So we're going to create helper utilities to format each enum. So the next one is going to be ID transmission. Icon is going to be a cog, class name, and then the value is going to be classified.transmission. Then ID, fuel type, icon, fuel, class name, and then it's going to be classified.fuel type. And then one more, color. That's going to be paintbrush 2, be color there. So yeah, as I said, we're going to have a format color function for each one of these. But for now, let's just go back to here, and what we want to do is we want to say get key classified info, pass in the classified, filter out any values which, you know, if there is no value. So actually, basically, if there is no value, make this optional here, optional here, optional. In the case that this is undefined, it's going to be filtered out. So b.value.map, and then we can just destructure. I swear there's fireworks every single day near my house. Wow, so those fireworks lasted about 20 minutes. Okay, I realized I forgot to call this key classified info like that. And okay, ID, icon, and value. Then we're just going to return a list item. Key equals ID. Last name is going to be font semi-bold, flex XL, flex call, items center, and gap X 1.5. And in here, we're going to have the icon and the value. Okay, and you can see that's now responsive as well. But as you can see, it's all caps lock. It looks stupid like that. So, which is why we're going to create those helper utilities. And so we'll start just now by creating them. And what we want to do is we want to create a function, format number, num, number or null. Then we're going to have some options, and they're going to be the Intel number format options. That is going to be if no num, return 0. Otherwise, return new Intel.number format engb options.format num. So that's the format number. We're going to just pop that in here to give the odometer reading some 1000 separator. So you can see now that's got a comma there. Then for the odo unit function, odo unit formatter, format odometer unit, and that's going to take in a unit, which is going to be odo unit. And we're going to return unit equals odometer unit, since there's only 2, dot miles is going to just return mi, else km. So wrap that in this. Okay, you can see now we've got this. In fact, we can just make these lowercase. Then we have transmission, so function format transmission, and we are going to switch case transmission dot automatic. Actually, again, we can just do return transmission equals transmission dot automatic. We're going to return automatic. Otherwise, we're going to return manual. And then for fuel type function, format fuel type, and we're going to return a switch, or we're just going to write a switch case with fuel type case. If it's petrol, return petrol case. Fuel type is diesel. Copy these. Diesel, electric, and hybrid. And for the default, we'll just return unknown. Okay. Finally, color. So function format color, color switch, color case, color black, return. Okay. Just get all the colors here. So white, silver, red, blue, brown, gold, green, gray, orange, pink, purple, yellow. Is going to be unknown. Okay. And so really what we should be doing here is this. Okay, just checking that it exists. Okay, so now we've formatted these. You can see they look a lot better now. Moving on, we'll be implementing the last bit of the card. So we're going to implement the last bit of the card by opening up another div. And this is the footer of the card. Last name equals empty for flex call. And then when screens are large, we say flex row space y2, give it some spacing on the vertical axis, lg space y0, no spacing, lg gap x2, spacing on the horizontal axis, and then the w full. And then we are going to import a button. Do we have a button here? Button. Let's have a look. Components, UI. No, we don't have a button. So Bonex Scherzian add button. All right. Add this. Okay, so button. Import our button with a class name of flex1, transition colors, hover border white, hover bg primary, hover text white, py2, lg py 3.5, h full, text extra small, nd text sm, xl text base. So there's our button. We need to add a few more props. I'm going to give this an asChild prop because we want to use a component as a child, which is going to be a link element. I'm going to give this a variant of outline and a size of small. And then we're going to use a link here. Just copy this. And we're going to change some classes here. The only difference being we don't have the different colors on here. So text XS, MD text SM, and then XL text base. As child, yep. We don't have outline and we keep the small. And then, yeah, we're going to give this a href of routes.singleClassified. And then we're going to call this view details. This one is going to be our reserve button. I'm going to have another route which is from our routes, but we need to create that. And that is going to be reserve. And we're going to take in a slug, and we're going to also take in a enum, which is going to be step. We need to create that enum in our types. Enum multi-step form enum, and we're going to have welcome equals 1, select date 2, submit details. So that's for our reserve flow. And we're going to put this as inventory /slug /reserve with a query parameter of step, and that's going to be step. Okay, so routes.reserve, going to pass in the classified.slug, and then we're going to have multi-step form enum dot welcome. Okay, let's see how we're getting on now. Nice. That's looking good. In this section, we organized Next.js layouts, pages, and a presentation folder. We structured server components for listing classifieds. We implemented fonts using Google Fonts. We implemented styles with Tailwind utility classes for global styling. We set up a new inventory page to display classifieds in a grid. And we built a classified card component to show each listing's image, price, and a brief description and other key information. In the next section, we're going to add favorites using Redis sessions, cookies, and an API post request. Okay, so now we are going to start with the favorites, and we want to start by adding a favorite button. So for the favorite button, we are going to add that in between the price, which is here, and the link. And we're just going to create a component first. It's going to be favorite button export const favorite button equals props and interface favorite button props. And then we're going to return a button with a variant of ghost, a size of icon, and a class name of CN dynamic class name, because we want to be able to pass in some conditional variables here. Absolute, top 2.5, left 3.5, rounded full, Z10, group H6, W6. We probably need to make these important. LG8, LG W8, XL, XL, W10. And then close that off like that. And also inside the button, we're going to have a heart icon from Lucid React. And that's going to have a class name. Also put that in like this. That's going to have a duration of 200. Transition colors, ease in out, width 3.5, and H height 3.5. And then LG width 4, LG H4, XL6, XLH6, text white. There's our heart icon. So let's just see what happens when we bring in our favorite button here like that. Okay. Okay, that looks pretty good. If we go right back up to our page, we actually need to get the favorites, and we need to get them from somewhere. Basically, store favorites in a Redis session. So what we're going to do is we're going to create or install Redis spun add apt upstash or upstash. Okay, so we can add upstash rate limit and upstash Redis. In our lib directory, we're going to create a new Redis store.ts. We're going to import Redis from upstash, and then we're going to do const redis equals redis dot from env, and so it's going to get our environment variables from env, which we will go and get in a moment from upstash. So Redis is not local. Oh, I meant to put Redis. Okay, so let's get our environment variables. So we need to go over to upstash and create a new account. I've actually got an account, but for the sake of this tutorial, I will create an account. And I'm going to put dev@tlab.js. Sign up. Okay. There's upstash. Confirm. Okay, dev@tlab.js. Okay, we click create database. And we just call it cdw, Guardian website. I'm in Ireland or near Ireland. I'm in London, so closest would be Ireland, free. And then we're going to go to our, down here. So we're just going to copy these, go to our .env, and that is going to be upstash rest URL. And we also want to copy this, copy that. Okay. So now if I just close all of this, move that back. So now this from env will just automatically get those environment variables because it knows the names to look for. The next thing we want to create is a source ID. So if I just open up this and I put in here source ID.ts. What this is it allows us to uniquely identify each user based on their cookies in their browser so that they can store these favorites in their Redis session and it's uniquely identified to them. To do that, we import cookies, next headers. We also import the server only because the server only function install bun add UUID. So import v4 as UUID from UUID. And then we say const source ID key is equal to source ID. And we export concept source ID is equal to async. And then we do const cookie store equals wait cookies. Let source ID equal cookie store dot get source ID key dot value, right? So we're saying we're getting the cookie based on this key. And if this key doesn't exist, we basically set the key. Source ID equals UUID to a UUID like that. And then we store it in the cookie store. Set source ID key, source ID, and the options are going to be path. It's just going to be that, which is every path. Then we return source ID. Simple as that. So we set the source ID by checking if it exists. If it doesn't, we set it and we set it as a cookie and we return it. Then we want to get the source ID. So export const get source ID equals async const cookie store equals await cookies return cookie store dot get source ID key dot value. Okay, so now we've got our getter and our setter can actually create a route that is a route handler in our app. So we can create a new directory here, API. We're going to call this route favorites and then route.ts. So that's a route handler in Next.js. If you haven't learned about those already, I suggest you go to route handlers Next.js and look up this documentation. So basically it's an API, get request, post request, all of the APIs available here. So export const post, which is the request we're going to be making here. Request, and then we want to just say next request like that. Okay, and then const body equals await request.body. So we get, request.json. And then we're saying data error equals z for zod. We already have bun add zod. Going to import zod from here. I'm going to say z.object id z.number.int. So we want an ID of the classified that's being liked. We want to say .safe parse body. So we want to basically get the ID from the request body. So in fact, let me just break this out into its own schema. Const validate ID schema equals. We can actually move those into their own directory at some point as well. If no data, return next response.json. Error is going to be error.message, and the status is going to be 400. And then if type of data.id does not equal number, same again, 400, and the error message is going to be invalid ID. But yeah, that, to be honest, that shouldn't even be necessary because this schema here would actually do that anyway. Actually, no, it might not. It might. Let me leave it in there. Then we use our source, const source ID equal 8, set source ID. So we want to set it. And then we want to retrieve the existing favorites from Redis session. So this is also get the source ID from cookies. Then we say const stored favorites is equal to await Redis, which is our Redis store like that, dot get favorites. We're going to type our favorites, source ID. So I'm going to quickly go to our types. I'm going to say export interface favorites, and that's going to be ID, an array of numbers. Okay, so we've got an array of IDs. And then we say const favorites equals stored favorites or ID or that, because favorites is favorites. Then we say if favorites.ids.includes data.id, because we passed in an ID into the request body. Then we want to add or remove the ID based on its current presence in the favorites. Remove the ID if it already exists. So favorites dot IDs equals dot IDs dot filter fav ID does not equal data dot ID like that. Else to add the ID if it does not exist. Favorites.ids.push data.id. So we're pushing it into the array of numbers. Finally, we want to update the Redis store with the new list of IDs. Await Redis.set source ID JSON.stringify. We always need to do that when we're setting the JSON in this particular method. Favorites, I think, actually, maybe we don't. Let's see. And then revalidate path routes dot. Want to create a new route, favorites. And then return a response, because we always need to return a response from an API request. IDs, favorites.ids, and status 200. Okay. So now we've got our API, and you can call it. So I'm going to go to our constants file. I'm going to export const endpoints. Let's just make a new file here, endpoints. So this is our API endpoints. Bring this in. And that equals favorites. We're going to say /API/favorites. So that's our API endpoint. So we can go back to our favorite button, and we can actually call this API endpoint. But first, actually, let's just go to our page and say const favorites equals await Redis dot get. And we also need to get our source ID. Const source ID equals get source ID. Get, we can say that's favorites and source ID. Conditional here. Need to say await. All right. So let's just pass in the favorites here. Favorites. And also add it here. Favorites. That's going to be. And then pass it on again. Actually, that is not good. Let's have a look. Favorites or null. So let's see. Redis still get favorites. So actually, on this page, we can say favorites.ids or empty array. So if favorites exists, then we pass the IDs. So actually, we can change this to number. And same here. In our classified card, we actually can effectively start creating some state management for the favorites. So we say const is favorite, and then we set is favorite into the card because this is an individual card. Say use state favorites question mark if favorites exists, or favorites.length favorites.includes classified.id. In fact, this is always going to be an array, so we can just say favorite.includes classified ID, and then const is visible, set is visible, use state, and we're going to set that to true by default. And then we're going to have an use effect that's going to have an array of is favorite and path name, which we need to add. Use path name. Use path name is a hook from Next.js that gets us the current path name. We say if is not favorite and path name is equal to routes.favorites, because if we're on routes.favorites, we want to set is visible to false. Okay. That's just us preparing a little bit for when we build the favorites page. Now remember I installed frame motion earlier. We're actually going to bring in animate presence and frame motion. So import animate presence from framer motion. I'm going to wrap this card in the animate presence for that. And then we're also importing motion. We basically want to say is visible. And we want to show this. So I'm going to wrap this whole thing in is visible. And we're going to call this motion.div. Motion.div. We need to give this some special properties that apply to motion.div, which are initial, and that's going to be opacity 1, exit, and that's going to be opacity 0, transition, which is going to be duration 0.2, 200 milliseconds, and that should be it for now. So our favorite button, we want to pass our favorite button some props, which are going to be set is favorite, as well as is favorite. And finally, the classified ID. We just need to make this, these props here. So set is favorite is going to be is favorite boolean. And that's going to return nothing. Is favorite. It's going to be a boolean. And ID is going to be a number. Okay, let's check. Yeah, that was good. So now let's just destructure that. So const set is favorite, and ID. So we've got those variables. Const router equals use router. Just going to get this from Next.js. We're going to create a handle favorite function async. And then we're going to make that API request with this handler that we created before. So the route handler we created before, we're going to call that. And we're going to do that by abstracting away the API. I want to just go to lib. And I want to say API client.ts. And I want to install KY, a nice little package for this kind of thing. Import KY and type options from KY. KY is just probably a little wrapper around fetch, although I'm not sure. But it gives you a bit more kind of neat typing and stuff like that. So that's why we use this. And what this does is it exports an API variable where we use get t response. So we've typed this response here, URL string opts. It's going to be options. And then we ky.get URL opts .json t response, like that. So that's our get request. However, the one we just created is at post request, so we're going to create that as well. Post, basically copy this and just change this to post. So what does this do? Allows us to take in a type, and it just kind of cleans up. It's just a little, again, a wrapper around a wrapper around a wrapper. I quite like it. It just means I can say API.post rather than KY.post. So const IDs is what we're getting back from the API request. Await API.post, and we're getting back the IDs, and that is going to be a number array. And remember the endpoints we created before. Endpoints.favorites. That's it. I think, oh yeah, we need to just add the body. Can we call it, yeah, we call it JSON. So JSON is going to be ID, like that. If IDs includes ID, we set is favorite to true. So if the IDs that are returned from the API endpoint include the ID that we passed in for this card, then we set is favorite on this card to true. Else, we set is favorite to false. And then what we can do is set timeout and do a little router.refresh. We can just give that 250 milliseconds like that. So now we've got this is favorite, and that will either be true or false. So this is where we add it here. We say is favorite BG white, otherwise BG muted 15. Similarly, we say is favorite text pink 500, fill pink 500, otherwise group hover text pink 500, group hover fill pink 500. Okay, that was a lot of code written now. Let's see how it looks. Refresh. Okay, use router. Looks like we need to make this use client. And we also need to use this as well. So glad I saw that, otherwise I've been scratching my head for a while. Okay, refresh. Use effects, that's probably this one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so a moment of truth. Also, I don't really like the look of this. It doesn't have a cursor pointer, so let me just go to our button and let's just say cursor pointer. Yeah, that's a bit better. What is this color? Default, primary, hover, shadow, PG primary, destructive. What is this color? Okay, maybe that's a bit better. Right, let's try it anyway. So if I click that, look at that. Beautiful. So they're all, see if they turn off. Nice. So if I just add these three, I should have the ability to console.log these IDs. Let's see. IDs is 1. Let's refresh that. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, and 3. Refresh that. 1 and 2. 1 and 0. There we go. Okay, so we got favorites working. In this section, we created a UI favorite button on each classified card. We installed and configured Redis using upsert to store favorite listings by session. We created getSourceID and setSourceID functions with Next.js cookies to get and set Redis sessions. We created a post route handler for favorites. We introduced the KY library as a wrapper around fetch for cleaner request code. We created a lightweight abstraction API object with get and post request methods. And we conditionally set isFavorite state and triggered a refresh to re-render the UI. In the next section, we're going to add a sidebar and create custom pagination components. So now we're going to just tidy up the inventory page a bit. We're going to make it look a bit better in terms of styling. And we're going to do this by starting with wrapping it in a div. Give that a class name, flex, and then we're actually going to create a sidebar component for the filters, but we'll comment that out for now. We have another div here. And we're going to say class name is equal to flex1 p4 bg white, and then add another one. Get that class name of flex space y2 flex call lg flex row. Add some center, justify center eb4 and t1. Okay. Let's just make sure this is changing like that, so you can see there's a bit of spacing now. And then we're actually going to give it a title. So we want to basically count the amount of classifieds that are coming in here, which we'll do some filtering in the where clause after, but we're going to give this another div. Could just do div.flex, justify between items center w4, and this div here is just going to be above the classified list. We're going to say h2 dot text sm md text base lg text xl font semi bold min width fit. This is, we have found count classifieds. We have found 25 classifieds like that. And then we're also going to add on mobile at least, a filter here, which is basically the sidebar, but for mobile. So on a page like this, we've got a little icon up here. We can click to open a modal or a dialog with the filters from the sidebar. So that just gives us two ways to open those filters. And then we also want to add some pagination. So I'm just going to get out of this and say bun shadcn or bunx shadcn latest add pagination. Okay. So underneath this div, we're going to say pagination. And actually, let's just see what this looks like. Okay, can't see anything currently. That shouldn't look like that on full screen. Flex. Let's see. Okay, so for the pagination, actually, what we need to do is we need to create our own pagination, custom pagination component. So for our custom pagination component, it's going to be a client-side component. And we just want to import everything from pagination, from the shadcn pagination. So at components, UI pagination. So we're going to import pagination as pagination root, pagination content, pagination item, link, pagination next, pagination previous. Okay. And then we're just going to say interface, pagination props, export, const pagination or custom pagination. That's going to equal props with pagination props. So here we would like to just take in as the props the base URL, the total pages, max visible pages. We're going to give a value of 5, and then styles. Also, base URL is string, total pages is number, max visible pages is optional, and we're just going to say number or undefined. And then styles, pagination root, string, pagination previous, string, pagination next, string, pagination link, pagination link active. So we need these styles because we're going to be using this pagination in various places on our site, and each place is going to have a different style. So let's return the pagination root as the first element and give that our class name, styles.pagination root. And we have pagination content. That's going to have a class name of lggap4. And then we open our pagination item. Then it's previous, and we can just move on to the next one, which is going to be another pagination item. And that's going to be pagination link. Then we can move on to the next one, which is, there's going to be another one. So actually we're going to copy this and then copy this. And we're going to say pagination next. So, and then finally in the middle, we want to have our actual pages. Pages go here. Okay. Let's now that we've got our kind of structure of our pagination, we're going to create some query parameter hooks that update search params to give us new values. So the state of the pagination is going to be in the query parameters. So we're going to do this by saying const current page set page, and we're going to use a hook use query state from Nux. So I'm going to import that. Okay. And then the key here is going to be page. Give it a default value of 1, and then we're going to give it a parse, and that's going to be, it's going to take in a value, and it's going to parse it as a number, and return number.is not a number parsed, or parsed is less than 1, then we set it to 1, otherwise we set it to parsed. So basically, if the number is not a number, we move on to this condition, and if it's less than 1, we basically set it as 1. So it's always going to be 1, the default. And serialize as value equals value.toString. Finally, we need to add a method or a property here called shallow false, and this just means that each time someone changes the page in the URL, so it would look like this, page equals 1, 2, 3, 4. Each time someone updates that page, it refetches the data from the server function, which gets these classifieds. If we set shallow to true, it would update the URL, but it wouldn't refetch the data. And we're going to have another const visible range, and this is going to be React state. Start at 1, end math.min max visible pages and total pages. So that's our visible range, meaning the pages that are visible between the previous and the next buttons. So if you remember in the introduction, I showed you the pagination. So this is setting the amount of pages in the middle that are visible to the user. We're going to set a use effect, and we're going to say const half visible equals math.floor max visible pages divided by 2. New start is equal to math.max 1 math.min current page minus half visible total pages minus max visible pages plus 1. Okay, bear with me here. Const new end equals math.min new start plus max visible pages minus 1 total pages. And then finally, set visible range is going to be start, new start, and end, new end, like that. So that basically, this use effect dynamically changes max visible pages. So depending on which page you're on, it's going to need to dynamically update the max visible pages. Total pages, max visible pages. Well, depending on the max visible page, basically depending on these 3 variables and whether or not they change, this is going to need to change, right? The visible range is going to need to change. If the total pages is only 1, we need to make sure that, this is updated so that this becomes 1 effectively. Okay, then got another function, const create page URL. That's going to take in a page number. It's going to set the URL equals new URL. Give it a base URL, and then we're going to set basically this, at least in our local development, but we're going to turn that into an environment variable. So to do that, we first need to add a package, which is going to be bun add at t3 Next.js, like that. This package here, this is by Theo, you might have heard of him. And it's helpful because it allows us to just add an env file, env.mjs file like that. And then I could just ask AI to fill this out for me. So add the boilerplate file for at t3 oss env-next.js, like that. Generate. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. Okay, accept that. Get rid of these comments. Let's look at our current. Okay, so we've got a database URL upstash. That's all fine. So we can add some validation for these here. These are all server-side. So database URL already exists. That's going to be z.string.url, z.string. And then we're going to add one to our client here, which is going to be next public. Always starts with next public. If we're going to be using it on a use client component, that's going to be our app URL. Okay. And then we need to bring all of these into here like that in order to be able to use them. So if I just go process.env, and then I copy that, like that. So usually don't need this, it's usually good. Okay, so now I can use our env, which I'll import up here. And so we need to add that as a path in our paths in our tsconfig. So say @env is equal to an array, which is ./env.mjs, like that. Okay. Then we can just import it like that. I'm going to say .next public app URL. URL.searchparams.set page to page number to string. Return URL.string. So we've created the page URL there. And then finally, we just want one more function, which is handle ellipsis click. And that is, the ellipsis is just the 3 dots in between the previous button and page 1, and in between the last page and the next button. We have an ellipsis which effectively takes you to the either first page or last page. So direction, left or right, just tells us which direction. I'm going to say const new page is equal to direction left. If it is that condition, math.max1 visible range dot start minus max visible pages. Otherwise, math.min, set that to total pages, visible range dot end plus max visible pages. Set page, new page. Next steps, we are going to start using some of these functions and state, and then eventually we'll go up into the page and we'll pass down some of these variables or props. So for the handle previous pagination button, we don't actually need, we can just do that. And yeah. So for this one, for the pagination previous, and give it a class name of cn. I'm going to say current page is less than or equal to 1, and we're going to say this is hidden. We're going to give it styles.pagination previous. href is going to equal create page URL. It's going to be current page -1. Simple as that. And then on click, we also want to set the state. So this event handler e.prevent default here. Don't want the button to submit or anything like that. And we want to say if current page is more than one, set page, current page -1. Next, I'm going to do the next page. Class name, in fact, we could just copy the majority of this to the next page. However, instead, we're going to say if current page is less than total pages, current page +1. And then the create page URL also needs to be updated to +1. And then current page needs to be if more than or equal to total pages, then we hide it. And then this is going to be pagination next, like that. Okay. So let's just see where we're at here with the custom pagination. So I'm going to import that custom pagination, refresh this page, and it's giving me invalid environment variables. App URL received undefined. We need to actually define our app URL. Oh, that is going to be next. Just copy that here. Say HTTP localhost 3000. Back out of that and say source.env and then run bundeb again. Okay, so we don't have our styles here. We need to actually add our styles. So styles, let's just see, equals. So you can see now, after adding that styles prop, it's showing the ellipsis and the next page, and it's hiding the previous page because there is no previous page. We're actually going to add some props here. So base URL, that's going to be routes.inventory. Let's have a look. Routes. Okay, we need to add inventory /inventory. So routes.inventory, I'm not sure why. I need to restart our TypeScript server or something here. Yeah, there we go. Total pages, we can leave that as 1 for now. And then styles, we're going to give this a pagination root of hidden, and then XL flex justify end. Pagination previous, we give this no style, same with pagination next. The link is going to have a border none, active border, and then pagination with the link active is going to have nothing. Max visible pages is declared here. Okay, we need to give this like that. Okay, so we've added our styles, and that only brings it in here, you can see, when it's large. And so because I've got this total pages as 1, change that to 2, it should bring up the next button. But yeah, leave it, actually let's just leave it as 2 then. Actually, for the sake of this tutorial, I will just remove this hidden for now. The reason we add that is because we want to only show this one on large screens, and then we can show another one in a different location on small screens. So next we want to make our pagination item link dynamic. So we're going to wrap this in a condition, visible range.start more than 1. And we show that. Okay. give this a class of hidden LG block. Just some props here for the pagination link. Class name is going to equal styles.pagination link. href is equal to that on click e.prevent default, and then we're going to say handle ellipsis click left. Okay, we can copy all of this, and we can, in fact, we can just copy the whole thing, paste it here, change this to end, and we're going to give this less than total pages, which is our last page, will be the page number of total pages. Hidden LG block, pagination link, href, and then we just want to change this to right. So that just finally leaves us with rendering the actual pages themselves. And we're going to do that here. I'm going to say array.from. We're going to give this a length property of visible range.end minus visible range.start plus 1. We're going to open up a new function here. Say nothing, and then index. We're going to give that visible range.start plus index. So what is this doing? It's setting the array as a length of basically this number here, and then it's saying a callback function that sets the page number by saying visible range.start plus index. So based on the length, it returns the numbers which start from visible range.start plus index. And then we map over those page numbers, and we say return page number. So let's just see what that brings. You can see 1, 2, and if I was to change this to 10 or 9, let's say, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because our visible range is 5 at the moment. If I change max visible pages to 9, you can see it brings 9 like that. So going back to our page here, we need to, our pages, we'd say const is active equals page number is current page. And then we see let this attribute here, rel, is actually really good for SEO. It allows the search engines to, let's just return page number to get rid of these red lines. It allows the search engines to crawl each page in your paginated stack. And what we want to do is want to say if page number is equal to current page minus 1, rel equals prev, and if page number is current page plus 1, rel equals next, like that. And that's going to be used as a prop. So we're going to open our pagination item here, give it a key of page number, which will be unique. And then inside that, we want to use a pagination link. Again, important for SEO is to use a link, because if you dynamically show pages that are generated by JavaScript buttons, for example, they don't have the same attributes. You know, a link is something Google will crawl, whereas a button is not something Google's going to crawl. So open up that. This is for the rel attribute. We're going to spread. I'm going to use the spread operator. Rel, if it exists, rel, otherwise empty object, because otherwise we have basically an empty rel value where, you know, if we just say rel equals rel, we're always going to have a rel attribute, but then it's going to be an empty string, which we don't want, which is why we do that. Is active equals is active. And then what we want to do is href equals create page URL. That function we created before. We want to set that to page number. And we want to give it an on-click, same as the other page links, with an e.prevent default set page to page number, like that. And then just one final property, which is class name. That's going to be cn styles.pagination link, and then is active. And we want to say styles.pagination link active. Excellent. Okay, I think that is about everything for the pagination. So now let's just go back to our page and start bringing in these properties from our inventory page. So let's start by validating the page. So in our get inventory, we're going to validate a page. So we want to say const valid page is equal to z brazod dot string dot transform. I'm going to transform the value math dot max number value 1. Well, math dot math, and then we'll do optional. Then get the current page, say const page equals valid page or 1, and calculate the offset. That's going to be const offset is equal to page minus 1 times classifieds per page. So let's say we could just go to our constants, export our classifieds per page as 10, and we say classifieds per page like that. Why is this not page or zod optional type valid page? Ah, my bad. We actually need to parse this. Dot parse search params dot page, like that. We can actually bring this out into a schema here. Let's just make these a bit tidier. Const page schema pulls. Okay. So then we've got our offset and we've got our page. Now we can actually add skip, which is going to be our offset, and then take is going to be our classifieds per page. We want to take that many classifieds, and we want to include images, but we only want to take one image because we don't have a carousel on the card here. There's no point retrieving, you know, all the images. If there's 100 images per car, that's just so much data that we're returning unnecessarily. Okay, so let's just see. We just need to pass in. So we've got our inventory classifieds like that, passing in the parameters there. So that's dynamically updating how many classifieds we see. Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We can actually change that to, let's just do 3. Okay, now we've got 3 classifieds. So let's leave it at that for now. And now we just need to add the total pages here. So const total pages equals math.ceil. We're going to say count divided by classifieds per page. And we actually need to look into the where clause for both of these at some point soon. But for now, we can pass in our total pages into here. Okay. So the pages are actually not showing text black. Let's go back to our pagination. button variants. Sorry, that's the wrong one. We're looking for outline. BG background, hover BG accent. Okay, that's what's going on. BG primary. So that's for the link. Hover text accent foreground. Let's just do text black here. Let's see what's happening. That is strange. Must have to. So text primary, okay. Let's just try outline. Okay. That's quite funny actually. There is no text inside. So let's just remove that hover effect from these. Okay. Hover BG primary. No. Hover BG gray 50. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Let's actually try and render the buttons now. Yeah, that was my fault. Forgot the buttons here. Page member. Brilliant. That looks much better now. Okay, so page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 7, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then next button disappears. And yeah, it looks like our ellipsis isn't showing for some strange reason. Hidden LG block. Because it's not big enough. There we go. So our ellipsis, that should take us to the last page. That'll take us to the first page. Okay. Pagination seems to be working now. All right, so the next thing we're going to work on is going to be the sidebar. And we want to basically create a sidebar that filters through these classifieds. So we'll first of all just quickly update the classifieds per page. So we're going to update that to 9. We've got 9 classifieds per page. And then we want to just create a new component called sidebar. Create a new component in the inventory called sidebar. And here I'm going to give this a use client and export const sidebar equals min max values and then search params. These 2 props and sidebar props. Interface sidebar props. Min max values is just going to be any for now, and we're going to extend weighted page props like that. So import our router, as we'll be using this to update the page URL, and then also filter count, set filter count, because we want to show the filter count in the sidebar. We're also going to have a query states variable and a set query states using use query states from Nux. Use query states, not use query state. This allows us to add more than one. And here we're going to say parse as string with default. And we are going to copy this a few times because we want a few of these. So model variant, min year, max year, min price, min reading, max reading, currency, odo unit. We'll just keep making more here till we've got all of them. Transmission, fuel type. These are all the fields in the database that we can filter by. Body type, color, doors, seats, and ULEZ compliance. And then, just like we did before, we're going to open up another object and give this shallow false so that it refreshes the data every time the search parameters are updated in the URL. Next, we're going to have a use effect. This is going to take in the search params as the dependency array. And this is for our filter count. So const filter count is going to equal object.entries search params as record string dot filter key value key does not equal page, because we'll also have a page param here and we want to ignore that, and value dot length. So we want to ignore the page in the filter count because that is not a filter that we're applying necessarily. That is the pagination. Then we're going to say set filter count to filter count like that. Okay. Then let's just return our component here, div. Going to give this a class name of py4. Width is going to be 21.25 rem. bg white, border r, border muted, hidden, lg block for now. So let's just call this sidebar and see if we can bring this into the layout. Sorry, not the layout, the page. In fact, you know, we could have made a sidebar in a layout. However, we're not able to get the search params from a layout. So if you go to layout, search params, Next.js, and unlike pages, layout components do not receive search params props. This is because a shared layout does not re-render during navigation, which could lead to stale search params between navigations. When using client-side navigation, Next.js automatically only renders the part of the page below the common layout between the two routes. For example, in the following directory structure, layout and dashboard settings and analytics, like that. When navigating from dashboard settings to dashboard analytics, in dashboard analytics will re-render on the server while dashboard layout will not re-render because it's a common UI share between the two routes. So unfortunately, we need to re-render every time the search parameters are updated, and we do this by passing the search params into the filtering with the database into the database query where clause and the count where clause. So unfortunately, we cannot include the sidebar in the layout. If the sidebar didn't have you know, any filtering, then we probably could include it in the layout, but for this case, we can't. So we've got our sidebar. We're going to include it in our page. Sidebar there. Okay, min max values null for now. Search params. There we go. We got our sidebar. So I'm going to quickly show you what we're going to do with this filter count. So if I just put div like that, close that off, and we say dot text lg dot font semi-bold dot flex dot justify tween dot px4, and I press tab. That is using Emmet, by the way. I think it's Enersun extension. So yeah, if you have any questions about my extensions of which one that is, let me know in the comments and I will fetch it for you and tell you what it is. Then we have a span of filters and we have a button. This button is not going to be the Shadcn UI button, and it's just going to say clear all filter count, and if it's not 0, we open some brackets like that in a template literal string, and we open some brackets like that as well, and we say filter count or null, like that. So we've got clear all, and then we've got our brackets. So for example, if I just say make equals Audi, you can see we've got one filter there now. And if I say and model equals Audi RS6, refresh that, you can see we've got two there. And then we're going to just clear those in a sec. So type equals button, on click equals clear filters. I'm going to just create this clear filters function. Clear filters equals const URL URL routes.inventory. So if we look at the structure of this, you can see this is the path effectively, and then this is the base URL, which is going to be env.nextPublicAppURL. And then we're going to say window.location.replace URL.toString. Set filter count 0, like that. A couple more. Aria disabled is going to equal no filter count. Class name is going to be cn text sn text gray 500 py1, and then we're going to say if no filter count, then disabled opacity 50, pointer events none, cursor default, otherwise hover underline. All right, so you can see that now. Oh, and we want also cursor pointer. So now when I clear these filters, done, like that. In this section, we created a sidebar for advanced filters, make, model, model variant, etc. We built reusable pagination UI component with Next.js links and SEO-friendly attributes. We implemented navigation, page number links, and ellipsis. We used URL query parameters to manage the current page. We implemented shallow routing to ensure new data is pulled from the server. We added an env file and reference with a typed approach using T3 OSS env package. In the next section, we're going to build search and filtering components. We're also going to add a div here, which just gives it some spacing. Go into the next section. We're going to add a search input. P4, this is going to have search input, which we're going to create. So if I just add it to here, search input tsx, use client, export const search input equals props. We're going to have search input props, interface search input props, extends react.input HTML attributes HTML input element. So we get the standard props from the HTML input element, and then we're going to add a class name like that, so we can change the style depending on where the search input is located. So const class name, and then we're just going to get the rest of the props. Okay, we're going to use query state here. So set search, use query state. I'm going to set that to shallow false again. I'm going to add a ref, input ref here with HTML input element as the type, and I'm going to give it null for now. The ref is just for clearing the search, basically. So const handle search is going to be use callback, and we want to use another package here called debounce. Bun add debounce, and we are going to import debounce from debounce like that. This function is going to be debounce func. Going to take in a t, extends, args any, return any, and it's going to have a func which is going to be t, await, number, and opts, immediate boolean. Okay, and then we're going to return debounce and pass in these parameters, func, wait, opts. That's our debounce function. So in our callback, we're going to say debounce func, open that up. We're going to pass in the function. That's the first parameter, which is going to have a value of string. Open that up. We're going to set search here to value or null. Next parameter, we're going to set the amount of time to wait, which is going to be 1 second. And then we're going to give it an immediate of false. And finally, we need to give our use callback a dependency array, which it has no dependencies. Okay, let's return our search input, which this is going to be a form of class name relative flex1. It's going to have the search icon, absolute left 2.5, top 2.5, h4 width 4, text gray 500, and then an input, which we don't have yet, so we need to actually add bunx shadcn add input. We can now import this. So that's going to have a ref of input ref, a default value of q, which is our search value, or empty string, a class name, and that's going to be cn, make it dynamic, open that up, pass in our class name, and also pl8. OnChange, which we need to create our OnChange handler, and type text, and then the rest of the input props we've passed in. So let's create our OnChange handler. So const OnChange is equal to e, and we want change event from our React types HTML input element. Going to get const new value is equal to e.target.value. And then we're going to handle search new value. Simple as that. Okay, and now we can bring that into here. Next, we're going to add a if there is a value. We want to be able to clear the search, and we want to add an X icon for that. Add a class name here of absolute right 2.5, top 2.5, h4, w4, text white, bg gray 500, p 0.5, rounded full, cursor pointer. And then we're going to have an on-click handler we need to create. So that's going to be const clear search equals no props there, set search null, and if input ref dot current input ref dot current dot value is equal to empty string, like that. We can copy this, paste it in here, save this, and let's just double check. Okay, that all looks good. Let's see if we can import this. Oh, bun dev. Let's refresh this. Okay, we've got our search input. We just need to add a placeholder of search classifieds. Class name here. W full, px3, py2, border, rounded MD, focus outline, hidden, focus ring 2, focus ring blue 500. So the next thing we're going to do is the filters. So we want to add the taxonomy filters. This is going to be a div class name p4 space y2. And we're going to create a new component for the taxonomy filters, which is the make, the model variant, because each one of these depends on the previous one. When I select a make, it filters the models. When I select a model, it filters the model variants. So taxonomy filters is going to be a new component in inventory. Taxonomy filters tsx. It's going to be use client export const taxonomy filters equals props taxonomy filters props, and we want to make an interface of taxonomy filters props with extending awaited page props again, because we want the search parameters here. That'll be handle change e change event HTML select element this time, not an input element, and returns void like that. Save those. Okay. So here we need to install the select. So we're going to say bunx shadcn add select for the drop down menu. So let's just run this again. So let's just take a look at our select. Where is it? Select. Okay. In fact, we can kind of create our own custom select here. So we want to create a custom select. We don't want to use the Radix shadcn one. We actually want to create our own. So we want to say import type React from React. Interface select props extends select HTML attributes and then HTML select element. Going to have a label, string, the value, string, options, the label, string, value, string. That's going to be an array of options. On change, it's going to be e change event, HTML select element, void. Class name of string, which is optional. Select class name, string, which is optional as well. And then no default prop, which is going to be Boolean. So we can say const select equals, and then we're going to say props, select props. And we're going to just destructure these props here. So copy that, paste in here, comma, equals props. And then any additional props, which will be rest. I'm going to return a div with a class name of cn nt1, class name like that. I'm going to say label, and the label, if there is a label, you want a h4. Class name is equal to text sn and font semi-bold. Label like that. Then another div.mt1, bit of margin from the label, and then a select. And inside our select, no default and option, it's going to have a value of empty string. And it's going to say select here, like that. So that will be our no default. And then options.map option. We're going to return option key equals option.value and value equals option.value. And then we're going to have option.label as the actual UI piece. Need to add some props here. So our onChange handler is going to be onChange. Value is going to be value or empty string. Class name cn select class name disabled e.g. gray 100 w full px3 py2 border input, border, rounded MD, focus, outline, hidden, custom select. Class we're going to create, appearance, none, PR12, BG, no repeat. Export this. Okay, so we've got our select now. Let's return. Well, before I forget, we are going to quickly go to our globals. We're going to add a .custom select. Just going to have moz appearance, none, WebKit appearance, none, appearance, none. Background is going to be URL. We're going to open that up and I'm going to say data, image, SVG plus XML, UTF-8, comma, SVG, XMLNS equals http www.w3.org/2000/svg viewbox equal 002424. Close that. Fill is going to equal to gray, and then close the SVG there, and then say path D equals N710L5 55-5Z. Close that, and then close the SVG. We're going to give that a no repeat, and then a background position of right 0px center. Okay, now let's just import our select here. Select with a label of make, a name of make, a value of, need to import our const search params, props, value of search params dot make as string, an on change handler, just leave this like that for now, and then options, which is going to be our makes here, which I'll just put as an empty array for now. So let me just remove the on change for now then. On change, actually, let's just give it null. Okay. Let's try refresh. Okay, we need to import our taxonomy filters here. Okay, yeah, that looks good. So as you can see, this little drop down, that is where we add our custom select class in globals.css. So let's just continue quickly creating our next select, which is going to be model. Name, model. In fact, we can just copy this. Model, model, model. And then one other additional property that we're going to have here is going to be disabled. And we're going to disable this when there's no models. Copy this. Model variant. Similarly, this one's going to be disabled when there are no model variants. Well, let's start creating our data. So we're going to have const makes and then set makes as React state. We need to create a new type for this. So add a type, filter options, which is going to take L type and V type, which is the label and value types, equals array open that up as an object. It's going to be label L type value V type. Okay, so it's a dynamic filter options type. We want to give that to here and say string, and pass in an empty array. We're going to do the same for models. And the same for model variants. Okay. So now we need to know, where do we get our make, model, and model variants? Well, we get those from the database. We seeded the database earlier, and we need to now fetch those from the database. And so to do that, we're going to create a new API route handler. And that's going to be called Taxonomy. So route.ts. I'm going to export a const get, and that's going to equal async requests next request const. We're going to take in some params equals new URL request.url from the search params, and then we're going to open a try catch block. And the reason we get the params outside of the try catch block is because Next.js runs into some errors. If you were to bring this into here, that would throw some annoying errors. So you need to make sure that you're fetching the search params outside of the try catch block. So in our try, we're going to say const makes is equal to await prisma.make.find many, and we just want to import Prisma there. We're going to select the ID of the make and the name of the make. We're going to order by name is ascending. Then we're going to open up a models array, which is going to be model from Prisma client array and equals to empty array. So if params, so this is our search params, dot get make, so if the make exists in our search params, then we want to fetch the models. Await prisma.model.find many, where make ID is number params.get make. So we're going to be passing in the make ID into the params here. Similarly, we'll do the same for model variants. So if params.get, we want to check for the make as well as the model. Then we say model variants is equal to await prisma.model_variant.find many, where model ID number params.get model, like that. Next, we need to just map over each one and get the labels and the values for each one of them. So const label value makes equals makes.map ID name, so we can see what's in our makes here. We've got an ID and a name, which is where the select came from here. And we want to return a label, an object, which is going to have the label, name, and the value as ID.toString. Okay, we can just copy that twice. Models, and then model variant. Okay, and here we've got some additional properties, so actually we can just copy that. We can say we'll have to create another type for the select, so actually let's just ignore that. And yeah, we've got everything we want then. So now we just need to return next response .json makes is lv makes models lv models and model variants lv model variants, and with a status of 200. Then in our catch, I'm going to say if error instance of error, return next response .json. I'm just going to say error.message status is 500, else return next response .json internal server error status 500. Let's just do 400 here to make them different. So we've created our API route handler. We can go back to our taxonomy filters and we can set up a use effect to fetch the makes. So this use effect is going to basically just run once, once on load, and then each time the search params change. So we're going to open up what's called a self-calling function, or I'm not sure the exact technical term for it, but a function that calls itself. So we're just going to see that, add this function that basically calls itself immediately. Async function, we're going to name it fetch makes options, and I'm going to say const params equals new URL search params, const key value of object.entries search params as record string. Open that up and we say if value params.set key value as string. Then we say const URL equals new URL endpoints. So we want to create a new endpoint called taxonomy API taxonomy dot taxonomy window.location.href, and then url.search equals params.string. So we're just recreating the parameters based on the current search parameters changing. Then remember we created our API. We want to use a get request, api.get, and we know what we're returning from there, which is this data in our route. We are returning this, which is basically labels and strings, and I'm going to just paste that in here, call that filter options string type we created earlier. Call this function, so to say url.toString, pass that in. Pass in the URL which we just created which is the Taxonomy API endpoint. And then set makes to data.makes, set models to data.models, and model variants. Save that. Okay, so that looks good. Now we just need to pass in our options here. So makes models. I want to disable this when no models.length. And then also model variants. And then we want to disable this when no model variants.length. So that basically disables it because there'll only be a length of model variants if we have a model selected. Similarly, it will only be one if we have a make selected. Okay, and then we just need to add a handle change, which is going to be this one here, handle change. So this handle change function is going to be our on change like that. Okay, let's go back and implement our handle change. So for our handle change, we just want to create a new function. Handle change is going to be equal to an async function with change event. And this is going to be either a HTML input element or a HTML select element. We're going to open up name and value from e.target. Then we're going to use the set query states. Remember, we created that before. And we're going to use that by saying name as the key, value as the value, or null. So we're setting all of these to either null, or if they have a value, we're saying that. If the name is make, we have a special case here, which is going to be set query states model null, model variant null. Router.refresh, although I don't think that is entirely necessary. Okay, refresh. Got an error here, object.entries. Let's take a look. Search params is not being passed in, I believe, yeah. Search params equals search params, like that. There we go. Okay, so it is currently selecting the first make where it should be. I need to set no default to true. Okay, there we go. Also should be passing the props here. The rest of the props. There we go. So now you can see it's disabled. We've got our select. If I select BMW, it opens that up and it's filtered all the BMWs. Change that to Bentley, let's say. And we've got all the Bentleys and Bentayga. Got all the different types of Bentley Bentaygas. Great, so now just clear all the filters back to our original, and then we also want to actually fetch this data from the database now. So we're going to go and we're going to cross out most of the pages here that or these tabs, and we're going to leave open the sidebar, the select, and then the page. So for the page, we want to create a query builder. We're going to do that by going const build classified filter query, and we're going to pass in the search params, and these are going to be the awaited page props, search params, and we're going to return We can also actually make this undefined because we might not pass anything in here. And so, yeah, and we can return a Prisma dot classified where input. Save that. So we're going to create another schema here, and that's going to be the classified filter schema. It's going to be an object of all the filters. So we can go back to our sidebar. We can copy these, paste that in here. We haven't got the search, so we're just going to add the search here. z.string.optional. We're going to copy that. I'm going to go down, and I'm going to paste that into here, like that. So we've got this schema, everything's optional here. Now we're going to just use that. So we're going to say const data equals classified filter schema dot safe parse search params. So that schema is going to be used to effectively validate that we have one of those options in the schema as filters. So anything else should get trimmed out or won't exist in the data. So I'm going to say if no data, return status classified status.live. So we're just going to return that one. And it looks like function lacks a return. Okay, yeah, so we just need to return an empty object for now. Okay, now we're going to say const keys is equal to object.keys data. So we're getting all the keys from the schema we just built. And we're going to say const taxonomy filters is equal to make model variant. Okay. And then we're going to create a map params to fields function. We're going to use keys.reduce, open up the accumulator and the key, make this a function that says if we have a value of search params dot key, like that, open brackets. So we're saying if on the search params object the key exists as string or undefined, and then we say if no value, return the accumulator. Else we say if taxonomy filters dot includes, so that's the make model, the key. So if that key is in the search params, we say accumulator key equals ID number value. So we've got the value here. And then we just return the accumulator like that. And as you can see, this is not typed correctly. So what we want to do is we want to open an object here and we want to say as key string any, like that. Just give it an any type, because ultimately the key could be anything. Then we just want to return the where status. Yeah, that's good. Classified status dot live. Then let's just open up a spread operator and say search params dot q, which is our search parameter for the search bar. Then we want to say or open up an array, open an object, another object, and we just want to say title. If the title contains search params dot q as string, and mode is insensitive because we don't want to care about capital letters here, then bind it. Similarly with description, we can just copy this, copy, paste that, change that to description. Okay. And then finally, we just want to spread over the map params to fields like that. Okay, so that is looking good. We'll come back to this later, but let's just save that for now and see if we can use it. So this where, we're just going to pass in the build classified filter query with search params as the argument here. We're going to do the same for count. Paste that. Okay. And let's just see if we can filter by, okay, something, only 4 classifieds here at the moment, which is odd. So let's see. No search params, status live. That might be it. We've got status live. Okay, so that's fine. So now let's just see if we can do alpha Romeo. So if we filter by alpha Romeo. Nice. Clear that. Let's see if we can type alpha. Yeah. Okay, so those are working now. Now let's continue with building out our sidebar. So we're going to move on to building our range filters. And these are going to include min and max values. Here we're going to add range filter like this. And we're going to create this now. So range filters.tsx. We start by exporting const range filter. That's going to equal props. Range filter props as usual. That's going to extend the taxonomy filters props, which we want to import here. So let's just go to this and let's move this into our types. Export that. Change event. And we can also export this filter options type. So let's just import that here. Import the taxonomy filter props. And then let's just go back to our range filter. Import that there. And then import that here. Okay. Okay, so let's just bring in the label as string, min name as string, max name as string, default min as string, default max string, increment 1000 separator. If it's min max, it is going to be a number always, right? So we want 1000 separator. And then also currency. And we're just going to say currency code. And that's going to be our currency code from the database like that. Save that. Okay, then we can just copy these and put them into our props like that. And just remove these strings, replace with some commas. Similarly here and here. Equals props. And then if we just quickly take a look at our taxonomy filters, we have a handle change event and then search params as well. So we can bring in our handle change as well as search params. So now let's just return a range select, which we need to create. That's going to be a custom select again. Let's go ahead and create in our UI a range select.tsx. It's going to have use client at the top as it's a client-side component. We're going to say export const range select equals, and the props are going to be label, min select, max select, like that. We can just make a interface for range select props and label string min select, and we're going to create a new type for this. This is going to be called the select type, and it's going to extend our select HTML attributes with a HTML select element inside. So the standard props for HTML select, with one additional prop which is options, and that's going to be our filter options. And we're going to have a string as the key and a number as the value here. Okay, select type, and max select is going to be also select type. Okay, you can actually bring these into props like that. Range select props and const equals props. Paste that in like that. We're going to return a React fragment, and we're going to open up a h4 with our label inside. I'm going to give that a class name, a text SN and font semi-bold to match other labels in our other selects. Then we're going to open up a div with empty1 and flex get to. Let's just make this important. Inside here we'll have a select, and we are going to, inside the select, have an option. And for the select we just want to spread the min select props. Give that a class name, flex1 w full pl3 py2 border rounded md custom select appearance none pr12 and bg no repeat. For our first option, we're going to give it a value of empty string and just say select. So that's the default value for the min and max range. Then we're going to say min select dot options, which is the type that we gave this before. I'm going to map over those options and return the option like this. Return that. And the option value is going to be option.value. We're also going to give it a key of option.value. And then inside the option, we want to say option.label. Oh, should be option. So let's just change all of those to option like that. Okay, we can come out of our select and we can then just copy this and do the same for the max select. So max select, don't need to change anything in terms of classes. Max select like that. And that's our range filter. So now let's just go back to here, import our range select and say label is equal to label. Min select is equal to name, min name, so that's the name of the select. Value is going to be a number, and that's going to be search params. And then we're going to access the property with min name or empty string. On change is going to be handle change. And then finally options, which we need to define a bit later. So let's just copy this and do the same for max select. Max select, do max name like that. So now we just need to create our options. So if we go to the top. So we're going to create some React state here. Min options, set min options is equal to use state. And we want to give this a type of filter options, string and number. Like that. We can just put this as an empty array for now. And we'll also do the same for max options. Okay, so for these options, we want to create some initial state. We're going to do that by creating a function and calling it. So we're going to say get initial state is equal to this function. Const state is going to be filter options string number equals array. We're going to say let iterator equal default min, and then going to open a do clause and say if increment iterator equals iterator plus increment, else iterator plus plus. Then we're going to give this a while iterator is less than default max. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Iterator is string, default min is string. That should be number. Number. Okay. So we're going to return the state here at the end, return state. And we're going to come back to this, and we're going to need to support things like the 1000 separator and currency, etc. But for now, we'll just open this and we'll say state.push label iterator.toString, and the value is iterator. So yeah, we need to be able to support the 1000 separator and the currency, and so we need to give these some special cases in this do clause. So we'll come back to that. But we've got our initial state now, so we can just const initial state equals get initial state, like that. And we can pass that in to the min. And for the max, we pass in the initial state, but we reverse that array. Then we just have to add a use effect, which is for dynamically removing and adding the numbers. So for example, if I say the min value is 1995, then the max value should only have 1995 and above. Similarly, if I have 1995 as my max value, when I check the min value, it should have 1995 and below. Hope that makes sense. In order to do that, we're going to have to give this some dependency, which it will be updated on, which is the property accessor for min name, and then search params max name, like that. And let's just open this up and say if search params min name set max options to initial state dot filter, filtering the options here for max when a min is set to value is more than number, search params min name, like that. And then we're just going to copy this, and we're going to say search params dot max name and set min options to initial state filtered by max name. Okay, now let's just give these options to here. So min options, max options. Now if we just come back out and we go to our range filter and we open this and we say label is going to be year, min name is going to be min year, max name is going to be max year, default min For now, we'll just put 1925, but we're going to come back to that. Default max, we're just going to put new date dot get full year. And then handle change, and search params is going to be search params. So you can see we've now got this year, and yeah, you can see we've got the year, and we just need to be able to do some filtering here. So also what we want to do is we want to, for every year in this, so right now we've got 1975 all the way up to 1991, but we are showing 1925 and 2025, so that doesn't make any sense. So we need to just create a database query to see which years exist in the database. And to do that, we are going to go to the top of the page. So we need to go back to our page. And we're going to say const min max result is equal to await Prisma dot classified dot aggregate. So you want to aggregate this data. Min year, we want the year, true. And then max, we want the price as well as the year, as well as the auto reading. But we just need the min for the year here. Going to pass that into our sidebar as min max values, and then open our sidebar, and we're going to type this. Say Prisma get classified aggregate type, open up an object here and just give it min year true, max year true, auto reading true, and price true. Then we can just go here and say const min max equals min max values, like that. Go down to our year range filter and say underscore min dot year, or 1925 similarly here, underscore max dot year, or 2025, like that. Okay, so let's just check how this is looking. 2024, okay. Okay, let's just console.log this. Console.log min and max. Refresh that. So min is 1937. I know what's happened. We need to go to our page and say where status, classified status is live, like that. Okay, refresh. Okay, so 1975 now is our minimum year, and maximum year is 1991. So that's correct, like that. So now you can see we've got this range. Similarly, we've got this range here. So, but that doesn't look correct. 1991. Yeah, we need to do some additional filtering. Okay, so we're going to do a bit of on-the-fly debugging. One thing I did notice is this should be to reversed. So to reversed, that should give us the correct values in the year. So 1976, and then descending 1991. Although it should really say 1975. So let's just go to our min year. Let's just see what that is. Console.log min options. Okay, so it's got 1976 there. Let's go back to our sidebar. We've got 1975 as the min year. And so our iterator is incorrect then. So we need to go back to this. Iterator should be default min. It's just console.log default min. Refresh this. Default min is 1975, so iterator plus plus. And if iterator, that should technically be default -1 then. So let's just see. Yeah, okay. 1975, so that works. But the actual filtering isn't working, so let's just go to our filtering build query. So that's on our sidebar, yes. Or no, sorry, that is on our page. Inventory page. Let's see what we're getting for the query params. So build classified query. Let's just see what this is looking like. Console.log map params to fields. Map params to fields, then just say 1975 to 1988. Okay, nothing. Min year, max year. Okay, now we need to just check. That's why. So we need to actually add our range filters. So we're going to say const range filters equals object. Min year is going to be year, Max year will also be year. And then we can just add a few more. So this is going to be min price will be the price field. Max price will be the price field. Min reading is going to be odo reading. So either the mapping to the fields in the database here. And then this max reading is also going to be odo reading like that. Then we can just move back down to our function here and we say if key in range filters. So if key in range filters, we want to say const field is equal to range filters key, and we can just type this key off, type off range filters. So it gets rid of the TypeScript there. And then accumulator field is equal to, so we're setting the field now, accumulator field or empty object. And if the key starts with min, we say accumulator field dot greater than or equal to, so this is something from Prisma, is equal to number value. Else if key dot starts with max, so this is the key of the range filters object above, we say accumulator field dot less than or equal to number value, like that. So we can bring this up now. We'll bring this up and we'll say if taxonomy filter, else if, like that. Okay, so that's the range filters. So let's see how this is getting on. If we do, let's just clear all filters now. 1975, or actually 1976, there we go. And then 1991 is the latest, so let's do 1988. Okay, that clears it. It looks like the default is not being set though, so we need to fix that. So let's just get rid of that for now. Go back to our sidebar and check why this is happening. So if we go to our range select and we console log, let's just give this here a biome ignore lint like that. And let's see, so we got min options. Let's see what our value is, which is value is going to be this. Ooh, like that. Okay, refresh. Value is 1976, yet it isn't being set. Min select. Value is that. Option.value, option.value. It's being set as select. Console.log min select. Min select dot value is that. So why isn't it showing here? It's showing a select. Have a think about this. Let's just see if we can open this up. See what's coming in here. So select 1989. Okay, it looks like the so because it's filtering out, okay, it looks like it's filtering the wrong values for some reason. So as we can see, we've got all of these options, and so it's probably worth just console logging those. Min select dot options. Refresh this page. So we've got all of these options, but they are being filtered out. Min select options, and that will be the initial state. Okay, so it's this function here, and if we adjust, but then these min options are coming through here. Right, yeah, shouldn't be looking at the server code here. We should be looking at the client side code. So, okay, let's see. Min options is initial state, and that is less than default max. I know what's happened. We have missed a, yeah, we've missed this. That should be less than. Simples. There we go. It's showing now. Okay. So 1991, that brings that. 1984, 1979, clear filters. Okay. Okay, so for price, what we need to do is we need to add if currency is, so if the currency prop is passed in, we're going to push a, the label is going to be a price and the value is going to be the iterator. So the value will be iterator and the label is going to be the price, which will also be the iterator, say. But we need to format this. So we're going to create a new format price in here. In fact, we can bring it into our utils. So we're going to say export function format price. We want to take in a price and a currency. And we're going to just create an interface here. And that's going to be price, number or null, currency, currency code from the database or null. And then if no price, we're going to return 0. So we'll always return a string from here. And then const formatter is going to equal new intil number format engb. Style is going to be currency. Currency display is going to be symbol. And then we're going to just use that spread operator and we're going to say currency and currency. And then maximum fraction digits, we don't want any decimals in there, so we're going to get rid of those. Then if currency is USD, we just want to return formatter.format price divided by 100. So we're going to be storing the price in the database multiplied by 100, and we're going to replace the USD price with US because that's how it looks. We're going to just replace that with dollar. And then finally going to return formatter.format price divided by 100. Okay, copy this function. And in here, we want to just wrap this in the format price function and say price is going to be iterator, and currency is going to be currency.currency code. Okay. Then we want to say else if 1000 separator. So if the 1000 separator exists, we're going to state.push label is going to be format number iterator, and value is going to be iterator again. So format number, that's something we created earlier. We haven't exported it though, so let me just move this into our utils. In fact, whilst we're here, we'll just move a few things into our utils. Export format number. We'll do this one and this one and this one. All of these can go in to our utils file. So we just have to import this stuff. Okay, and then just import them into here. To export these. Okay, transmission, fuel type, color. Like that. Save that. Then just import our format number here. And then we're going to say else. We're just going to default it to this. Okay, so now we can go into our sidebar again. And if we go down, and we can just copy paste the range filter here. Paste that, change these to label price, min price, max price. Minimum price is going to be, we didn't get a minimum price, did we? Let's go back to our page. Let's do price here as well. Let's see if we can get that, and auto reading. Probably just get all of them, yeah. Back to our sidebar, min price or 0. And also we need to change this price true, auto reading true. Okay, min price or max price. Or max price could be, well, what's the maximum safe number? Dot maximum safe integer will be the max price. That's the max safe integer in JavaScript though. So actually thinking about it, we need max safe integer Postgres. Then we need to divide that by 100. So that divided by 100 is this. So that's our max safe number there, really. Okay, price, min price, max price, get rid of that. Odometer reading, min reading, max reading. Let's just double check what that is. Min reading, yeah. Okay, and then we do this dot auto reading reading like that. Minimum is 0, maximum will probably be 1 million. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. Okay, let's see where we're at now. Refresh this. Okay, so it's incrementing way too many times there. Let's cancel that. What is this? This is min options 1458009. Guessing that's price, possibly auto reading. But the increment, it's because we need to add the increments here. Okay, so for odometer reading, our increment is going to be 5,000. And we also want 1,000 separator. For price, our increment is going to be 10,000. Also want 1,000 separator, and we also want currency. If you remember, we just created the currency code, and that's going to be GBP because we're in the UK. So let's just start this again. We shouldn't get that error anymore, where it's looping, millions of times. Let's see. Okay, price. Yes, that is because we need to just make this one extra 0 there. Let's see. Refresh. So it's 1,000 now. Okay, so multiplied by 100, so it's actually there. There we go. Okay, so 24,580. 24,580. Strange. Yeah, that is odd. Odometer reading 50,000. Okay, let's just format the price on the card quickly. So we just go to card. And we go to price. We say format price. And then price currency is going to be classified dot currency. Nice. See, some are euros, some are GBP. The price though shouldn't be starting at 24,580. That's strange. So let's see what we're getting for this min-max result. Console.log min-max result. Min price is 145,8009. Yeah, that is odd. Okay. Let's go to our sidebar. Go into here. And for minusing 1 here, default min. So which one is it removing? 14,000. Okay, yeah. I see. It's adding the 10,000. Okay, so we need to minus the increment or 1. So minus increment or 1. Refresh. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Year is 975. Yeah, okay, so we just basically get rid of the increment. Okay, and then that should be, let's see, miles. This one here is 45390 miles. Yeah, looks good. Filters are working. Great. Next thing we are going to do is go to our sidebar and start adding some filters, just some standard drop-down filters with our select. So we're going to import our select and just copy that a few times. And let's just open this up. So we've got our label, it's going to be a string, our name, our value, an onChange handler, which is the handle change function that we already have, and then options, which is going to be object.values. We're going to import our type into those, map over it, the value of our type, which is we get that from Prisma and the enum. We're going to return object with label, and then value is going to be the value, so we don't need to change that. Let me just tidy this up a bit. So let's start with our currency. The name is going to be currency. Value is going to be query states.currency, because that's our parameter in the URL. So we're getting the query state from the URL search params or empty string. And then for the values, we just want to import our currency type from Prisma. And then for format currency, we actually don't really need anything there because the currency doesn't need to be formatted. Okay, that's good. Next, we're going to have odometer unit. That's going to be odo unit. Value is going to be query states.odo unit or empty string odo unit from the database. And then we're just going to create a format odo unit. Actually, we already have that, so we can do format odo unit and then just pass in the value like that. Next, we are going to have a transmission query states.transmission or empty string transmission from the database, format transmission, which we've already created, value in there like that. Next, fuel type query states.fuel type or empty string fuel type from the database, format fuel type, value goes in there. Body type, query states.body type or empty string body type like that. And do we have format body type? No, we don't. So let's just put this as the value so I can show you why we're formatting these, and we'll just make a note that we need to format body type function. Next, color, query states.color or empty string color from our database, and we already have format color value in there. ULEZ compliance, query states.ULEZ compliance or empty string ULEZ compliance from the database, and we need to just format ULEZ compliance. You can just leave this as value for now. Two more we need to add. So select, I'm going to add two more, label doors and seats. The name is going to be doors. The value is going to be query states.doors or empty string. OnChange will be handle change. And then the options is just going to return an array. So we're just going to do array.from length 6.map. We're going to get the index here. Return an object which is label I, and fix this. Okay, something going on here. The array.from. There we go. TypeScript is just messing us about. And we just need to make this .toString. And we can actually just copy all of this into here. Format it a bit nicer. Options, what's it saying here? Okay. So what is going on here? Let's just clean this up. Copy this. length is going to be for seats, let's just say 8. And doors, can't imagine a car having more than 6 doors, but we'll just leave it at 6 for now. Okay, label. So what is it saying? Number is not compatible, so I need to make this toString as well. Okay. And then just change this to seats. Okay. Refresh. So now we've got all these selects. Seat 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we want to just +1. Copy this. Number that +1 toString. Okay. Seats, doors, yeah. ULEZ compliant. Okay, so you can see that needs formatting there. Color looks good. Body type needs formatting. The rest of them all look good to me. Yeah, looking really good. Okay, so let's just quickly go back to our utils and export function format ULEZ compliance, as well as export function format body type. Body type ULEZ compliance like that. And we're going to say for this one, return ULEZ compliance is equal to ULEZ compliance.exempt non-exempt. For body type, we'll do a switch statement, body type case, body type dot convertible. And here we can probably just use AI for this. So if I just say create the formatter for body type values. Okay, accept that. Let's have a look. Hatchback, SUVs there. What else do we have? Body type, convertible. Got convertible coupe, hatchback, SUV, wagon, and sedan. Wagon and sedan. Okay, and then if we close that, we go to our ULEZ compliance. I just paste that in here, remove that, format ULEZ compliance, comma, and then value goes in here again. Get rid of that, comma, and format body type. Okay, refresh. Fuel type, body type. So let's have a look. We've got this. Let's just filter by hatchback. Okay, so now we need to go to our sidebar or page again. And we need to go into here and say const none filters is equal to seats and doors. Those are our number filters. And then const enum filters is equal to, we've got quite a few of these, odo unit, currency, transmission, body type, fuel type, color, and ULEZ compliance. Let's just make sure that ULEZ compliance is that. ULEZ compliant, silk compliant like that, okay. Go back down to our, if you remember what we did here, and say else if enum filters dot includes key. I want to say accumulator key is equal to value dot to uppercase, and then else if num filters dot includes key accumulator key equals number value. Let's just test this quickly, although I have a sneaking suspicion I might have missed something here. Let's just also get rid of these console logs. Unnecessary. Console.log. Okay, so Let's just get rid of this. So they've got to be one of exempt or non-exempt. Okay, so that works. Non-exempt, Alfa Romeo, Max, exempt. Okay, yeah, that does work. Okay, so get rid of that. Doors, let's say 2. That's 2 doors, that's good. Seats, 2, about 4, nope, 3 seats. Okay, that's good. Color, black, nope, gold, yes. Fuel type, let's do transmission quickly. Transmission manual. Nice. Okay, yeah, they all seem to be working. That is our sidebar then. Okay, so now that we have our filters and sidebar set up, we can just close off these pages. We want to go to our page. And this is our sidebar here. This is going to be our mobile version of our sidebar. And so we want to just create this component in our inventory, dialog, filters. We're going to export dialog filters, and it's going to have props, dialog filter props, interface, dialog filters props, and that's going to extend our sidebar props. Now let's just go into our sidebar quickly. Let's export that and bring it into our types file. Okay. We can just import that here and then import that here as well. With one additional thing, which is going to be our count, because we also need to show the count in the dialog. So let's just continue. So we'll just destructure this equals props, min max values, search params, count. We're going to create some React state. False. Going to import the router from Next.js. And we also want to set the filter count here. And then we can just go over to our sidebar quickly and import our use query states. This one. Or just copy it, sorry, and paste it. And also, if we go back to our sidebar and we just copy paste these as well. Then we just want to return, and we need to import a dialog from bunx, shadcn add dialog like that. That gives us a pop-up modal. Okay, then we'll just restart the server. We want to say dialog from UI dialog, and open is going to be open, and on open change is going to be set open, or set is open. We need a trigger, dialog trigger. That's going to have a component as the child, so we'll just say button. Variant is going to be outline. Size is going to be icon, as we want this to be an icon. And then class name, we're going to make this responsive. So on large screens, we're going to hide that. And then we'll just give this icon a settings to icon like that. It's quite a nice icon. We'll show you that in a second. Class name is going to be W4H4. All right, save that. Then underneath our trigger, if we don't need this React fragment here, we can get rid of this. Underneath our trigger, dialog content. And inside the content, we basically just want to import our sidebar content again. So from here, down to here, copy that into our dialog filters, paste that into there like that. Okay. So we've got this min-max values. We need to just open that up. Min-max equals use equals min-max values. Can bring in all these props from our sidebar, all these imports, sorry. And it also does need to be use router, use client. Okay, save that. And then, yeah, let's just see how we're getting on here. Let's go to our side, go to our page, import min-max values, min-max result, count, and then one more, which is search params. Okay, so we also need to use the count. So let's just quickly go down to our dialog content. Give this a class name of max width 425px. Height is going to be 90 viewport height. Overflow y auto rounded XL. And we've got these filters. Let's just get rid of this quickly. Call this dialog title. Get rid of the padding. And then we just need to make a div that wraps around everything here with space y6 to give it some good spacing. Okay, so let's refresh and see where we're at. Okay, make this small. Okay, you can see it's up here now. And our pagination's getting in the way. So let's go back to our pagination and just say LG hidden LG block like that. Okay, that looks good. And yeah, that is not too bad. Let's go to our filters, give it a BG white. BG white. And get rid of this padding here. And get rid of this padding here. Looking good. Looking really good. Okay, just go to the bottom now. Open up this, and we just want to add a div with a flex call, and space y2. This is going to have a button. Type is going to be button. I'm going to open that up and have search. Count is more than 0. Remember that count that we brought in before as a prop? Then we want to say count else null. And going to say on click set is open to false, and then a class name of wfull. Okay, let's see where we're at. Yeah, search for. Okay, so that's how many. So if I just change this to Alfa Romeo, that should be 1. Perfect. Close that. We also should just remove this sidebar. So sidebar LG block hidden. There we go. Back to our dialog filters, we want to go to this button here and say filter count is more than 0. So if we're filtering, we want to be able to clear the filters. So button, clear all, filter count, and then wrap this filter count, the one that wraps the outer here. So null, like that. We're going to give this a type of button, variant of outline. On click is going to be clear all filters, which we need to create. Aria disabled is going to be no filter count. And then class name will be text sm and p by 1, no filter count. We want to show disabled, opacity 50, pointer events none, cursor default. Otherwise, we show hover underline just like the other clear all filter button that we have. So clear all filters, we just need to, we can just change this. Just use this actually, clear filters. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so Alfa Romeo is currently selected. Let's see, clear all. Okay, so what is this doing? Window.location. Yeah, okay, so we just want to change this to router.replace to prevent that from closing. So let's go back, Alfa Romeo, clear all. There we go. And obviously searching, all that does is basically close the modal because it's already searching in the background, and that's it. So let's just check. Okay, that looks good. I think the pagination needs to be put at the bottom, so we need to quickly go to our page, copy our custom pagination, and paste it here. Change some of the classes. Justify center or LG hidden PT12. Get rid of that. So that's our custom pagination. Let's just bring this out here like that. Okay, yeah, we've got some pagination there. So if I just clear all these filters, search, and we got 4 there. So let me just go to classifieds per page. Just change this to 3. Yeah, you can see we've got our pagination here like that. I bring this up and you can see pagination moves up to the top. So let's get rid of that and fix that pagination quickly because it doesn't look like it's aligned properly. Justify end should be working. What is going on here? What the heck is the UL though? It's pagination root. That is the UL. Justify end. Well, that's not ideal. Okay. Works. Anyway, so that seems to be working now then. Next, we'll move on to the layout, the header and the footer. In this section, we created a custom search box with debounced input, storing the query param in the URL. We established filtering by hierarchical data, i.e. make, model, and model variant. We created an API route to fetch possible make model options based on prior filters. We used SOD to parse and sanitize incoming query params to prevent invalid or extraneous values from interfering with database queries. We built numeric range filters with min-max fields, and we ensured the UI is responsive. In the next section, we're going to build the layout with header and footer. Okay, so if we just close everything here, and we create a new folder called layouts, and we're going to create a new file in here, and it's going to be public layout.tsx, and that is going to export a function public layout with children and props with children like that. Return a React fragment. Inside we're going to say main. That's going to have a class name of BG white, and it's going to contain our children. Okay, and then we're going to have a header here and a footer. So we're going to create those. So we'll go to our layouts, header, and footer. Let's just start with our header. Export const public header. That's going to be a function, and it's going to return a header. Inside our header, we're going to have a div and that's going to include a link from NextLink. href is going to be routes.home. Class name is going to be flex item center and gap 2. So let's just bring this over here now. Inside this link, we're going to have an image, and this image is going to be our logo, which I created actually on a logo generator online that uses AI, and you should be able to do the same. 300 height, 100 alt equals logo. Class name is going to be relative, and then the source is going to be logo/logo.svg. So I'm just going to copy this logo from my computer, and I'm going to paste it in our public directory. So logo and logo mobile like that. Okay, let's just go back to our header, give this a class name of flex item center justified between height 16, padding, BG transparent, and gap x 6. Give this a class name of flex item center and flex 1. Okay, so that's our public header. Let's just import that into here. Whoops, I created it in the footer file. So let me get that into the header file, and let's just call this public footer. And we'll just change that to footer here. Get rid of that. Save that for now. Public header, get rid of that. Okay, so that's our public layout. Now we need to go to our layout file, which is in our presentation layer or directory. So in our app, presentation, layout, and what we want to do is we want to just wrap this in our public layout. Okay. Now let's see. Okay, you can see the logo is now here. It's looking good. Let's go back into our header. Next thing we want to do is just create a nav underneath here. Nav. We're going to have a link, and it's just going to say home for now. We're going to create these link items afterwards. Class name, group, font heading, rounded, px3, py2, text base, text foreground, hover, text primary, duration 300, transition all, ease in out, font semi-bold and uppercase. href is going to be routes.home for now. Okay, save that. You can see now it's up in the top right hand corner. So we need to install a package called sheet. Bun x Shatien add sheet. And we just want to open up here and say sheet trigger. This is for our mobile. As child, it's going to be a button. So import our button like that. That's going to be a variant of link, a size of icon, and a class name of MD hidden border none. Inside here, we're going to have a menu icon. That'll be a class name of H6W6 text primary. Rid of that. And then we can give it a sheet title, which will be toggle nav menu. Class name here will be SR, screen reader only. Then we want some sheet content. Side is going to be right. Class name W full, max width XS, and P4. Inside our sheet content, we're going to have a nav again. And for now, we can just copy this. I'm going to change the class name here to grid gap 2, and the link class name flex item center gap 2 py2 text sm font medium text gray 600 hover text gray 900. Okay, let's just see where we are at. Refresh. Nice. So okay, so this sheet needs a background color of white. And there we go, we've got our home link. We can cross that out and we could just hide this nav. Class name is equal to hidden block. So if we go here, MD hidden. Okay, so we need to change that to MD block. Yeah, you can see that just gets taken there. Cool, so next we want to just add our nav links. Const nav links. We're going to open up an object, ID1. Let's just make AI do this. So create a few nav links with ID, href, and a label. Accept that. Going to use our routes here. Home, it will do routes.inventory. And we can just leave it at that for now. Change this to inventory. Okay. Map over these nav links. Nav links.map link. And then similarly, we want to do the same for this one. Okay, home and label, so we just need to change this to our link.label, link.href, link.href, link.label. Sweet. Home inventory, perfect. Home inventory. Actually, one other thing we need to add is our favorites button. So we're going to create a button here just for our favorites. And this is just going to be a button as child. Variant is ghost. Going to give it a link element with, let's just say, heart icon. Link, yeah. And then we can just give that href of routes.favorites. On our button, we need a size of icon and a class name of relative inline block and group. In the link, we're going to have a div for class name. We're going to bring that inside. Class name is going to be flex group hover bg pink 500 duration 200 transition colors ease in out item center, justify center, W10, H10, BG muted, rounded full. And then our heart icon will have a class name of W6, H6, text primary, group hover text white, group hover fill white. And then we're going to have another div. That's going to have a class of absolute dot minus top 1.5 minus right 1.5 flex item center justify center W5 H5 text white BG pink 500 rounded full group hover BG primary. Inside that we're going to have a span with text XS as the class. And then here, we just need to import our favorites, and we get that by making this async. Const favorites is equal to await Redis dot get. We're going to type our favorites here, and we need to just get our source ID or empty string. And then const source ID is equal to await get source ID. Okay. So we've got our favorites, and we will just want to say on our button, favorites.ids.length 0. So you can see up here, we've got our button now. Let's just check if it works. Well, there it is. 2, 3, 4. So it counts those up and down like that. So now we'll move on to our footer. We'll give this a class name of bggray100, px8, lg, px0, and py8. Inside we'll have a div with a container class, as well as mxauto grid calls 1, md grid calls 3, gap8. Then a div with a class name of space y4, and then another div with a class name of flex.items center.space x2. Get rid of this semicolon. In this div, we're going to have a link from NextLink. That's going to have a class name of flex and item center and a href of routes.home. And here we are going to add our image with our logo in it. So let's just copy this image here. Say logo. Let's give this a height of 8. Keep it relative. Have another div here with flex and space x4. We're going to create a social links array, which we're going to get AI to create. Create a social media links array with the following content. ID link to social media URL. Perfect. So we want to import another package. Bun add at icons pack / react simple icons. I want to just import these social media icons. Import si Instagram, si Meta, and si X from at icons pack react simple icons like that. And then we can just add the icons here. Add icons. Okay, and then a social links.map link. We're going to return a link element and the link.icon inside. href is going to be link.href. Key will be link.id. Then we're going to have another div with a space y2. Inside that, a ul with space y1. And this is going to have a list item. The link inside href is going to be routes.inventory. That's going to see browse cars. Class name of text foreground, hover text primary. Copy this. And then let's just leave us those two for now. So home and browse cars, which is pretty much our nav links actually. So we could probably just export this and just move it into our utils or constants. Nav links can be imported into here. And then let's just make the footer the same. Just copy this. Paste this. import navlinks, give this a key of link.id, give this link.href and link.label. Get rid of these. Finally, we are going to add a newsletter form, which we'll create, and a div with a container class mxauto mt8 text center text gray 700. Inside that, h4 with a class of text lg font bold and text primary company info. P is going to be company number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, or VAT number is GB 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. P, some copyright information. Majestic Motors is not authorized and not regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority for the sake of it. Okay, moving on to our newsletter form. We'll go to our shared components and we'll say newsletter form.tsx. This is going to be use client. We're going to export const newsletter form is equal to const state form action equals use action state. And what we want to do here is we want to pass in a server action. So I'm going to create that action. In a new folder called actions. New file called subscribe.ts, export const subscribe action. That is going to have a type here, which can be any, and form data. Yeah, so with the newsletter form, using use action state, which is a React hook, we have to pass in both the initial state and the action, and the form data gets passed into the server action automatically. So here we're going to try and catch the error, and we're going to create a schema. So const subscribe schema is equal to z.object first name. It's going to be z.string last name, z.string email, z.string.email, and give this a message of invalid email address. Give this a min length and say message last name is required, min 1 message first name is required. Okay, and here we just want to get the data, success, and error response from our subscribe schema.saveParse. And we're going to open this up and say first name is going to be form data.get first name as string, same for last name and same for email. And then just give these comma like that. Okay, and then if no success, we want to return an object, because with server actions you can only return an object. You don't return a next response or a response. It all kind of handles that under the hood. Message error.message, that's the error from Zod. Okay, so if we don't get the right data, then we return a error response. And then const subscriber is equal to await Prisma, to give this an async. And actually we need to give this also a use server at the top. Await Prisma.customer.find first. We want to see if this customer exists, where email is data.email. If subscriber, return success, false message, you are already subscribed. And if there is no subscriber, we want to create one. So create a Prisma.customer create, and we can just spread in the data like that and give it a status of customer status dot subscriber. And then we can just return an object with success true, message subscribed successfully. Here we say if error instance of Prisma client known request error, then we say return success is going to be false, message is going to be error.message. And we do the same again for Prisma client validation. And if it's just an error like that, can do the same. And then finally, success, false, message, something went wrong. That's our action complete. So now we just pass our action into here, subscribe action. And the state, as you saw before, was success. False is going to be the initial state, and then the message is just going to be empty. And that gets rid of our TypeScript error like that. Then we're going to use const form equals use form. So this is a package from React Hook form. We're just going to install that. React Hook form and @hook form resolvers, those two packages. And then in here, we're going to open this up. We're going to give this a Zod resolver, and that needs to be imported. Import Zod resolver from @hook form resolvers Zod. Put the subscribe schema in here, which we need to export from. We can't export it from a server action, so we're just going to create a new directory here, schemas, new file subscribe.schema.ts. Export that. Okay. Subscribe schema. So we can use that both on the front end and on the server. Let's see, Zod resolver needs to be like that. And then we're going to say mode is on change, and use form needs to be from React Hook form. Then const handle form action is going to be async form data, and we're going to say const valid equals await form.trigger. Just want to trigger the validation, since in this case we're using the React use action state and we need to manually trigger the validation. So if not valid, we just want to return, because the validation errors should show up. And then we want to say form action, which is from our hook, and we're going to pass in the form data. Just going to create a form ref, use ref, and that's going to have HTML form element. That's going to be null for now. And then a use effect. With a state.success as the dependency. So each time that changes, we get the state.success and formRef.current, in which case we say formRef.current.reset, and to reset the form on success. But here we're going to return a form, and we need to install Bonex Shatsian add form pdev. And for now, we're just going to open up a div with class name space y4 h3 with a class name of text XL font bold text primary. That's going to be subscribe to our inventory updates. Underneath that, we'll have a P with a class name of text gray 700. Enter your details to receive new stock updates. And then here we have a form, which is going to be from our UI form. We're going to spread the form into that. And we need to also have a HTML form inside here with a ref of form ref, a class name, space y2, an action, which is going to be our handle form action, which we just created, and an on submit just to trick the form into submitting. Then a div with grid calls to and space x2. And here we're going to have a form field and close that off like that. Control is going to be form.control. Name will be first name. And then we have a render function on our form field. We say field and we return a form item. Inside that we have a form control, and inside that we have an input. That's going to be a placeholder, first name, and a class name, BG White. And then spread the field props. Finally, in this, we're going to have a form message, and we can just close that. So let's just copy this whole form field, and let's just see why this is saying field has any type. Okay, what's going on here? Bun add right to form hook form resolvers. Okay, so TypeScript is just being weird. So let's just copy this, paste it for last name, change this to last name, and then we just want to go down and paste another one. This is going to be email. Email type is equal to email, and we're going to say W full. So let's see how we're getting on with this. Let's just import our newsletter form into here and import our footer into here. Public footer. Okay, refresh. Looking good. Okay, so we've got our footer now. Got our first name, email. Let's just go back to our newsletter form. We also need a button. That's going to be a button with a type of submit and a class name of W full, uppercase, and font bold. And we're just going to quickly check and see if we can get an is pending status. Pending, that's a Boolean. So yeah, let's just check if we can say pending and loader to the class name of h4w4 shrink 0 animate spin aria hidden true. Close that, and let's just call this subscribe now. Last thing we need to be concerned about is the messages, and so we'll go state.success and we show message div flex item center gap 2 rounded MD BG green 500 P3 text white circle check icon with a class name of H5 and W5. A span is going to be success state.message. I'll copy this. We're going to say if no state.success and state.message, because the message is an empty string, remember, then we can show a circle X and error like that. Okay, should we give it a test? So we also need to just open up our database and check our customers. So we've got no customers at the moment. Let's test if this works. Taylor, Lindores, put in my email address. Okay, success. We didn't get the pending state, but we did manage to create a customer. So that's good. This obviously needs to be updated like that. Yeah, and then the pending state, well, I'm not sure about that. I think we need to bring it into its own button and use form status. So subscribe button is equal to that. Return our button. Call this subscribe button. We're just going to return this. And then we're going to use a hook const pending equals use form status from React DOM, which gives us the pending status instead of relying on this use action state pending status. Okay, let's test it again. Let's try another email, abc@gmail.com. Nice. Some errors, component is changing. Decide between using controlled and uncontrolled. Okay, I think I'm going to leave that. One other thing I'm going to do though is just add a disabled equals pending. So that's everything on our footer now. In this section, we structured the front-end layout for public pages. We added logo and links in the header for home, inventory, and favorites. And we inserted a site-wide footer with a newsletter sign-up form and a server action for collecting the user's email. In the next section, we're going to build out the favorites page. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to build our favorites page. And that's going to be relatively simple to do since we have all the building blocks already. So we can just go to our app directory, go to presentation, create a new directory in the presentation folder called favorites. Then we're just going to add a page here, page.tsx. Then we just export default async function, favorites page props is going to be page props, our type that we created with promises in the search params. And then we can just go to our inventory page and pretty much copy quite a few bits. So this one here, copy that. Let's bring in our page schema. Oh, let's go to our page. So we can probably bring this into our utils. Just bring in these types. Let's move this across. Classified filter schema. Okay, let's bring these schemas into their own schemas file. So we'll do classified.schema.ts and page.schema.ts. Export that. Delete these. Export that. Okay, page schema. And then we just want to go back to our utils. Go to import this. Import this. Yeah. Okay, export that. And just import that here. So we've copied some of this across. We can also copy some of this. The count, the source ID, favorites, and total pages. So can delete some of these bits here. Delete this. We want all that. We want our search params, for example. Import our page schema. Import our classifieds per page. import Prisma. We can just change this for now because we're not going to be using that where query there. We don't want to return that. We want to get the classifieds and remove this. Save that for now. Import Redis. Source ID. And then we just can return a div for now with nothing in it. Oh, import our favorites here. Okay, let's quickly go to our favorites. We click here, yeah, you can see we're on the page now. We've got the header and the footer, so the layout exists. And if we just map over our classifieds, need to await this here. Classifieds.map, classified, return, let's do our classified card, and key is going to be classified.id, classified will be classified, and then favorites will be our favorites. If that exists, then favorites.ids, otherwise empty array. Okay. Okay, so there's currently 0. Ooh, something happening there, but let's just go to our inventory quickly. Heart1. Yeah, okay. So we just need to. So there's something going on where it's loading. I think that's because it's loading them all immediately. Yeah, there's a bit of work we need to do here in the actual component. And we also need to just copy this into our where clause. So where ID is in favorites.id, like that. We can bring this above. And then, okay, yeah, that looks good. Give this a class name of container, mxauto, px4, py8, min height of 80, dvh. And then a h1 with a class name of text 3xl, font bold, and mb6. That's going to say your favorite classifieds. The title there at the top, you can see. Then our grid for our classifieds. Grid calls 2, empty, grid calls 3, xl, grid calls 4, and then gap 4. We can bring our classifieds into that. And then we just need some pagination. So give this a div of empty 8 and flex. And we'll bring in our custom pagination. And we're going to give this a base URL of routes.favorites, total pages of total pages, and styles will be pagination root, justify center, pagination previous, empty, empty for next as well, and for link active, and for link order none active border. Okay, so if we just quickly test that, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'd liked 4. Okay, great. And then we just change the pagination classifieds per page to 3. Refresh, okay, refresh, and then, yeah, there we go. And need that for 2 pages. Yeah, that is looking good. So let's just go back, check our animation. You can see we've got an animation there that just gets rid of it from our classifieds. And then, yeah, they're all unhearted. So that's all in kind of real time. Next, we're going to build a loading skeleton for the favorites. So let me just favorite these and go back here and refresh the page, and you'll see nothing there, although they do come immediately. What we want to do specifically for page navigation on the first initial load is create a loading.tsx file. And we can go to our Next.js documentation here, and you can see a loading file can create instant loading states built on suspense. And so that's what we're going to do here. We're going to create this loading file in our favorites page, loading tsx. And we're going to export default function favorites loading page. We don't need any props. We're going to return a div. In fact, we can just copy this from our page, our favorites page. So yeah, we're going to copy this as well, and copy this like that. And we are just going to open that up, make another one there like that. Okay, then the content of this is going to be effectively an array dot from, just to emulate classified listings with a length of, let's just say 8, since we have a couple of rows there at least to show. Then we open up a index and we say index plus 1. So we get the start index from 1, map, get an ID from, which is the index basically, or the item being filled. So this is what's being filled in the array. This is the length of the array, this is what's being filled, and so you can see it would just be an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 elements. Then we just want to return a card that we imported from, or we installed from ChadCN. Give it a class name of border muted, and a key of ID. Inside here, we're going to have a div with relative.wfull, and then we need to import a skeleton component. So funx ChadCN add skeleton. Okay, so ChadCN UI has a skeleton component. We're going to use that. Skeleton. It's going to have a class name of wfull, hfull, aspect 3.2, which is what our images are. Okay, so we can actually get this skeleton up by, let me just show you here. Go to our components, search for suspense. So it's suspense like that, and then we just click this little icon here, suspend selected component. You can see now we've got our skeleton, and it's pulsating as well by the looks of it. So then we just want card content, and we're basically just copying what the classified looks like here. Class name is p4hfit, div of space y4 and h on atpx. And then inside here, we're going to have a div of space y2 with a few skeletons. 1, 2, 3. Class name going to be w34, so that's 3/4, and then a h of 6. In fact, we can just copy this wfull h4 and w34 h4 mr8. Get rid of these. So you can see how that looks now. On the right hand side there, we've got the title and the description underneath. Then we want a space x2 div with flex and justify around. In here, we want a few skeletons, so just bring these I have 4 skeletons here, and each one is going to have the same class, W112 and H4. So you can see those little icons there have come up. Okay, we just want to add another wrapper here, which is space Y2. And then copy this and just give these a, give these 1/4 like this, like that. So you can see that looks better now. And then we can just come out of this wrapper and just say flex, justify between items center. In here we have a skeleton and another one, and give these a class name of width13h6. Actually, this is going to be 1.4, and that's going to be h4. And then finally come out to the bottom div and do a .flex .relative gapx2 justified between for our buttons. And that's going to be skeleton, 2 of those, and they're both going to have the same class, which is W12 H10. Perfect. So you can see we've got our skeletons here, and those will show when we refresh the page like that, but only on really the first refresh. You can see them a little bit now, but if I just get rid of that, if I back out and I go to our home page quickly, or go to inventory page, refresh. Okay, now I visit our classifieds. You can see that that initially loads like that. It also needs to, we need to go to our classified card and just round the edges of that image because it doesn't look right. Let's just see, rounded T and D. That's better. Next thing we need to do is just bring our classified skeleton. So if we just go to inventory and put classified card skeleton, we can bring that. So we might use it somewhere else. Let's have a look. Classified card skeleton. So that's our page. Let's go to our loading. And let's just copy this content. Export const classified card skeleton equals that. And we just return this. We could just bring in these imports. Don't need an ID here. Okay. Classify card skeleton, key is ID. And then import that. Great. So that's our loading skeleton, and we'll make similar loading skeletons for other parts of the site. So for example, we can actually add a loading skeleton on our classified inventory page. And to do that, we're not going to do the same. Since we have a sidebar on our inventory page, we don't want to make the skeleton of a sidebar because it's really kind of unnecessary. The sidebar should just be there all the time. Doesn't need a loading skeleton. So for this, we're going to add a loading skeleton here, and we're going to manually do this with suspense. So we're going to add a suspense which wraps around our classified list, and that comes from React. And we're going to give it a fallback of inventory skeleton, which we need to actually just create. So if we just copy this and we say inventory skeleton.tsx, export const inventory skeleton equals, return that. Actually, we don't want this. We just want it to be that part there. And then we can go back to our loading page, and we can import our inventory skeleton. Okay. Favorites loading page, and then we have an inventory skeleton here. Inventory skeleton. One thing that I forgot here before, and I continued editing the video, is I forgot to implement the React use hook. That's a new hook from in React 18, I believe. And so what we do is we get rid of this await for the get inventory, and now that becomes a promise, and we actually pass the promise into the classified list instead of the actual result. And we say promise like that. And so now that, as the TypeScript's fixed that there. And what we do is we make this a use client, and we use the use hook. So classifieds is going to be, in fact, we can just call this inventory. Inventory is going to be use from React, and then we're going to pass in the classifieds like that, and we're going to map over the inventory. Now that should, when we go back and forward, so just quickly go to favorites, inventory. Let's just restart this quickly. Refresh the page and go to inventory. Okay. Technically that should load now. Let's just do suspense. And I can't see any suspense here. What's going on? Ah, suspense. Okay, this one. Yeah, okay, so that should, technically that should load. Yeah, I believe the use hook allows us to do that. So let me do React use hook. Can be called within loops and conditions. Like React hooks, the function, let's just see what this does. Unlike React use, it can be called within loops, and if React hooks, the function calls use must be a component of hook. When called with a promise, the use API integrates with suspense and error boundaries. Component calling use suspends while the promise passed to use is pending. So this is the promise passed to use, and the component then suspends, meaning it goes to our suspense component like that, and should show our inventory skeleton. So yeah, that's why we do that. In this section, we displayed a grid of user-favorited classifieds based on saved IDs in Redis. We allowed the user to remove items from the favorites directly on the page, and we created a skeleton component to show placeholders while data is being fetched. In the next section, we're going to create the single classified page. Moving on, we're going to create our view details page. And you can see here, we've got this slug, which is the path for the vehicle. And it's /inventory / this. So we're just going to, actually, we can go back to that page because it's a 404 at the moment. And we'll just create a new folder here in inventory, in our app, presentation, inventory, and we'll call this slug with brackets around it. And that denotes passing in one of the path segments, which is this part here, the path segment, into the parameter. So we can actually get that. And we kind of want to create another folder inside, which is the grouped folder, as I showed you before. So we do the same for presentation. The reason being is we want to have a loading skeleton in here, and we don't want that to apply to other pages that we're going to create under the slug route. So we're going to create that, and we're going to have a page, and we're also going to create a loading .tsx in here, loading. We're going to export default function classified skeleton page. Return nothing for now. We'll come back to this. For this page, we want to export default async function classified page. We're going to give it props, page props as usual, and we're going to get the params await props.params. Let's just console.log this and you'll see what that is. There you go, you can see params slug like that. For the slug, we want to create slug variable, decode the URI component in case it has any funny characters, slug string, and if no slug, we want to return not found, and I don't even think we need to return it. We just say not found, which is a next navigation method here. And then we say const classified is equal to await Prisma .classified.find unique where slug. And we want to include make and images. And the reason we include make is because we have the brand icon. I don't know if you remember when we seeded the database, we used ImageIX URL, which is a URL to the logo of the make. So we want to get that to show on the page. If no classified, not found. And then if classified.status is sold, we want to redirect to routes dot, and we need to create a route here, not available. And we're going to make this page inventory. I'm going to have the slug here, not available. So as you can see, in addition to the inventory page or the inventory route, we have this reserve and this not available. And so we'll actually create the not available page under the slug not available, and it's going to be a page export default function not available page return flex item center justify center and then min h80 dvh like that. Another div w full max width lg bg card rounded lg and shadow lg. Then a h1 with bg primary text primary foreground text lg font semi-bold p4 rounded tlg. That should be a h1. Vehicle not available. Next flex call item center p8 space y4 with an x circle icon inside. That's going to have a class name of width 16 h16 text muted foreground, a paragraph tag of text lg font semi-bold and text center. It's going to say sorry, that vehicle is no longer available. Underneath the paragraph tag we'll have another p with a class name text center text muted foreground. We have a large number of other vehicles that might suit your needs. To view our current stock, please check our website. And then we just want to add some buttons. Div class name mt6 flex item center justify center gap 4 button. Variant is going to be outline. Class name will be transition colors hover border white hover bg primary and hover text white. And we're going to have an ask child prop as well, so we can give this a link, next link, and we're going to give this home icon inside the class name of mr2 h5 w5. Close that and say go to home page. And that's going to have a href of routes dot home. I'm going to copy paste this button, remove the class name and keep the ask child. This is going to say routes.inventory. We're going to have a car icon here instead, and this is going to say view classifieds. And actually bring this component out into its own in shared end buttons tsx export const end buttons equals return like that. Import these. That should be next link. Okay. And then we can just import end buttons because we're going to be reusing this in another page. Okay, so we've got that. Got the route there. We want to say redirect to not available. So if it's sold, redirect to not available. And then pass in the classified .slug. Okay, so let's just quickly find a sold listing. Classifieds. Status is sold here. And we want to copy the slug. Paste it into here. Okay, paste that. Should redirect us. Receive the promise that resolves to undefined lazy element type must be resolved to a class or function. Let's see, not available. Export default function, end buttons, There we go. Vehicle not available, okay. Vehicle not available. So we actually, by the looks of it, don't need this. Yeah, that looks fine. That's better. And then we can view classifieds, or we can go to homepage, which we need to build still. Okay, looking good. So let's go back to our non-sold listing. Close all these pages quickly. So here we just want to return our classified ad, and we'll actually create a new file for this. We're going to call it, in a new components folder, classified. And we can get rid of the params here. Classified view. We'll export const classified view is equal to that, and we'll return h1 classified view. Okay. Type view. There we go. Okay. We're going to pass in the classified here. Spread that across. Give this a props of classified view props. And create a type here. It's going to be classified with images and make is equal to Prisma. Classified get payload. Open up this object and say include make true and images true. And we're just going to give this to the props here. So we're going to start building out the structure here for this classified ad page. And we're going to give it a div, another div, and then we're going to have a carousel in here. And the carousel is going to be built using the Swiper API. So we're going to install that. Fun, add Swiper. And then we also want to add another tool for opening up the images. So FS Lightbox React we're going to use for opening up the images in full screen. So let's just start by building our carousel, and we'll do this here, classified carousel, and we're going to export const classified carousel, and that's going to take in images. We're going to get these images from the type which we're going to create. classified carousel props. Images is going to be image from Prisma. We're just going to call this as Prisma image because we don't want to get confused by the Next.js image component and Prisma image. And that's going to be classified carousel props. Okay, so we're going to also import some stuff from Swiper. That's going to be Swiper CSS, Swiper CSS effect fade, Swiper CSS virtual. We're also going to import effect fade from Swiper modules, as well as navigation, thumbs, and virtual. We're going to import Swiper slide from Swiper React, and we're going to import a type of Swiper as Swiper type from Swiper. Okay, and then what we want to do is you want to import dynamic from Next Dynamic. And that allows us to lazy load a Swiper component. So we const Swiper equals dynamic. And the reason we do this is because currently the Swiper API doesn't have support in the server rendered environments, although this will be used client. And so it just loads a bit funny and there's some weird issues. So this is how we import the Swiper React package.then mod.swiper. So that's the main component there. And then we just add an object for options. SSR is going to be false. And then we're going to add a loading skeleton, which is going to be a function that returns. For now, we'll just do loading like that, but we'll create that after. We also need to add Swiper thumb here. And this is just going to copy this. And we're going to have a loading of null. And this is for our thumbnail icons that we can swipe through. Okay, let's return a div to the class name of relative. Inside that, we'll have a swiper component. And inside that, we will have a images.map image. Looks like we need to make this an array. Give this an index as well. We need the index. And we're going to return a swiper slide with an image inside from next image. The image is going to have a blur data URL of image.blurhash. It's going to have a source of image.source, an alt of image.alt, a width of 1200, height 800, which is our aspect ratio of 3:2, aspect 3:2, object cover, rounded MD, and cursor pointer, because we're able to click on that image. We need to also give this a placeholder of blur. Okay, the swiper slide, that's going to have key image.id, because those are unique in the database, and then we're going to give it a virtual index of index, like that. So that's our index of our image map. Next, we'll give this a prop of navigation prev_l. That's going to be a class name of swiper button prev next_l swiper button next. Effect is going to be fade. Space between will be 10. Fade effect is going to be crossfade. Thumbs is going to include a swiper, which we're going to give some React state to. So const thumbs swiper set thumbs swiper. We'll use state. We're going to have a swiper type or null. Okay, so it looks like we've lost our type. Import swiper from types like that as swiper type. Okay, give that a null and copy this to here. Next, we'll just give it some modules, which are the modules for the swiper, which we imported before, which effect, fade. They've disappeared because of biome but we'll just import them again. Thumbs and virtual. So these are like plugins that can be used for the swiper module. It needs to be modules like that. Virtual, going to give this some options. Add slides after. It's going to be 8. So that means there's going to be 8 images that are loaded initially, and the rest of them after the 8 are going to be loaded on the fly. So rather than if we have 100 images, only 8 will be loaded on the initial load so that you can slide through those, and then the rest of them will be kind of dynamically added to the stack. Enabled, true. And then we just need to create an onSlide change function, which is going to be handle slide change. And to do this, we need to have an index. So the index is going to be active index, set active index, use state, going to be 0. Type can be inferred from that. And then we're going to have const handle slide change is equal to use callback, swiper type, and then set active index will be swiper dot active index. Give this an empty array, no dependencies here. One other thing is the class name of aspect 3.2. Okay, now we just need to create some swiper buttons, and we can do that in this here, swiper buttons. So we're going to export swiper buttons. It's going to have a interface of swiper buttons props, which will be prev class name string next class name string swiper button props. In fact, we can just move this component into our shared directory here. Destructure this, prev class name, return React fragment, because we need 2 buttons in here, button with an icon of chevron left. This can have a class name of H8W8 and a color of black. I'm going to have 2 of those, except this one's going to be chevron right. And then we can do the props here for each button. Let's just get back to this. So the props here, variant, ghost, type, button, rel equals prev, next one's going to be next, size, icon, class name is going to be cn, prev class name, and then swiper button prev. I will update the next one as well. Absolute top 1/2 translate y half z10, that's z index, flex item center and rounded full, and then on click is going to be an event with e.stop propagation. Save that, and I can just update this to next class name, swiper button next, and rel next. These look good. Now let me just import them into our file here. Underneath our swiper component for buttons, we're going to have a prev class name of left for bg white and a next class name of right for bg white. Save that. Let's have a look and see where we're at. Okay, so we got this. Let's just import this carousel. Classified carousel. The images are going to come from props.images. Save that. And then let's just refresh this page. There we go. That looks good. We don't have any other images in there, so we can't use this swiper at the moment, but we will later be able to do that. So let's just continue building out some of the site structure here. So the styling, flex call, container, NXAuto, px4, nd, px0, py12. Give it a bit of styling there. This is going to have a class name of flex, flex call, and nd flex row. And then here, a class name of nd width half. Just add a div here with a class name of nd width half, nd pl8, mt4, and nd mt0. Inside here, we'll have a div with a class name of flex, flex call, nd flex row, item start, nd item center. Here we're going to have an image, Next.js, and this image is going to be our props.make.image, and the alt will be props.make.name. Class name here, width 20, mr4. Width is going to be 120 and height 120. So now you can see we've got our Alfa Romeo logo up there in the top right, and we can just give this a title now. So div h1 class name of text 3xl, nd text 4xl, font bold, and this will be props.title. Nice. So let's just bring this across. Yeah, looking good like that. Could probably make it a bit smaller. Maybe md text 3xl and then text 2xl for smaller screens. Okay, moving on, we're going to have a div with a class name of mt4 flex item center space x2 mb2. Here we're going to have a span with a class name of dg gray 200 text gray 800 text sm font medium px 2.5 py 0.5 rounded nd, and that is going to have our props.year. We can just copy this because we want 4 of them. We're going to say format number props.odo reading, and then format odometer unit props.odo unit. Save that so you can see how this is coming together now. Next one, props.color. That's going to be in a format color. And then fuel type, format fuel type. Underneath this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of mb4. And in here, we're going to say props.description and HTML parser. HTML is going to be our props.description. In fact, let's bring this in here. There's our description. Next, price, class name, text 4xl, font bold, my4, w full, border slate 200, flex, justify center, items center, rounded xl, and py12. We're going to say our price, format price will be props.price, and currency will be props.currency gray. So this obviously looks better on bigger screen like that, but when it gets down to there, also looks pretty good. Next, we'll have a button, aschild, because this button is going to have a link to our reserve href equals routes dot reserve props.slug, and then multi-step form enum dot welcome reserve. Now, give this a class name, uppercase, font bold, py3, px6, rounded, w full, mb4. Size will be large. Next thing we're going to do is create a grid of items, and that is going to be under the button. It's going to be a div with a class name of grid. Grid calls 2, md grid calls 3, lg grid calls for, and then gap for. Here we are going to create a div with a class name of bg gray 100 rounded lg shadow xs p4 text center. And what we want to do is we want to say props.ules_compliance is equal to exempt, then we say check icon, otherwise we say X icon, and give both of these the same style. Class name is w6h6mxauto and text green 500. You can just change this to red. And then underneath that, we're going to give it a P with a class name text SM font medium and MT2. And that will have format ules_compliance, props.ules_compliance. Okay, now we just want to basically map over a list of features. So let's just create that up here. Const features is equal to an array of objects. ID1 feature is going to be this, and we're going to pass in the props of classified with images and make like that, and then return that array, and you can see. And we just want to basically we don't need to, we can just copy this, turn that into that, map over this feature, and then just return this div with the feature dot. Okay, so features, I need to just call this function, pass in the props, and then yeah, we just want to pull out the feature here and get the ID as well, which can be given key of ID like that. So now let's just continue going through each one of these. ID2 feature is going to be, so we're going to have a fingerprint icon. Actually, let's just think about this. We can bring out the icon into here. Icon is going to be this. And then the feature is going to be this. And the icon here will be fingerprint. And the feature is going to be a P element. Actually, we don't even need the P element here. We can just bring this like this, since it's always going to be the same. Okay, let's see. Feature P is going to be, so that's icon and feature. Icon like that. Feature like that. Actually, let's just call this label. Label, 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 label. And get rid of that. Labels can be props.brn. Need a comma here. And okay, so we need to just center this. Flex item center. Flex call. Better. Okay. Next one, ID3, icon, car icon, label, format, body type, props.body type. Let's just copy a few of these now and give them some commas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Fuel icon, format fuel type, power icon, format transmission, gauge icon. We're going to open up a string here. We're going to say format number, props.odo reading, close that, and then open another one, format odo unit, props.odo unit. Users icon, change this to seats. And finally, car, front. And then this is going to be props.doors. Just give these some styles here. Class name is going to be W6, H6, MX Auto, text gray 500. Okay, that looks good now. Perfect. So we'll move on to our carousel again. And we'll finish this off. So we want to add the thumbs swiper here. And this is going to have an images.map image. We're going to return an image with a class name of object cover, aspect 32, and rounded MD. Width 300, height 200, source of image.source, alt, placeholder blur, blur data URL of image.blur hash, and a key of image.id. On our thumb swiper props, we're going to have onSwiper, setSwiper, which we need to create. That's going to take in a swiper, which is going to be our swiper type. It's going to set thumbs swiper to swiper. So that's just an instantiation there. Next, we want space between the 10, slides per view to be 4, free mode to be true, and to just double check why this is thumb swiper, we need to change that to swiper thumb. Save that. Watch slides progress true. Modules is going to have navigation, thumbs, and effect fade. And that should pretty much be it for now. Let's have a look. Okay, so it looks like we need to add a class. Oh, actually looks like we need to wrap this in a swiper slide. That's going to have a class name of relative empty2 hfit wfull cursor grab and a key. We need to bring our key into here. Okay, that should work now. There we go. So we've got our slides like that. Let's just go back up to the top and update our carousel skeleton. So this is going to be carousel skeleton. We just need to create that here. Carousel skeleton. Export const carousel skeleton. Return flex call animate pulse skeleton class name of aspect ratio 32 wfull, and then grid calls for nt2 gap 2. This is for our thumbnails which we just created. Skeleton, just create a couple of these. Class name is aspect 32, like that. Okay, bring our carousel skeleton into here. Great. And now let's just check what that looks like. Components, suspense. That's not the right one. Suspense. You saw it there. Let's just try and find it again. Nope. This one. Great. And yeah, you can see there's another suspense here, which is for the thumbnails. This one. And we can see when that suspends, we load null. So actually it's just showing nothing when that's suspended. So Unfortunately, I don't think you can. Yeah, there we go. That's how it would look, actually. Okay, and something going on with the arrow there. Moving on to our lightbox, we want to basically be able to just refresh this, see where we're at. Want to be able to click on the image and open it up. Just fix that annoying arrows being so far down here. Let's have a look. Okay, that needs to come up here. This needs to have a React fragment. Refresh. Okay, they're better now. So next, we want to handle the image click, and we want to do that with a function, handle image click. That's going to be a use callback, and we need to create a new piece of state up here, which is lightbox controller, set lightbox controller, and that is going to have a use state of toggler, false, and source index 0. Okay. Here we're going to set lightbox controller to toggler is no lightbox controller dot toggler, and source index is going to be active index, which we have in some other piece of state up there, as you can see. And the dependency array is going to include the lightbox controller dot toggler as well as the active index. For the lightbox, we need to get sources of the image. And we do that by mapping over images.map image return image.source like that. So we've got the sources of the image, and now it's just a case of adding our lightbox controller. So lightbox or fs lightbox, which we will import. fs lightbox from fs lightbox react. Next, we need to add some type unadd at types fs lightbox react -d undev. Okay. That looks good. Give this a toggler of lightbox controller.toggler. Also a source index of lightbox controller.source index. Sources is going to be sources. And then type will be image. Okay. Let's have a look and see if this works. Refresh. Click. And it doesn't work. Okay. That's because we haven't got our handle image click anywhere. So handle image click is actually going to go on our image component. On click is equal to handle image click. Refresh. Click. There we go. Simple as that. Full screen. Boom. And yeah, it will have arrows as well, but because there's only one image, it doesn't. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create an S3 bucket. So we can upload multiple images there, and we can show you the swipe slider working. So as you can see, I've got S3 up here, but what you'll need to do once you've logged in or created an account on AWS is you just need to go to the search bar, look for S3, go to here. You'll be presented with a screen like this. I'm going to say create bucket. I'm going to call it Majestic Motors. And then we're going to keep that as default. We're going to turn off block all public access. And we're going to say I acknowledge that. Because what we're going to do is we're going to be showing the public images to the public, but we're going to be preventing people from being able to, write or, write and read from our S3 bucket using permissions. So we're going to set that up with an IAM user. So we've created our bucket. Now we just go click into the bucket like this. And we're going to have to actually, first of all, just create a folder. And we're going to call that uploads. And we do this for image.ix. I'll show you that a bit later. But for now, we're just going to create a folder. Then we're going to go to our permissions. And we're going to go to bucket policy. Edit the bucket policy. Now I'm just going to paste my policy in here. And you can check this out for yourself and copy it. But what we've got is you've got an SID of allow read access to objects and an SID of allow write access to objects. This is just a descriptive name. You can call that whatever you want, but it kind of describes what this does. We've got our ARN, which is our resource ID here, ARN. You can see you'll need to copy that, paste it in here, and put a / to denote a wildcard for the path. And so we've got a put object and a get object for this. And that allows us to get and write, so read and write to the S3 bucket. I'm going to save that. Then I'm going to scroll down to our cross-origin resource sharing. Edit that and paste in this. And so what this does is it exposes the e-tag headers, and that allows us to do the multi-part file upload. It gives us allowed origins here as an asterisk for local development. You might want to change this in production to your actual domain. And then the allowed methods, which is put and post. We'll just save that. Next, we're going to go to the IAM resource, and we want to distinguish between the IAM and the IAM Identity Center. So we're going to IAM, you need to search for that, and then go to users, and we want to create a new user. And this user is going to be specific to the S3 bucket. So we're going to say Majestic Motors user. And we're going to give this user the permissions to access the S3 bucket. So we want to attach a policy directly, and then we want to create a policy. And so we'll have to come back here and attach it in a minute. But what we want to do is we want to just create a policy here using JSON. So as you can see, we've got a template here, and it has a statement, an effect, action, and resource. But we want to just be concerned with the resource for now. So go into the resource, and I'm going to paste in this. You can see this is our ARN, which we copied into our policy, our bucket policy before. And then we've got anything that has JPEG, PNG, and GIF. I mean, we can probably just get rid of a GIF because we're not going to be uploading GIFs. JPEG and PNG. And then we can just change our statement to S3 upload assets. Our effect is fine, and then our action is going to be, we can delete the brackets. We can just say lowercase s3 semicolon and then an asterisk wildcard by that. Okay, go next, create our policy name and call it Majestic Motors Permissions. Okay. You can see what it has here. Allow S3 limited list permissions management read write tagging. Create that policy. And then we just want to type in Majestic. I might need to refresh here. Cross that out. We need to go back and do this again. Okay, so Majestic Motors user. Attach policies. Majestic Motors permissions. Next, create user. And then that's that. Now we can click on our user. We go to our security credentials and look for access keys. We need to use access keys to send programmatic calls to AWS from wherever, right? Direct API calls. And so we want to say, we can just say local code for now and get rid of that. Understand description, we don't need that. And now we've got our access key and our secret key. So I'm going to copy these and paste them into our env file. So let me just open this, go to our env file and say AWS S3 bucket. In fact, let me just say S3 bucket access key is equal to that. And then S3 bucket secret key is equal to, copy this value, paste it into here. You might want to store these somewhere else so that you don't lose them, because once you've gone past this stage, you can't get that secret key ever again. So continue. Okay. Now we've got our credentials. We can go to ImageIX and start creating our bucket there. ImageIX.com. Gonna sign up. And I'm going to use this. Okay, I'm going to go to sources. And you can see I've already created one here, but I'm going to create a new one. New source. And as an S3, continue. I'm going to paste in my access key. So this one here. And I'm going to paste in my secret key. Okay, S3 bucket name, Majestic Motors. And the example prefix. So this is where we have on our S3 bucket our directory within the S3. So you click in here and we've got this uploads folder, which we created. So we just want to put /uploads. Continue. You can call this Majestic Motors. And we deploy source. Okay, so we've created our source. Now we go to sources, Majestic Motors, and you can see we've got this URL. So we'll be using this at some point in the future. For now, we're just going to copy it and paste it into our environment variables. Next public ImageIX URL is equal to https:// So we're just going to keep that here. Now we're going to add these environment variables to our env file, which is this one. So 2 of them are server, and then 1 of them is a client. z.string.url, and then this is z.string. You can just copy that. Good, and then we just want to add these here as well. Copy that, process.env.paste. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is just upload some images to our S3 and make sure that they're able to be viewed. So go to our S3 bucket, go to Majestic Motors, uploads, going to upload some images, add files. I'm going to upload these. And then I'm going to click on one, copy its URL, and paste it here like that. Okay, that looks viewable. Now what I want to show you is how, if we just go back to our project and we go to our env, copy this, and we paste it in place of our S3 URL, and we click enter, you can see we get the same image. But now what we can do is we can say width equals 100, and you can change the width. We can say format equals compress, so that compresses the image, and various other optimizations using the ImageIX rendering API. So we can say, let's have a look. Format, let's see, quality, we could say quality is 1, so Q equals 1. You can see that's pixelated now. If I change that to 100, much better quality. So we'll be using this in place of the S3 URL throughout our project. So now that I've got those images, I just want to add them to our database. And we go to our images like this, and we see the Alfa Romeo like that. So let's just check our Alfa Romeo. This one, ID of 1, images classified 1 like this. And we just copy that as an insert statement. And we say, insert this. And we just change the image here to this one. In fact, we would like to just populate it with our S3 bucket URL instead. So we want to do this. Okay, give this an ID of 26, 26, run, and then let's see if that appears. Nice. And this works as well, as you can see. Okay, next we'll move on to optimizing these images. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to open our UI folder, and we're going to create a new file, and that's going to be ImageIX image component. Here, we're going to add use client directive to the top. And let me just make this a bit easier for you to see. pdev or bundev. Okay, so we've got our use client. We're going to import image from Next.js and import use state from React. Export const ImageIX image is equal to props ImageIX image props, and we're going to create that type ImageIX image props is equal to, and we're going to omit image props from next image. We're going to omit priority and loading like that. And we need to just copy this, change this to props. Okay, we're going to open up some use state hook here. And that's going to be error and set error, use state. Error is going to be false for now. And then we're going to say if error, we're just going to return a standard image with fetch priority high and spreading our props like that. So now we're going to return another image, and this is going to have a props of fetch priority high, loader is equal to image props, and then we're going to return a loader here. For now it will just be null, and then on error we set error to true, and then just spread the rest of the props. Next we'll just create our loader. We can do that in a new file actually. This is how we're going to handle ImageIX. So let's just collapse everything, go to lib, add ImageIX loader like that. So we're going to export const ImageIX loader, and that's going to have a source, width, height, and quality. And that's going to be loader props. We're going to create an interface here which extends image loader props from next image. give that a height because it doesn't include height, and ImageIX does. And then we're going to say URL equals new URL, give that the source, and then we're going to set the width to width.toString. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to set this to auto format compress, and that just gives us some basically out of the box image optimizations from ImageIX. We're going to say if height, set the H, and then if quality, set the quality. That's going to be quality and height. Next, we have a path, which is going to be url.path name. And then we have our params, url.searchparams.toString. Those parameters we just created. And we are going to return a template literal with env, import our ImageIX URL /path, and then question mark params, our search params at the end. Okay, I just had to restart my computer there. So now we've got our ImageIX URL, we can start using this in our Next.js loader, our image loader like this. So what we do is we say ImageIX loader, pass in image props like that, and there you've got it. You've got our beautiful ImageIX image, which we can now use to set the quality of our images. So let me show you that. So this image here, we kind of want it to be, you know, generally good quality, but nothing too crazy. So let's just take a look at it at the moment. We've got, actually, you can see here, it's using Next.js' own image optimization. So we want to get rid of that. And we want to say ImageIX image, import that, keep everything the same. You should see this change if I refresh now. Make sure we're on the right one. Yep. Refresh that. Okay, view it. And now you can see it is the ImageIX URL like that. And it's 371 KB. Okay, so we can get that down. So let's just say the width is 600 and this is now 400. Okay. Let's have a look. Now it's 41.5 kilobytes. And then we just want to say the quality is 45. Refresh. Okay, 41.5 still. That's pretty good. So when you click here, this is our FS Lightbox. You can see we've got our image sources like that. And so what we want to do is we just want to map over this. We want to say image loader, and we pass in our props. So source is going to be image.source. Width, we can say we want it to be 2400, and then quality is going to be 100 like that. So refresh. Now we've got a very high resolution version of our image, which is 937 kilobytes. So it's still optimized, but it's a much higher resolution image than the one here. And so that's how we can kind of change the formats. If we look at this one as well, we can just update the image here to an ImageIX image. And that can really be, you know, if it's a thumbnail, we can pretty much say this is half the size, 150, 150, 100, and the quality can be 1. So let's refresh. Yeah, we don't need those thumbnails being very big at all. So if you look here, that's 3 KB now. So let's just go ahead and update our classifieds as well on the inventory page with our new image IX. Whoops. /inventory. Close that. And we just want to get rid of all of this and say inventory or classified card. And you can see this actually doesn't exist in our S3 bucket, but what we're going to do is download it from our image sources and just replace it. Image sources or constants. So remember this one. We'll just download this onto desktop, and we'll just go to our S3 bucket, and we're going to upload that into our uploads directory. Go to our desktop, upload that, and then now we can use this as an optimized image. So we'll copy this URL here. We are going to say template literals, and that's going to be env.nextPublicImageIX URL uploads like that. Refresh. Okay, so now we can just seed the database with these new classifieds. So if we go to our database and we delete our classifieds, delete all of them, run it again, run Prisma db seed, and we're getting an error here because our image source is okay. So we need to just copy this, hard code it rather than putting in the environment variables file there. Paste that into here and then rerun the seed. Okay. Run this again, refresh the page. And we have 0 classifieds because I bet none of them are live. Oh, they didn't get populated. Okay, let's try again. Seed. We seeded the images, not the classifieds. Okay. First seed the classifieds, then seed the images. Also, you want to just delete what already exists. So do classifieds, and that should delete the images as well, but let's keep the makes for now. So bun add Prisma and Prisma client. Bun dev. Let's see. There we go. We have some images now, and they should be the image IX images. Although, actually, that said, no, we need to make this we need to keep it like this. That's my bad. So let's rerun the seed command. That should delete them all and reseed. And then we have this, which we are doing the image IX manipulation on the front end. So now when we add our card, our image to our card, our image IX image, it should work. So let's see, refresh. And there it is, our image IX image like that. In this section, we developed a dedicated page for each classified showing all specs, images, and contact reservation options in an accessible layout. We installed React Swiper package to create image carousel and swipeable thumbnails. We introduced FX Lightbox to create a full screen overlay to view larger images. We create an AWS S3 bucket and IAM user with permissions to store and retrieve images. We created an image.ix source with S3 access. And we created an image.ix image, a component, and loader. And we utilized the new image.ix component to optimize images in various places on the site. In the next section, we're going to build out the home page. Moving on, we are going to start work on our home page. So let's start by creating a page in our presentation. And we're going to do this in our presentation directory, because that is where our home page is going to be. So currently the home page is here, and we can just move this page into our presentation like that and replace that. So now if I visit localhost 3000, I get welcome to my Next.js app like that. So it is using this layout and then this layout as well, the public layout. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to get the search params out of the props. So say page props, and const search params is equal to await props.search params. I need to make this an async. Next, we'll just give this a class name of wfull, minHeight screen, and bg background. And we'll start creating the content. So first of all, we want to create a hero section. We're going to have a section like that. And here we're going to have a background image. So that's going to be style is equal to background image. And that's going to be a URL in a template literal string with image.ix loader. And we're going to load a source. So we're going to just pass in a source like that. And that's going to be image sources. And we're going to pass in the classified placeholder for now. Width is going to be 1 to 80. And then quality will be 100. So let's just see what this looks like for a second. Let's just put a H1 in here, testing. And we need to give this a class name, relative flex, item center, justify center. H is going to be a calc of 100 viewport height minus 4 rem. Like that. Close that off. BG cover and BG center. Okay. So now you can see we've got our background image, but now we want to just go into our S3 bucket. So we go back to our AWS account. We sign in and we go to our S3. Go to Majestic Motors. Then go to uploads. And now we just want to upload some images from our desktop, which are for the homepage. So we're just going to upload these 2 images. Click upload. Okay, then go to our image sources. Car lineup is going to be this with car lineup. And then we're just going to copy that, change this to feature section. Okay. So now we've got some images to use on our home page. We're going to change this one now to car lineup. Okay, great. That looks good. Next, we're going to add a div here with a class name of absolute, inset 0, BG black, and opacity 75. And that just gives us a nice gradient like that. Not gradient, sorry, a nice overlay. Then another div with a container class, LG grid, space Y12, grid cols 2, item center, relative, and Z10. Open that up and have another div of PX10. And then LG PX0. Bring in our H1, give this a class name of text to XL, text center, LG text left, MD text for XL, LG text 8 XL, uppercase, font is going to be extra bold and text white. We're going to change this to unbeatable deals on new and used cars. Okay. Now we're going to have a H2 with a class name of MT4, uppercase, text center, LG text left, text base, MD text 3XL, LG text 4XL, text white. That's going to say discover your dream car today. Next, we're going to have a div with a class name of max WND, max with MD, W full, MX auto, P6, BG white, SM rounded XL, and shadow LG, like that. Open that up. Another div with a space Y4 class, and then another div with a space Y2 flex call W full gap X4. And we're going to add in our filters here. But for now, let's just move on to the next thing, which is going to be our button here. It's going to be a button with a class name W full, and it's going to say search. Also, we want to give it an aschild prop so that we can use a link in here. Href for this is going to be an empty string for now until we decide what that's going to be. The next thing we're going to do is start building out our filters. So we want to create a new directory in our components called homepage. We're going to call this homepage filters. We're going to export const homepage taxonomy filters. And that's going to take in search params from awaited page props like that. And then we're going to get our router for next navigation, and we're going to use some query states. So const set state is equal to use query states, and we're going to pass in here make parse as string with default. We're going to also have model variant, year, actually we'll have min year, max year, min price, max price. Okay, let's just change this to that. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to say handle change is equal to an async function with e react dot change event. That's going to be HTML input element or HTML select element, depending on which one we have. Open that up, and we're going to take in the name and the value from e.target. Then we're going to open a switch statement which takes in the name, and we're going to say case make. So the name could be one of these, basically the key of this here. So case make, we're going to await set state. Make is going to be value, model is going to be null, and then model variant is also going to be null. Then default is going to be, oh, we need to just break out of here as well. Break. Default is going to be await set state, and we're going to pass in the name and the value like that. And so basically what we're saying here is that if we set the make, we want to reset the model and the model variant. Similarly, actually for model, we want to get rid of make, model needs to be value, and then model variant needs to be null like that. So we can actually remove our router. Okay, save that. Now we just want to return taxonomy filters, which we've already created. Handle change is going to be handle change like that. And then search params will be search params. Okay, let's just import this into here. Homepage taxonomy filters, search params is going to be search params. And we're getting an error here. What's this? With the parse as string with default, not a function. Parse as string. need to just make this a use client. Okay, there we go. So let's just open this up and see how this affects the URL. So if we just change to Audi, okay, we've got make 57, but it doesn't look like it is updating here, which is probably why we needed the... Actually, let's just see if we do shallow false like that. So let's just do AC, Audi. Yeah, okay, that's updating. RS6. Yes, that looks good. Plus, so let's just change this to Q4. That updates the model variant. And then if I change this to Austin, we get, yeah, like that. Okay, and then if I click search, currently our button doesn't do anything. So what we want to do is we want to create a new button, a search button here, because our search button needs to have some level of functionality. So we're going to export const search button is equal to, here we're going to pass in a count, and that's just going to be a number because we want to show the amount of items being filtered. And then we can just basically pass in this like that into here, and then also return this, and we can get our search button like that. And our count will be 0 for now. Okay, return this button and this link. Okay, now we just use query states, parse as string. We need to change this to use client. Okay, here we want, rather than the set state, we don't need to set state in here. We just want to extract the values. So we want to extract make, model variant, min year, max year, min price, max price, like that. So let's just bring that across. So we've got these values. We want to say const query params is equal to new URL search params. That's a JavaScript method for updating the query params. Then we want to say if make query params dot append make. I want to do that for all of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Paste. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Paste. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Paste. And we say if or const URL equals new URL routes dot inventory, which is where we're going to be doing the search, or at least directing the user when they click the search button, and env dot next public app URL. URL.search is equal to query params.string or toString, and then we just pass that into our href, so URL.toString, like that. And then for our count, we say count is more than 0. If it is, add a template literal, which is going to be open brackets, count like that, or null. So that shouldn't show anything just now until we update the database count or get the count from the database. So if we just go to our home component and we break this out into its own component, so this section can now be called hero section RAFC, arrow function, hero section, like that. Props will be search params. Okay, so we want hero section search params is equal to search params. We need to just bring that into here. Props is awaited page props, and then we're going to do search params is equal to props, return what I copied earlier, and then just bring all of these in. Okay, so now we just want to say const total filters applied is equal to object dot keys search params or empty string dot length, and then is filter applied is going to be total filters applied is more than 0. And then we're going to get the count. So classified count is equal to await Prisma, and we need to just make this async Prisma.classified.count where, and we're going to use our build classified query, and we're going to pass in our search params like that. So now we've got our count, could pass that into here, and you can see we currently don't have anything, but let's just clear this. Let's say Audi. Do we have Audis? No. Aston Martin? No. Bentley? Do we have anything? Let's just go to our inventory page quickly. Yugo. We have a Yugo, so let's just see Yugo. Yugo. Yeah, you can see it currently has 1, and then if I just get rid of that, we've got 10 like that. So that looks good. We just need to apply our other button. Is filter applied? And I'm going to have a button as child. Variant is going to be outline. Class name wfull. And inside here, actually, we're going to add another class name here. Hover is going to be bg slate 200. In here, we're going to have a link with a href of routes.home because that's the current page we're on, and that's all we need. And that's going to say clear filters. Oh, let's import that. Clear filters, and then open brackets is going to be total filters applied. And we can just do that without a conditional kind of expression because we've already got the conditional expression up here. So now if I say Yugo, you can see we've got 1 filter applied. If I say 311, 2 filters applied, nothing found. What is that, 511? Yeah, there we go, 2 filters applied. So now clear filters, and it's cleared like that. Let's just check if this actually works. So if I say Yugo, click search, there we go. So that's working now. Let's just go back home. Next, we're going to add our min year and min price filters. I'm going to do that by adding a range filter, which we already have created. And we'll do 2 of those. And let's just add the same label equals that. We do year, min name. It's going to be min year, max name, max year, default min. Let's just say 1925. Default max, that will be new date dot get full year. Handle change will be handle change. Search params will be search params. Okay, that's good for year, but we need to add on the price. So that's going to be price. Min price will be 0. Max price, let's just do 1. Actually, we did do max price somewhere else, so let's have a look at that. Yeah, here. Yeah, okay, we also have, let's just copy some of this because we can actually copy this function, which is sidebar min max values. We can just copy this function here and we can pass it in to our, we can't pass it in here, we can pass it in to this. Classified status is live, min max result. Let's just add a prop min max result or values equals min max result. And then let's just see what our type is here. Awaited page, so we could probably just do extend sidebar props. How do we do that? Let's see. So interface, homepage, taxonomy, filters, props, extends sidebar props. That's it. We just need min max values. Then we can say, oh yeah, we need to get min min and max from min max values. Min dot year or 1925. In fact, we can go to our hero section. We can get rid of auto reading. Don't need that. Oh, then again, it's going to break the type. So let's just keep it then. So min year, max year, and then min price, max price. And then we just need an increment, which again is going to be copied from our sidebar increment. Price, we can just copy this across like that. Okay, that looks good to me. However, we do have an error here, but it should be fine. Let's refresh. Okay, this refresh is taking a lot longer than I expected. Save that. Get rid of classified card. Get rid of search button. Let's see why this is taking so long. Classified status. Okay, let me just get rid of that. Undev. Refresh the page. Okay, there we go. So, how's it looking? Looking pretty good. Let's just do Yugo 1945 to like that. What year is the Yugo? I'm not sure. Let's search. 2006. Let's just check. 2006. Looks good. 2007. None available. And then let's just check the price is 30,000. So let's just do price 30,000. That works. That doesn't work. Search, not there. Okay, let's just open this up. Okay, so now we can move on to the next section. So our next section is going to be next to our hero section, which is on our page, our presentation. Okay, cross this out. Let's open up our next section. This is going to be a new component, and we're going to create this component in our home page. It's going to be our features section, and it's going to be a basic section, which is just going to return some content. So we're going to return a div, and inside that we're going to have a div, another div, a h2, another h2, and a p. And then inside this div, we can add a div, which is going to be self-closing, div, and then another div, which is self-closing. We'll start off with just adding the content. So we've got what you need, no car, no problem. And we're going to say our exclusive collection offers unmatched luxury and speed for the ultimate driving experience. Okay, save that. And then for our div here, we're going to say class name is equal to MX Auto, max width 7XL, height is going to be 300px, BG cover, BG no repeat, BG bottom, XL rounded T XL, shadow 2XL. And then we're going to give it a style attribute, which is going to have a background image of template literal URL, open brackets, image IX loader. And then we're going to have a source of image sources dot feature section, width of 1 to 80, quality of 100. Just give that a comma. In this div, this is going to be aria hidden, true, class name will be relative, hidden, XL block. And then here, class name, absolute minus inset x20, bottom 0, BG linear to top, from white to transparent, and then PT is going to be 3%. Okay, save that, and then we just need to give this a class name of relative, overflow hidden, pt16 minus mb16, sm is going to be minus mb24, and then xl mb0. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, nothing there yet because we need to add it here. So features section doesn't need any props. Nice. Okay, we just need to style the text a bit. So I'm going to give this a class name of bg white py16 smpy24. Next, class name of mxauto max width 7xl px6 lg tx8. Class name mxauto max width 8xl sn text center, and then our h2 is going to have a class name of text base md text 2xl font semi bold leading 7. Okay, this h2 we're going to have a class name of mt2 uppercase text 4xl font bold tracking is going to be tight text gray 900, and then sn text 8xl it's going to be big. And then class name here, mt6 text lg leading 8 and text gray 600. So that's our features section. You can see what that looks like. Pretty damn sleek. Okay, now we'll move on to our next section. So for the next section, we're going to build a latest arrivals carousel. So let me first of all just get this component created. So we're going to export const latest arrivals is equal to async. This is going to be return section div h2, and then under this div here we're going to have a carousel, and this carousel is going to be latest arrivals carousel. You can export const latest arrivals carousel is equal to props. We're going to give this an interface carousel props, and that's going to have classifieds, which will be Prisma dot classifieds get payload includes images true, and then also favorites, which will be an array of numbers. Carousel props. Here we're going to just destructure classifieds and favorites, and we're going to return div, the class name for mt8 relative, and then we are going to import a swiper. So we want to do const swiper equals, and we can go to our carousel, classified carousel, and we can just get our swiper import like this. Okay, and then for our loader, we're actually going to create a custom loader here. It's going to be div class name grid calls 1 sm grid calls 2 md grid calls 3 2xl grid calls 4 gap 8. Okay, and then we just want to add in here 1 2 3 4 dot map index, and then we just return the classified card skeleton like that and give it a key of I. Okay, we just need to import dynamic from next dynamic, and then let's just go back here and add our swiper. Okay, get rid of that. Now give it a navigation. In fact, we can pretty much copy most of our classified carousel stuff here. Copy this, paste it in, and then we can just delete a few things. So we don't need that. We need pagination to be clickable. Clickable is true. Modules, we need navigation. Get rid of those. Don't need an effect fade. We need a loop to be true. Space between, that can be 30. Slides pair view is going to be 1. No fade effect, no thumbs, and no virtual, and no class name. We just want to add breakpoints here. Breakpoint's going to be 640, so these are just the Tailwind breakpoints. Slides per view going to be 2. Got a couple of these. 1024 is going to be slides per view 3, and then largest 1536. It's going to be slides per view 4. Okay, let's open this up. Now we just need a swiper slide. So we need to open up this classifieds.map. Okay, looks like we need to make this an array. Classifieds.map. Need to add a comma here. That's going to be classified. We're going to return swiper slide with a key of classified.id. And then inside that, we're going to have classified card. And that is going to have a classified and favorites. Okay, navigation needs to be imported. Okay, so now we can say latest arrivals carousel like that. It's going to be classifieds, favorites is going to be favorites. So now we can actually get those. So const classifieds is going to be await prisma.classified.fibeny where status is classified status dot live. Take is going to be 6. Include is going to have images true. And then for our favorites, we're going to say const source ID is equal to get source ID to await that. And then const favorites, as usual, is await redis.get. And we just add our favorites here like that. Source ID bar string. Okay. Favorites, classifieds, favorites dot IDs, otherwise empty array. Call this latest arrivals. Okay. And then let's just check where we're at now with this carousel. So if we go to here, we just say latest arrivals. And we need to make this use client. Okay, so they seem to be okay. Yeah, we need to add SM here. Okay, still doesn't look ideal. There is some issue with the styling here. We also need to add our swiper buttons. So swiper buttons prev class name equals left 16 border 2 border hidden LG flex, and we can call this right, and that's going to be next. Okay, let's just add some styling here. Class name py16 sn py24, same as the other sections. This is going to have a class name of container, mxauto, max width 80, viewport width h2. We'll say last name mt2, uppercase, text 2xl, font bold, tracking tight, text gray 900, and sm text 4xl. Okay, let's take a look. Latest arrivals looks good. Okay, let's take a look. So it's still got this. Let's see why that's happening. Looks like we need to import our CSS. Import swiper CSS. That's it. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Can favorite them. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Next section. Let's just open this up. Let's go to our page. Our final section is our brands, and so we want to just create a new component here. our brands section. Export const our brands section equals. So here we're going to say const brands is equal to await. We need to make this async. Prisma.makes.find many. And we want to search for some brands. So we want to say where name in, and we want to give it an array. And we want to say mode is insensitive. And we want to give Rolls-Royce the best brands, basically. Aston Martin, Porsche, Lamborghini, Audi, Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes, Benz, Ferrari, Bentley, McLaren, Ford, Volkswagen, that's my car, Maserati, and Lexus. Okay, let's just use these. And then, now we've got all our brands, we're going to say, well, actually, what we also want to do is we want to get the total amount of classifieds. So const count is equal to await, prisma.classified.find.count, where status is classified status.live, get the count, and then we can just return div h2 p, and then we're going to say our brands. We have count vehicles in stock ready for same day drive away, like that. Okay, we just need to wrap this in a thing like that. Let's go ahead and import this into here. So our brand section. Okay, now you can see it's come up here. Start styling this. So class name going to be py16 smpy24 bg white. Class name here is going to be max width 7xl mx auto px6 lg px8 space y12. Here we're going to have a class name of px6 lg px8. SN is going to be text center, and our brands is going to have a class name of mt2 uppercase text 2xl font bold tracking tight text gray 900. SM is going to be text 4xl. P will have a class name of nt6 text lg leading is 8 text gray 600. Okay. In our next section, we're going to open up a div that's going to have a class name of grid calls 3, lg grid calls 5, gap 4. And then we're going to map over our brands. We're going to get the ID, image, and name. We're going to return a link element from Next.js. In here, we're going to give it an image. And remember, this has already got its own image.ix instance, which is in the URL of the image. So it wouldn't worry about making this an image.ix image because we're using some external provider's image.ix. So you say source equals image, alt is equal to name, class name is equal to object, contain, aspect is going to be 1, 1, square, fill be true. And then our href, we need to give it a key first of all, so we can give the key ID. Href is going to be open up a template, literal, say routes.inventory, and we're going to say make is equal to ID, like that. And we're going to give this a class name of hover, scale 110, transition all, duration 100, ease in out, relative h24, flex, item center, justify center. Okay, let's take a look. Nice. That looks fantastic. So yeah, hover. And if we just do, what do we have? Do we have any of these? Let's have a look. Clear filters. Go to our inventory. Let's see our pages here. Sal, Dacia, Marlin, dodge. Doesn't even look like we have any of these, but take my word for it, it does work. You click Lamborghini, it filters out Lamborghinis like that. You can see Lamborghini selected in here. And we do Land Rover selected like that. So that's our homepage. Yeah, I think it's a pretty nice looking homepage. And yeah, you saw, based on what we've already built, relatively easy to make. In this section, we set up a basic layout and background for the main landing section. We implemented a homepage filters component to filter by taxonomy, year, and price range. We included a search button and account linking to the filtered inventory page. We enable a clear all button with count that resets all filter parameters. We built a features section highlighting standout selling points. We set up a dedicated section to display the latest arrivals with Swiper.js and retrieved a limited subset of live classifieds from the database. And we fetched a curated list of brand logos from the database and displayed them in a responsive grid with links to filter the inventory. In the next section, we're going to build out the reservation flow. Next on our to-do list is to create a reserve page where we can go in and we can search. We click reserve, and then it takes us to this page here. We're going to do that. As you can see, we've already got the URL here, and it is /reserve with step 1. So we are going to go into our reserve folder like that. Can create the component there, and then in our inventory slug, we're going to have another directory called reserve. And here we're going to add a page. And this page we're going to export default async function reserve page. It's going to take in some props, page props. We're going to get the search params. We're going to get the params. We're going to get the slug from the params. And we're going to get the step from the search params. Then we're going to create a schema. That schema is going to be the multi-step form schema equals z.object. We're going to say step is z.native enum. We're going to pass in the multi-step form enum that we created earlier and the slug z.string. And then we just want to say const data success error equals multi-step form enum.safe. Multi-step form schema dot safe parse, and we're just going to pass in the slug and the step, and the step is going to be the number step like that. Okay, next we are going to say if no success, we want to just say not found, and then if we want to say const classified await prisma dot classified dot find unique, where slug is data.slug, and we're going to include the make here. Say if no classified not found, and then we just want to render a multi-step form here. So we need to do that by first creating map step to component object. That's going to have the multi-step form enum, which we're going to say welcome, select date, and submit details. And we're going to have a component here, which we need to create. For now, it can just be null, null, null. So we'll create those components. In fact, let's see, we can also just say console.log error here. And then, yeah, so we say const component is equal to map steps to component, and we get the data.step like that, and the return component. Pass in our search params, and they're classified. Okay, we're going to start creating these components. So we've got this currently null. we want to just create our welcome component. So let's just say welcome.tsx. It's going to be use client, and we are going to say export const welcome equals props. We're going to create some interface, which is going to be multi-step form component props is going to extend awaited page props, and we're going to give it a classified prisma.classified get payload include make true, and then we're just going to actually take this and put it into our types like that and export it here. Okay, we don't need the awaited page props. Close that. Multi-step component props. Now we can just say const router equals use router. Const is pending start transition is use transition from React. We're going to say const next step is equal to start transition. It's going to have an async function, arrow function. We're going to await new promise, resolve, set timeout, resolve 500 milliseconds. So we just want to delay the function from executing to give the user the impression that they are, it's not instant, basically, which it would be. .location.href url.search params.set. I'm going to set the step to the next step, which is, if this is the welcome page, we want to set this to multi-step forming on select date and to string. And then router.push url.toString. Like that. Okay, now we can just return our div with a class name of mx auto bg white rounded blg and shadow lg. Make that class name. Then we want a div, and then we're going to have a p and a circle check icon. The class name of text green 500 w6 h6 mr2. Keep getting the class name wrong. And then this is just going to have a class name of text gray 700. Going to say reserve in minutes with 2 simplest steps. Okay. So let's just start building out these class names. So that's going to be P6. This is going to be flex gap x12 justify between. That's going to be flex 1. And then we do need one more here. And that's going to be class name flex item start mb4. Okay, under here we can say flex items start mb4 again, and that's going to have the same, these two, except this is going to say arrange a handover date for your new vehicle. Come out of this, say .flex flex1 space x2. In here we're going to have a relative div w16 h16, and in here we're going to have an image, which is going to be our classified make image. So source equals props.classified.make image, and then a name and class name of aspect1 object contain, and a height of 100 and a width of 100. another div with flex1 with a h2 of text LG, font semi-bold, and line clamp 1. It's going to say props.classified.title, and then should be a h2. And then we're going to have another div with a text XS and line clamp 2. Inside here, we're going to have HTML parser, that component we created before that gets the HTML, parses it, and we're going to pass in the props.classified.description. Okay, let's just check what's going on here. HTML string or null is not assigned with type string. You can just say or empty string. Okay, so now we've got this far. We want to just go 1, 2, 3, 4, and want to go .flex, justify around, items center, bg gray 100, p4, rounded md, and mb4. Open that up. It's going to have a text center div, and we're going to make 2 of those. In between them, we're going to have an arrow right icon with a class name w6 h6 and a capital N, like again, and then a p times 2, one with a class name of font bold that says select handover date and time, and one with a class name of text gray 500 approx 1 minute. Similarly, just copy that and that's going to say submit your details approx 1 minute. Okay. Next, we're going to have a p element. Let's get our class name of font bold mb4, ready to begin, and a div.flex.justify around.itemCenter. And in here we're going to have 3 divs, and they're all going to have the same class name of flex item center flex col justify center space y2, and they're going to have different icons, so we're just going to say, and again I've missed the capital N. Okay, lock icon, and that's going to have a class name of w6 h6. We'll just clean this up a bit. This one's going to be star icon, and this one's going to be credit card icon, and p class name of text gray 700. Copy that, and then the last one will be striped Trustpilot, and this will be SSL secure. Okay, and then finally our buttons. So we want to say div class name p6 button. That's going to say type button. On click will be our next step function. Disabled is going to be is pending, which is from our start transition. And then class name will be uppercase, font bold, flex, gapx3, w full. And then we just want to open this up, close it off to a button, and say is pending. Oh, this needs to be removed. Is pending loader 2 with a class name of w4h4 shrink 0 and animate spin. Otherwise, we're going to say null, and then we say I'm ready. We just give that a space. Great. Now we've got our form here. Let's go ahead and bring it in. So welcome. Okay. And actually we don't need this to wrap it in a component. We just say welcome like that. And nice. This looks good. Yugo doesn't look like we've got the logo for Yugo. Let's try again. Let's go Venturi. Farbio. Don't even know what that is. Doesn't look like any of these cars will have logos because they're all random brands. Seo, Ineos, Marlin, Bristol, Dacia. Dacia will have one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So that looks good. Let's see. It's quite big. Next, we want to create our layout, and we're going to create that in here. Layout.tsx. Export default function multi-step form layout children. And that's going to have props with children like that. And we're going to return the main element inside here. Well, we're going to give this a class name of max width for XL NX auto P6 SMP8 MD P10 like that. And then we're going to give it our children. And you can see that looks a lot better now. We also just want to add a form header, which is going to be our step. So we're just going to add a form header component like that. I'm going to go into our reserve and say form header. And we can just open this up a bit. Export const form header. It's going to take in params from use search params, where we get our step. So we're going to say steps equals array. We've got 3 steps. Step 1 is ID 1 and title is welcome. ID 2, ID 3, title here is select handover date. And the final one is submit details. Now we've got that, let's just return div with a class name of flex justify between bg primary p4 shadow lg. Okay. Then flex call justify between flex1 h1 with a text 3xl font bold text white. That is going to say steps dot find, open that up, get the ID, and we're going to say params dot get step equals ID dot title. Okay, let's just check this out then. Got our form header, and we need to make that use client. Welcome up there like that. That looks great. Next, we're going to have a flex item center justify end gap 2 text sm font medium text muted foreground and flex 1. And that is going to say steps.map step, open that up, div is going to have a key of step.id, a class name of, can give this cn w8h8 rounded full flex item center justify center, and then inside here I'm going to say step.id. We just need to say params.get step is equal to step.id. If that's the case, bg white text muted foreground, otherwise bg primary text primary foreground, like that. So now you can see we've got 1, 2, 3 steps, and you can see which step you're on. So that's our form header. Go back to our reserve page. The next component we want to build is our select date. So let's just go back to our reserve select date.tsx. Okay, here we're going to say export const select date is equal to props multi-step component props, the one we created before. And now we just want to extract the search params from the props. And we want to get const handover date is equal to search params dot handover date as string or undefined. Okay, handover date and then handover time. And then we're just going to create a new form, a use form hook. And we are going to give it a resolver. Resolver. We're going to pass in a schema. So that schema is going to be const select date schema is equal to z.object handover date handover time, and then we just say z.string, and we give it a required message, give it this, like that, comma here, and then let's just save this. Okay, so let's just pass in our date schema, mode on blur. Default values will be handover date. It's going to be handover date, decode, URI component, handover date, otherwise handover date. Same with handover time. Give that a comma. Now get our router. Get is pending and start transition from use transition. And we get is prev pending start prev transition. So there's 2 use transition hooks here because we want to get both back and forward buttons. Const prev step is equal to basically the next step in welcome, this one. So just copy this and say that's just going to be welcome. And then here we're going to say on select date, and we're going to give this a submit handler, and we need to pass in the type here. So type select date type is equal to z.infer select date type of select date schema, like that. Pass that into both use form as well as here, and then just open this up and give it a data, which will be the data that comes in from the form, and then start transition, which will be an async function, and we do const valid equals await form.trigger again. If not valid, return, and then we're also going to copy this. You can see we've actually been reusing this. We could make this its own function like sleep. I think even Node.js has one, so, but yeah, we'll leave that for now. We'll come back to this, but yeah, we're gonna return a form with form like that, and it's going to have a form inside with an onSubmit, which is going to be form.submit or handle submit, and then that'll be onSelectDate like that. We'll also have a class name, mxAuto, bgwhite, flex call, rounded b, lg, shadow, lg, and p6h96. And then a div of space y6, flex1, form field. Can actually just copy some form fields from another component, which will be, let's have a look, this one. Form field like that. There's going to be 2 of these. Get the item in, control, message. This will be handover date, handover time, and then these will be selects. So select, and that's going to have some options. We're just going to give this a ref and rest. Options will be that, rest, copy that into here, and copy this as well. In addition, we're going to add a form label. So form item, form label, HTML4 is going to be handover date, and this is going to say select a date, select a time. Then we're just going to create some buttons. So div, class name, flex, gap x4, and then we'll just copy the button from the welcome page. Copy that, paste it twice because we want 2 buttons here. It's going to be next step, prev step. This one is going to be a type of submit because we're going to submit it to the select date. Import our button, change this text to previous step, give it a loader 2. And that's going to be is prev pending. Okay. Type is submit. Class name, all looks good to me. We just need to add flex1 here. So it's equal widths. And then we just say continue. Okay. Now let's just import this. Select, no, we could just say select date. Okay, and we can open it up. Use client. Okay, I'm ready. There we go. You can see we're on step 2. Previous step. Oh, looks like previous step makes continue work, which is not what we want. Start previous transition. That'll be this one. Okay, previous step, there we go. I'm ready. Previous step. Okay. Looking good. So continue, we're going to create one more form here. We'll actually probably need to finish off our onSelect. So here, we're going to say const URL equals new URL. Routes.reserve, pass in the props.classified.slug and the multi-step form enum Next.submit details. That's our next step. Set the URL search params. Handover date is going to be encode URI component data.handover date, and then same with handover time. Router.push URL.toString, like that, and that should be it. So we select our dates and times. In fact, we need to create the options here. So we're going to go to our utils. We're going to export const generate time options. That's going to be times equals, or const times equals empty array. Const start hour is equal to 8. And const end hour is equal to 18. For let hour is equal to start hour. Hour is less than end hour. Need to make that end hour. And then hour plus plus. Standard for loop. Say const date is equal to new date. Date.set date. Date.get date plus 1. Date.set hours is hour. And then date.set minutes is minutes is going to be 0. And then we get a formatted time. Date.toLocal time string EMGB. Hour is going to be 2-digit. Minute 2-digit. And then hour 12 will be true. Times.push, push in our times, label formatted time, and then value formatted time. Like that. And then we just return times. So we can generate our time options now. Generate time options. Now we just need to do the same for our date options. So export const generate date options is equal to const today equals new date. Const dates equals array. We say for let I equals 0. I is less than 30. Days in a month. I plus plus. Const date equals new date today. Date.set date today.get date plus I. Need to add brackets here. Dates.push label is format, which will be our date functions. Doesn't exist here. Import from date functions format. So we don't have date functions installed. What the heck? Format. Okay, so we need to install date functions. Bung add date functions to get format from date functions like that. And go to the bottom, pass in the date, and say dd mmm y. Same for value. Return date, like that. Bundev, generate date options. Okay, refresh. Yeah, you can see we've got 30 days into the future, and we've got our times as well. So select the time, select the date, and press continue. And because we've got null set here for step 3, it's not going to work, so we need to create that page. That is going to be in our components, or create that form in our components, wherever they are. Submit details. Export const submit details equals props multi-step form component props return form, or let's just put p testing. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, we need to add it as well. So submit details. Okay, 11 a.m. That looks good. Invalid URL routes. So what's going on here? How's that an invalid URL? I know why. Let me go back to our select date. The URL needs a base, is why, which is going to be env. Let me just see here. We got our base env dot next public app URL. Okay. There we go. So next step is to create our submit details. Router equals use router, and then const form equals use form. Open this up, say Zod or resolver, Zod resolver, and then we're going to create a schema here. Const submit details schema equals z.object. That's going to have first name, last name, email, and phone number. String message is going to be is required, and we also need to add our terms, which is going to be z.enum true or false, like that. And we're just going to open up this, say message, you must agree to the terms and conditions. Okay, pop that in here, submit details schema. Then we just need to also use the type, so type submit details schema type equals z.infer type of submit details schema, like that. Pop that in here, submit details type. Mode is going to be on blur, and then default values, we're going to have first name, empty string, and the same for the rest of them, except for false for terms. Okay. Similar to our other pages, if we just go here, we need our is pending, router, and start. So like that. We can also take our prev step like that, Oh, we've already got the router. Brief step is going to be enum.submit, or sorry, this is going to be date, select date. We need to import use transition. And we can also import pretty much everything from our form, like this. So loader 2, button, form field, let's just get all this form stuff. And we're going to have const on submit details. That's going to be submit handler with the submit details schema type equals data, and we're going to put that into here. So on submit is going to be on submit details. Okay, so now we just need to basically make these an input, and we can just put the field into here. So let's just remove that field. This is going to be first name. We want last name, phone and email. Last name, email, mobile. Okay. Let's just say your first name is going to be like that. Enter first name. Last. Email, or this is your email address. And mobile. Okay, so for the placeholder, we'll just do the same for each one. So it's going to be, so placeholder is going to be this, except, why is that not working here? Okay, I know why. Let's just paste that. Move this. Well, we don't need that. We don't need that. There we go. Okay, so we got enter, and we're just going to change this to enter your F, N. That's going to be L. This is going to be email address, mobile number. Okay. We also just want to give this a div of grid. Grid calls to get up 6. All right. Pass in an use client directive, and that looks good. First name doesn't look good. First name like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now we just need to add the checkbox, and we can also, just add the checkbox and change this to submit details, div.flex, item center, space x2. And we can just bring in a form like this. We're going to need a checkbox component, which we're going to install with bunx Shatian checkbox. On dev. Okay, we've got this, we're going to change our form item. We're going to add a class to our form item. Flex item center gafx2. We're getting rid of our, or actually we're adding our form control above our label. We're saying checkbox. We're going to say on check changed, on checked change, E, and we're just going to pull out the on change handler here. So that we're going to say field ref on change and rest. We can put rest in here. That's going to be on change E true, otherwise false, because the value of that is a boolean. Next, for the label, we'll have HTML4 terms, a class name of text, SN, font medium, leading none, peer disabled, cursor not allowed, peer disabled, opacity 70, MT0, important like that. That's going to say, I agree to the terms and conditions. All right. So save that. Let's refresh. Nice. That looks pretty good. Enter mobile. Something going on here. That's because that is not changed. Let's update that. And our checkbox can have a class name of cursor pointer. Yeah, that's better. And that's working. Okay. This could be brought up a bit. Okay, MT0. Let's see why that is in a weird alignment here. What is this? Okay, we need to move the MT0 to the checkbox, or M0. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so now we've got our terms and conditions, and we need to create our function now to submit. Start transition, that's going to be async. Const valid equals, in fact, we can copy some of this from our here. Boom, copy that. And in fact, we can also copy, where is it? Handover, so encode URI component, let's handover date. Like this. So let's just say const handover date equals like that. Const handover time equals like that. And we need to actually get that from search params as string. So we're getting that from the search params. Here we're going to create a new utils function, which is going to be const format date, and we're going to pass in the date string and time string. We're going to say const parsed date is equal to parse, and that's going to come from date functions. Date, we're going to give it dd nn n y new date. Copy paste that. Parse time, we're going to say time, that's going to be HHNNAA, new date, and then we're going to say parsed date dot set hours, and we're going to say parsed time dot get hours, get minutes. 0.00 seconds and milliseconds, and then we're going to return our parsed date like that. Okay, I'm going to try this out. Const date equals format date, and I'm going to get that from here. Handover date, handover time, console.log the date. So let's try that out. Just put in some random information here. And submit. So that's given us invalid date, probably because, let me take a look, console.log, handover date, handover time. Submit that again. Handover time is actually handover date, which makes sense why that's wrong then. Try again. And there we go, we've got our date. So now we've got our date, we can create a customer in the database. I'm going to do this by going over to our actions. I'm going to say customer, and we're going to use server because this is a server action. Export const create customer action is equal to async props create customer type, which we're going to create, and we're going to say const or create customer schema equals z. Submit details. Going to import this from our schemas, or export this from our schemas. Where's our schemas here? So this is customer.schema.ts. So export const zod like that. Export this as well. And we're also going to add this new one here. So save that. We're going to add this schema here. I'm going to just copy this, paste it into here, submit details schema.extend with date, which is going to be z.date, not data, date. Slug is going to be z.string, and then we're going to export type create customer type equals z.infer type of create customer schema. Okay, export that, create customer type, save that. Now we're going to try, we're going to say const data success error equals create customer schema but safe parse, pass in the props. If no success, open up console.log error and return success is false message invalid data. Then we're going to say catch error, open that up, we'll fill that in later. If data.terms does not equal true, we're going to return another error message. You must accept the terms. And then we're just going to say await prisma.customer.create data, and let's just console.log. So console.log error. Data for the customer is booking date. Do we have a customer schema? Schema customer, yes we do. Booking date, okay, so why is that not working? Prisma is any. Prisma is any. Let's restart the TypeScript server. And Prisma now works. Okay, great. Booking data is going to be data.date. And that's going to be date. First now, so actually we can just spread data. And we've got the booking date. In fact, let me just do this. Const date rest equals data. Pass in the rest. This is date. And then terms as well. We don't want to. Terms is going to be terms accepted. Terms equals true. And then finally classified connect slug props, or sorry, data dot slug, like that. And then return success is true, message reservation successful. Okay, here we can say if error instance of error, return success false, message error.message, and then return basically this. Something went wrong. Okay. Server actions looking good. Schemas looking good. Let's just get this schema in its own multi-step form schema. Form.schema.ts, export that. Okay, multi-step form schema. Let's see what other schemas we have. This one here, validate ID schema. Let's just create id.schema.ts, export that. What else do we have? Select date schema, so export this, which is going to be our form schema. Export const, export that. Just tidies things up a bit. Okay. So back to our submit details form. Okay, so we've got our date. Now we just want to say success or message equals await, create customer action, and we want to pass in slug, which is going to be params dot slug as string, date, which is from format date function, and then just spread our data like that. If no success, toast. Title is going to be error. Description will be message. Type will be background. Duration will be 2500. Variant destructive. And we're going to just return. And then if not, if it is successful, toast title success, description message, type background, duration 1000, set timeout, router.push And then we need to create a page for success. So this is going to be a page in the inventory or reserve here. Success, new file, page.tsx, and we're going to create that in our routes. That's going to be reserve /success. Okay, we need to add slug string like that. And we can just bring that into here, routes.success, and we say params.slug as string. Okay. This page is just going to be export default function successful reservation page. Return div class name flex min height 80 dbh flex call item center justify center bg white px4 py12 smpx6 lg px8. And it's going to be mx auto max width md text center circle check from Lucid class name mx auto w16 h16 text green 500 h1 and a p. Thank you for your reservation. We'll see you soon. The H1's going to say reservation confirmed. Let's give these class name mt4 text 3xl font bold tracking tight text foreground SM text 4xl. Class name here mt4 text muted foreground. And then we just want to add our end buttons here, which we created our component for before. Okay, let's test this out. So this all should technically work. Once we've submitted this, we should have a new customer in the database and should be redirected to our page. Okay, submit. And we get a error because of what? Payload argument received null. What is this? Warp. Slug. Slug is that. Oh, we're adding the slug to the customer here. Okay. So let's go to create customer action. And we need to just take the slug out of there and then input that slug in like that. So let's try that again. Dev at 2r.je. Submit. And reservation confirmed. There we go. Okay, looks like okay, we need to basically update our URL here. We need to get our reservation page, success page, outside. So it's just next to the reserve page actually. So success like that. And it doesn't include our layout. And we need to update our URL to success like that. And then if we just visit this, let's see. There we go. Much better. So that should have created a customer. Let's have a look. Customers. There we go. And really it should be subscriber status. So actually no, we don't need subscriber status. That's interested. Yeah, they're interested in the classified. That's ideal. Okay. Now we're going to move on to our authentication. In this section, we structured a route for users to place reservations on specific classifieds. We defined a multi-step logic for form, i.e. all the steps. We incorporated a dedicated layout to maintain a consistent look across the steps. We leveraged React hooks and transitions to provide a smooth next and previous buttons. We rendered vehicle details to confirm the correct listing. We combined user input data such as contact info and the date and time into a server action which creates a customer record in the database, linking them to the classified. And we redirected to a success screen on completion, confirming the booking was saved. Thank you for getting this far in the tutorial. I hope you look forward to part 2 of this video, which is going to include the admin dashboard and authentication. The admin dashboard also includes creation, update, read, and deletion of classifieds, as well as the integration of AI to make creation of classifieds a seamless experience. It also includes management of customers and customer lifecycles, as well as logging out of all sessions. So I hope you look forward to that, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video.